shit because my mom texts it to me the second news happens. And I'll be like, yeah, I know. All I know is none of it fucking matters until the shit goes away and the type 1 diabetes is cured. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm the least interested person you could possibly find when it comes to diabetes stuff. Because, like, I get straight up mad when I see, like, ads on the TV for, like, these things or the Freestyle Libres or all the other diabetic supplies. Like, it angers me actively because of the amount of money I have to dump into these shitty, shoddily made, unreliable I straight up have syringes in my bathroom in case my vials of insulin get jammed, which happens once every 6 weeks. It's like, oh, sweet. So, like, there goes $80 worth of insulin. Well, I guess I'm using needles for the rest of the week. Takes years to get approved. Yeah, but it's a charging port, Bila. It's a fucking charging port. It's okay though. I mean, it's still cheaper than if I was in the US, you know? Like if I was here in Canada, I have to pay about $3,500 a year to not die. In just pharmacy costs. If it was in the US, it would be almost triple that. And I do check the US prices pretty consistently. So a lot of stuff is subsidized by default here, so the sticker price is lower. To the point where, like, you're not allowed to leave with too much of it because they're afraid that you're gonna go sell it. Which I think is really, like, if you just straight up have, like, 5 boxes of insulin, you have to prove that you're going to the US for that amount of time if you're going to the US. Which is, like, ugh. Like, I had a problem with the pharmacy here once, because a bunch of my prescriptions had expired because I didn't have a family doctor at the time, and I hadn't seen my other doctor in a while. And I got a new pharmacist at that pharmacy because the old one, like, sold it, I guess. And the guy refused to fill my prescriptions because he thought I was a dealer. I was like, hold on a second, do you think I'm dealing insulin? He goes, yeah, I need to see your lab reports. I was like, fuck off. So I went and signed up with a different pharmacy, and they filled everything. No issues. You've never had that issue with insulin? Having to pay for it? I mean, if you live in Canada and you haven't had to pay for insulin, that purely means that you're in a lower tax bracket than me, which is fair. If you're watching US prices, then you're gonna have fun here soon. You know, it's funny. I might actually just straight up stop going to the US because it's getting too expensive to go to the US entirely. Like, politics and world events aside, like, the Canadian dollar being as it is, like, I have a singular trip to the US planned, which I'm gonna go do. But if the Canadian dollar doesn't get closer to the US dollar again, I'm just probably gonna stop entirely. Oh, the cartridge jamming? So the insulin that I use is a reusable cartridge pen. So it's the Eli Lilly cartridges. They're about yay big. They pop onto the top and then they screw in because I don't like throwing out the, like, I don't know, Sharpie-sized disposable things because it feels bad. So I get the reusable bottom for it, which is fine, but the spring in it is terrible. I've replaced the spring 3 times because it keeps jamming. So that's where I have that issue. And then when they do jam, I just pop the cartridge out the top because then I can't reload it. It just won't work. So I just stick a needle in the top and pull the insulin out. That's the issue I have with it. And also, as far as last I checked, they don't even carry those, what are they called? The reusable, reloadable, spring-loaded things. They don't sell them anymore at the pharmacy that I use now. Rather, they don't carry them. You can still buy them at on Diabetes Express, though, I think. Fuck yeah, LA scumbags. Oh, no, it's great. You know, if I really... You know, it's funny. I was talking with my sister about this, who worked in pharmacy for a very long time and recently got out of that industry. I was talking to her about this, and she's like, you know, if you really want to stick it to the man, you could just, like, go to the University of Ontario and buy insulin directly from them. And it's, like, terrible, long-acting insulin. So it's only one type, but it is... If you're very strict about your diet, you can live off that stuff, and it's, like $3 for 6 months worth. Like, it's literally free. And you can buy it directly from them in vials. And I've thought about it. Like, genuinely, because I don't want to fucking give them money. Like, I feel fucking awful having to pay for Dexcom already. I don't know. That happened to you once when you got it working again. You shut the insulin right away. You're in Quebec. I got you. Pharmacy system is way different. Oh yeah, no. I mean, like, Quebec is part of Canada, but bureaucracy-wise, it might as well be a different country. Everything runs different. Insulin isn't cheap to manufacture. It's basically free to manufacture. The reason insulin is expensive is because the people that manufacture it at scale don't do it in huge quantities, and also there's limited production because they have the patents for it to do it at scale, and don't let anybody else open production facilities. Like, if other people were allowed to open production facilities, it would be a lot cheaper. Insulin is not expensive. The people who make it expensive. Is it for PAX? I don't really count PAX as a planned trip. Giraffe. The reason I don't count PAX as a planned trip to the US is because I have a friend who I sleep on his sofa. He does actually have a spare bedroom now, but it's funnier to say sleep on his sofa. So I have a friend and I crash on his sofa and hang out with his cat. And he goes to PAX every year anyway, so it's fine. And the cost of me getting to PAX used to be $60 because I would just take the train and I would take the stupidly fuck you early train and I would book it 8 months in advance. Now I can just take a boat, which is about $100. Or I think it's 120 actually. 2 ways. But regardless, I can take a boat. So I don't really count that as a planned trip because of how cheap it is, because I get a press pass for PAX, so I get free badges to PAX. And I have a free place to stay. And traveling there is like under $200. When I say planned trip, I mean like actually having to get on a plane and fly over multiple states. It's just because I'm so close to Seattle. Unless like they lock the borders, there's no reason I won't go to PAX for at least a day. I might not go for the whole time, but like, you know. You know, they've been saying that. So my little sister is type 1, right? My little sister's been type 1 since 2006. Or was diagnosed in 2006. They've been saying that there's a drug that that is going into trials that could theoretically cure type 1 every 6 months since I started understanding that type 1 was a thing that existed. So, sure, awesome. This is why I don't care and don't follow it, because it just makes me frustrated. I'll believe it when I see it, when it's widely available and I can book an appointment and go get it. Till then, doesn't matter. Like, period. That sounds mildly familiar, Pig, my dear. Like, there's so many things that are just like, cool, this could cure everything. Awesome. Doesn't matter. Because what matters is I'm currently having to not die. And then there's also, like, just the other frustration that I run into with this subject, which is, like, yeah, false hope, exactly, yeah. False hype is right alongside of, like, all of the, this could theoretically cure it, which theoretically it could. It'd be lovely if it did. There's also all the people that just get confused between type 1 and type 2. And bless your souls. If you're confused, that's totally fine. They shouldn't be called the same thing. But like the number of times I've had, like my old neighbor used to be really bad about this. He would send me texts at like 2 o'clock in the morning about a thing that's supposedly going to cure diabetes, and what it's talking about is type 2. And every single time it would be type 2. Every single time it would be type 2. And it's always like, well, thanks, Mike. Not being a teen for long enough to have, yeah, to have your own teenager. Yeah, it's like, what, 30 years? As somebody who doesn't have lactose intolerance, no, I have not heard about the bacterial cure for lactose intolerance, but that's cool if that's a thing. I know lactose intolerance and irritable bowel syndrome are pretty bad for a lot of people. Vicar, good morning. Hello. Hey, hi. They are planting grass. They should be planting clover. Dislike. I'm gonna go buy some clover seeds and plant it in the middle of the road. It's okay. My days of eco-terrorism in Surrey, BC are now over. My reign of terror shall begin here in Victoria. That's what I'm gonna do. For reference, before anybody panics, I buy Dutch white clover. It's native here, okay? Don't get mad at me. I'm not planting things that aren't supposed to be here. You think you've learned not to greet 100 people? Just, you know, greet people here and there. There's nothing wrong with greeting people. You just don't need to greet everybody. Or Crohn's. My cousin has really bad Crohn's. Or rather, my cousin. But I don't know what I said. My cousin has really bad Crohn's. Crime pays, but botany doesn't. I watched a crime pays, but botany doesn't video once, and he was ranting about some shit that I found really, really, really obnoxious, and turned off the video and then said, do not recommend again, because it just kind of made me mad. So maybe I just got a really bad, how do I word this? A bad first impression, because people bring him up often enough that I feel like it's somebody that I should at the very least be more aware of, but I can't even remember what he was ranting about. But I just remember it made me very upset. We've been slowly killing off the grass in your yard using tarps over the years. Nice. I wouldn't do that. I would just go out there with a shovel and a pickaxe and just fuck it up. Give that moss a head start. But why is crime pays but botany doesn't relevant here? J. Martin, if I can ask. Because I'm presuming something that we're talking about is something that he's discussed before. You're on 3 acres? Oh. Well, I would say just plant hostas everywhere, but I don't know how many deer you have. You love that guy in his Kill Your Lawn campaign? He's also into killing yards and replacing them with native plants, etc. Okay. Sure, fair. Maybe you gotta do yucky paperwork. Ooh, gross. Although, you know what's funny? Is here on the island, there are so many deer, you can't plant hostas. Because some of you may not know this. Hostas are edible. I love hostas. I think they're a great plant. But they're edible. The shoots are very edible. And apparently tasty. You wait until they start to shoot out their little baby leaves, and you snip them off, and you boil them, and it's like a spinach. Quite popular in like Chinese cuisine. And deers love it. So they call them, they call it deer lettuce here. I've heard that term before. It's like, oh yeah, deer lettuce. Because you'll never see a hosta if you plant one where there's a large population of deer. Unless like you put a metal cage over it. Because the deer will just show up and be like, oh look, lunch. And then they'll eat it. So if I ever plant a hosta around here, I'd have to put it on a patio or something. Or like an enclosed area where the deer couldn't get to it. Update on the PC situation. You've increased the route partition to make room for the drivers that you didn't realize you were missing. Well, there you go. You know what's funny? I just have a singular 500-ish gigabyte hard drive that has nothing else on it but my OS, and I don't bother partitioning it at all. The second people start talking about partitioning, I'm like, all right, you're past me. I'm just gonna hold up my hand and step back and just be like, all right, I'm just... Physical drive separation, partitioning, that's for smart people. I'm not a smart person. I just follow instructions. All right, so some of you may notice, I've started up the game a little earlier today. And alongside of starting up the game a little bit earlier today, I also started up the YouTube stream a little bit earlier today, with the hope that I wouldn't sit here and babble for as long. Because I would like to play some Goblin Camp tonight. I think that would be good bait for hunting them, then. I mean, isn't that illegal? Not to be weird, but like... I don't know much about hunting. But I was always under the impression that baiting traps for large game is not legal. At least, I've heard that. I know it's illegal for moose. Like, you can't put down a salt lick, as an example. But I mean, maybe if it's where you're at. But at the very least, I recall my friend Kevin. Well, I'm in Canada, first off, Angaz. I recall my friend Kevin, who goes hunting here in BC sometimes, getting really mad about somebody who was putting down bait, specifically salt licks, to attract moose. And said that he had to leave with 5 different salt licks in the back of his friend's truck because they just went around collecting them because it's not legal. So. That's what I thought. He said that when they were driving out, they just picked them all up because they were all on the road, which is also not legal, hunting on the road. You can't, like if you're driving in a truck or a car, and then you see a moose and you jump out of the car and you shoot the moose, that's illegal. Wait, hold on. Are we talking about if the people put down, you're allowed to hunt the people? I would say it's more like loot in a video game. See, this is how I feel about trash on parks, right? It's crafting materials from a video game. The idea is you bring a little baggie, and then when you see a thing that's not supposed to be there, you pick it up and you put it in the baggie. And then when you get to the end of the trail, after you're doing your hike, because I don't go hunting, I go hiking and camping, you take your baggie with all the crafting materials and you put it into the processor, the trash bin. And then you reward yourself with a beer for the unnecessary extra labor that you did. So you're not hunting the people who are doing the bad thing. You're simply collecting loot to earn yourself a beer later. Or a apple juice, or your beverage of choice. Your pockets aren't big enough for salt lick blocks? Well, this is a pocket-sized problem, and we can fix this. We have the technology. You just need to wear some pants from the 90s, and you'll make it. You'll be fine. Time to make a game out of... You know, actually... I feel like that would be a really good, like, 15-minute, like, dailies game. You know, like... those little games where you go out, like where you're just doing dailies. It's like pretty chill walking simulator, maybe with like some light climbing mechanics similar to all those like hiking games that have come out recently, like whatever that one that Don't Nod made, and then that other one that's like actually looks pretty dope that recently came out or is coming out soon. And then like the whole idea is that you're a park ranger and you're picking up trash, and then when you get to the end, you throw out the trash, you would get like an in-game reward to like make your character look cooler. You could even have little randomly generated trails cool. Oh yeah, true. Like you could survey the so you'd also have to make a map, right? Like that would be the other part. So the other part of the gameplay loop would be like pointing out spots on the trail that need to be repaired, maybe like a downed tree, or like maybe pointing out like bear scats or something to like have to put up a sign saying barren area. Or like you could also have like winter levels, which would be like, you know, you have to point out avalanche risks and then change the avalanche sign at the end. It was noted that parks were cleaner, but old parks, like people hated city kids in their park. That's funny. Bear in area. Oh, well, what's the topic at hand? Well, I was trying to get in game and then got distracted by a theoretical video game that doesn't exist. Anyway, so I'm gonna load the game now, so I just do it. Twitch chat, if you guys don't know, we stream on 2 platforms here, but primarily I focus on the Twitch chat due to the fact that Twitch chat is busier and it's where the larger audience tends to be. However, there's also people watching on YouTube. If you would like to help out the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you, it's very easy to do. Don't click the end stream button, you silly streamer, which I just clicked. Unend the stream. There we go. Cancel that. If you want to help out the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you, you can go there and leave a like on it. YouTube, folks, there's 26 of you tuned in so far. If you leave a like on the stream, it does genuinely tell YouTube to tell other people to go watch it. There's 11 likes and 24 people watching. I'm sure that number is going to go up in a minute. Yeah, and then if you have the extra bandwidth and you want to help out, you can do that by, you know, leaving the tab open and giving us double the ad revenue. I want to say there was a beast that just arrived. Well, there is, okay, so there is this thing composed of vomit with webs. And I'm pretty certain it can get into my fort, because it's going to come in this way. Which is going to go up here, then up to here, and then up in this way. And then it's going to go over here to where my fort is and fight us, which is not great. But currently, we're all locked inside the fort. So I'm going to close the door in a minute and hope that it goes and attacks the zombies that are on the surface, which we just fought right here in front of my fort. There's a bunch of zombies on the surface, and they're all either like slowly wandering around going, brains, or alternatively, they're hanging around down in here going, carp, which, you know, is terrifying. So that's a threat. Down here in the fortress itself, I do have a dwarf I need to name here. And also dwarf redemptions are up if anybody else wants to redeem another one. We are breeding stray giant tortoises. We've got some babies. They're all hatchlings. They itty bitty giant tortoises. These are not a giant animal. Like, you know how there's like normal like lions and then a giant lion. These aren't giant variants. These are just the breed. So we also have a bunch of tame babies. So the baby ones are tame, the adults are not. They're just trained. We'll keep training them and maybe package them up into containers and try and sell the babies to the mountain home. So Jasper, you'd like a lady dwarf. Zalvi, did you have any preferences on who we're giving it to? Origin 64. Okay. Or Origin 64. Where is Origin 64? Is this somebody in the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat? There you are. You now get a dwarf. Origin. What kind of dwarf would you like? Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? We have we have some weaponsmiths. We have some crafters. We have plenty of farmers. We might have some military, although some of them are pissy. But, you know, we have plenty of children in the fort as well. One of them is very angry. I mean, it is a baby, so it checks out. But any preferences? As far as named dwarves currently, we've got Havoc, Loverboy, Bert, Raiklu, Draxon, and Andre. We got Inner Bunny. We got George, 94, Arende, who is the Holy Crypt religious figure. Strixa Trixa, who is the Holy Gorge, also a religious figure. We have, as I scroll down through the names, we got Snail, we got Croc, We got Lanix. And also Zalvi, who's giving their first dwarf today away. Demonster the Child. And I want to say that's everybody. Yep, that is everybody. You would like a soldier. All right. Let's actually do them here. So it's anybody who's currently training that is not currently named you could select. Although a lot of them are pissy, so just do note that. We haven't fully taken over the mysterious palace yet, but we are getting there. Terminal witness. We are getting there. I don't have a library yet, but I'm planning on making one today. Freeways. Do you use all your layers? I don't think I've ever used every single layer. And also, aquifer layers are far from useless, YouTube chat. Aquifer layers are how you make artificial rivers. And they're also channel outable from above. So if you start one layer above the aquifer and you channel down into it, removing the ceiling will remove the drip. So you can push it all the way to the edge and wall it in if you really wanted to. But you just have to do some pre-planning for that and do some multi-layer digging. So I will say, aquifers are not useless. They are exceptionally useful, even. One with a hammer or a mace. Do you care about male or female dwarf? Because I should... I do have one hammer dwarf there, but they all have spears because that's the weapon that I'm focusing on, so I don't really have any hammer dwarves. This dwarf has a mace. That looks like a spear, but this one has a mace. So if you're okay with Lady Dwarf, could have Alath. Not sure which one you're referring to. This one? She is a she, yes. Would you like a Lady Dwarf? That's fine. Alrighty. Origin 64. Shark Jumping Walrus. By the way, that is the second notification of money of the day. So appreciate you. Third notification. Because Paul Harvey resubbed for 27 months 5 minutes ago, which I completely missed. My bad. And also Red Fogel with the 3 months way back at the beginning. So thanks for the $1. First bits of the day. They all have beards anyway. They don't, but you don't have to know that. She is very comfortable around others that are different from herself, and she strongly prefers discussions of ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she is a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She often feels lustful and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She has a greedy streak, and she can occasionally overindulge. She is currently more rude and currently more confident and currently more shameless and currently more thoughtless. She chews her cheek when she's angry and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and is cave adapted. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds sacrifice to be the highest of ideals, sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and she has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and she dreams of mastering that skills. She likes dolomite, copper, and chrysoprase, as well as turkey leather, gigantic squid tooth. They have teeth? Okay. Rami paper and the color teal, squares, bolts, and shields, and pigs for their sense of smell. When possible, prefers to consume anchovy, pearl millet beer, and blood amaranth flour, and can't stand gnats. She worships the god Burr, who's the god of jewels and value, and she's a member of the sect of Amethyst, so wealth and jewels. And Jasper, do you have any idea what career path you would like? What's the most interesting discovery that a scholar ever made while you're doing a fort? I don't know about interesting. I had a dwarf once ponder levers for like years, and then finally discover the use and function of a lever, which I thought was really funny because I was using my library at the time as the lever room. So there was just levers everywhere already, and he's like, what exactly are these? And I found that very amusing. And then there was these two dwarves that pondered pulleys once. And then one of them discovered pulleys. And then the other one started writing about pulleys. But the one that discovered pulleys started writing about guides on pulleys. So it was like a wizard's guide to pulleys. Pulleys, can they save us? And all sorts of other books like that. And then the dwarf next to him started writing books about why pulleys won't work. So it was like, pulleys, doubts. Pulleys, the end of everything. Pulleys will destroy us, and stuff like that, which was very funny. It was like a debate happening in real time in the format of book. All right. Military for the chaos is always fun. How's this look to you? Jasper's 88 years old, has a pet dog and a pet goat. And I can tell you right now they're still alive because you only just got here. She is slow to trust others, personally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and is somewhat quarrelsome, feels discouraged, doesn't handle stress well, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Naturally. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally values family, values nature. Did I post on Discord today that I was live? Yes, I did. She values nature and finds friendship burdensome and dreams of mastering a skill. And like selenite and electrum and levin opal, as well as naked moldog parchment and bolts and hatch covers and anvils and cavies for their adorable call. When possible, prefers to consume osprey and artichoke wine and absolutely hates jumping spiders. A mail-in bulletin board flame war? Pretty much, yeah. Of caveman science fiction. That's an interesting thought concept. So there is a forgotten beast running towards my fort right now. So we're going to close the front door. Because that's the only logical thing to do from here. Let me just make sure that there's nobody in the hospital. I do actually need a functioning well in here, which I don't currently have. We do, in fact, have a bunch of people in hospital. So I need a functional well. Where the heck is that aquifer? It's like right there. So I wasn't planning on using this for this, but I'm just gonna make a real quick well right here. And then the next thing that I'm gonna do is just make sure that this is locked. Actually, let's just wall this off. Again, I can just dig into it whenever I need it. All right. Let's hope that nobody's stuck inside, because I guarantee you that Forgotten Beast is coming for us. Dwarf already pulled it. There we go. It is now shut. So for the beast itself, it is pretty slowly moving, but it is heading towards us. It's always fun getting a blast from the past, isn't it? All right, so for Jasper, you're not actually that upset, oddly enough. Slow to trust others, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is somewhat quarrelsome and often feels discouraged, doesn't handle stress well, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of mastering a skill, personally values family, values nature, and finds friendship burdensome, and likes selenite, electrum, levin opal, naked moldog parchment, bolts, and hatch covers. Anvils and cavies for their adorable calm. Personally prefers to consume osprey and artichoke wine, and can't stand jumping spiders. And also worships Burr and is a member of the Doctrine of Bronze, the other denomination for the same religion. How you doing, Big Bang? Let's see. Apparently one of my amethyst people is dead. But, wait, is it? Yeah. Oh, no, never mind. They're both still alive. But so are you. You are now alive, and I've discovered that you guys do some work? Some work. I've seen them doing the odd job here and there, like bringing water, which is odd. You haven't seen those before? Yeah, and they're vanilla too. They came from the Mysterious Palace. I'm presuming this guy's going right here. Maybe not. Because this is a way into the fort. You just need to go across here and then... I just really want it to go up to the surface to deal with some of these threats for me. Yeah, 2 of the Amethyst people origin. Also, you weren't lying when you said you haven't been here for a while. Jeez. Every now and again when someone says they haven't been here in a minute, I go back up through their chat logs. I was like halfway through last year. You were here last. Well, welcome back. Okay, so where are you going now? I was kind of expecting you to go up and into my fort. I mean, I could just shoot you with bolts. But that is far less productive. Touched Crazy, the Olm Man? I wonder how there was a named Olm Man. Like, he could just enter the fort here. Kind of expecting him to come back, but... I could also just send my Mark Dwarves down here and probably kill it. Let's open the door back up. And see if that turns it around. You do watch the YouTube VODs? The YouTube VOD channel is finally starting to grow into a little channel of its own. I'm always very amused when people realize that they're watching a stream VOD. Because either people are just, like, unaware of the fact sometimes, or, like, are... Dusty the Hammerdorf has been missing for a week? That's not good. I feel like they either are just very, very dense and just completely oblivious to the fact that they're watching a stream VOD, but every now and again, I do get comments from people that are kind of funny that are just like, wait, this is a stream? This was a live stream? Oh, shit. And I'm always very amused by that. Let's also actually just dig out this. And this will still give them a way up and out. And then this. Sweet. So then I will put the well right there. Sure, we'll put the fancy stuff up in here and use my last jet mechanism. And then I will set this as a water source. By the time they're done building this, it should be actually usable. I need to make a water source down in the hospital itself, but this will work for right now. Oh no. Well, they seem to have found a giant turtle and knocked its shell off. Well, that's a shame. Okay, so let's see. Is the beast on the screen right now? Nope. The thing is, that Forgotten Beast is probably just going to go die. It's not considered a water source if it's empty. And I want them to already queue up jobs for it to be a water source. And then there's also a setting that you can set where dwarves only gather water from designated water sources, which I have enabled. So I usually enable that because it's helpful. But once this hits 4, which now it does, this will be functional once it's constructed. Although, why are you not constructing it? I mean, it's in the burrow. Maybe they can't access the parts. Are they busy? Certainly possible. It's probably just underneath all these other construction tasks. We'll wait until they get it done. Speaking of other things I need to do, let's pop down over to here and check you. Let's also zip down to, where was it? Right here? Shear animal, spin thread. I do need to move my farming workshop, though. I also want to change how this is all laid out. So while we're in an ad break here, which is about to pop, I will just lay out flooring with the game paused. Expanding your D&D world, DF and blind streams always end up inspiring you. Have you ever used Dwarf Fortress as part of D&D world gen stuff? Or area creation? Map building? Because that's one thing that's always fascinated about me about how some people play Dwarf Fortress, is using it as a form of world generation. The little baby tortoises, they're awesome, aren't they? I think Elfie melted a little bit when they first popped up. Yeah, let's make this a longer farm plot. Yeah, fair enough. Savi. Seeing an adventure mode Dragon Slayer? What is like after this fort? I'll probably do some adventure mode after this fort. The thing is, like, the last, what was it? The last 3 forts I've done have just been very unsatisfying and haven't felt completed by the end. So I've just wanted to dive back into fort mode, but I'd be down to do a day or 2 of adventure mode after this fort is done. Whenever I start to get tired of it. But the main project for today is this, for anybody who's missed it. This is a railgun I'm building. So, you know, we're building a railgun, folks. That's what we're doing. We're building a railgun. 4 of them. Hopefully with an automatic reloading setup built in. So this is going to take some time. It's currently completely closed off from the outside world. But with the idea of turning it into a, you know, a functional murder space. Are they still fighting with that tortoise? Also, Jasper's fighting with something? Uh-oh. Oh, I see. Some zombies made their way in. Well, we got to deal with those. Well, I'm going to be launching platinum minecarts at them, is what I'm going to be doing. Seems that Jasper over here is in a martial trance already. Slashing her way through the zombie hordes, stabbing the axeman corpse in the lower arm with her pale metal spear, and the injured part is cloven asunder. We have Swords Dwarf slashing through the crossbowman corpse. Corpses are pretty decent training, too. As they go down pretty easily. Bolts are starting to fly, too, from my mark swerves at the back. And now they're running in to help in the melee as they run out of ammo. We also have Kel the Diagnoser here, who may not live much longer if they don't save her. But she's currently not dead yet, so I guess that's a good thing. The militia is running out to assist with the remaining dwarves. Thankfully, this dwarf, even though she is trying her best to help, I don't know why she should be running, we do have ways to help her. Hopefully, she gets carried to the hospital after this. You must really want to be in the military. Jeez. We've got dwarves moving forwards towards the continued onslaught of goblins, including the dwarf that is rescuing you. So this dwarf is currently getting rescued by Raiklu, and Raiklu's helping with the fighting. Well, I mean, hey, you know, if you want to fully commit, you can. Olan here, the militia captain, is up at the front, but is getting kind of tired. Although is a talented spear dwarf at this point, so that is good, learning skills. And it seems that Raiklu is continuing to charge forwards. I guess I will move the soldiers up, because you're just that brave, I suppose. This was the dwarf that went missing, who died in the previous stream. And, man, you are quite the enthusiastic little dwarf here, Zon. Where does the line of zombies end? Well, they're all the way up to here now, so we continue to move forward. The Marks dwarves have all ran out of ammo, so they're just fighting in melee now, but they're still very effective. Some of them are still shooting, too, which is good as well. You'll have to see it. But the zombies, as long as they're in single file like this, don't really stand a chance against the dwarves. So as you can see, the siege icon's still there, so there are still zombies on the map. Like up here. Let's send them back to training. Because as far as I can tell, that's all of the zombies for right now. No, it is not. It is not all of the zombies for right now. So I will just send the dwarves up to here. Because there are zombies in the stairwell. And here they come. Even more of them. A fort for history and the lore of the dwarves in a campaign. How I found the channels and caught me live. What, like trying to cultivate Dwarf Fortress as just a pure history generator? You might need to change some of the names and places if you're going to use it in a tabletop campaign, but like, as a whole, I will say that Dwarf Fortress does a pretty good job of just generating convincing places. So this is a mace dwarf, and they've sustained an injury that was bad enough that it made them drop their weapon. We're going to need backup soon. Come on, militia. Where are we at? Too many of them turned around. Thankfully, Erdim here is in the fray still. Same with Alath. Okay, zombie there. Dwarves took out that zombie. Got some more in cages down here. Are there any this way? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, so you're there. Let's just go here and type in undead. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what an oxbow lake is. What is an oxbow lake? I could just, I'm very tempted. What time of year is it? It's late spring. I'm going to turn on the underground burrow for a second. And sign everybody. And we're just going to go pick off the remainder of the zombies. I really hope somebody comes and rescues you. They should be coming to get you now. Dwarves are all going back to go eat, and amongst other things. Some of them should be going up and out. Here goes Zulban, the brave Marks dwarf. Who is now soon going to be a dead Marks dwarf, if I had to bet. Come on, Zulban. Oh man, you had his spear for a second. Rip. One loss, though, not too bad. I figured they would all go get more resources. You're also loading cage traps, which is also useful. There's another spear dwarf coming. There's the spear dwarf, and a forgotten beast has arrived. Well, this is terrible timing. Forgotten beast has arrived, a great feathered damselfly. It has mandibles, and it undulates rhythmically. Its feathers are long and broad. Beware its poison vapors. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. So when a bend in a river is cut off in a main stream because the water flow is eroded in a straight path and eventually leaving a lake once the part is in the river. Huh. Well, I mean, Dwarf Fortress's, like, topography generation is one of the oldest parts of the game's code, right? Yeah, I've had several poison vapors that haven't been that bad, but uh-oh, and it's on the layer where it can get to me. Well, my military's all split up and all over the goddamn place, and half of them are in the goddamn hospital. Well, this is terrible. Everything is awful. Let's send the dwarves back inside as best we can. I don't know where the beast is currently. It's right here, and it's moving quite fast. I see. I didn't forget about the beast. It just showed up at a bad time. And most of my doctors are currently busy in the hospital. Zolvan was found dead. Well, that's a good sign. At least nothing is currently fighting. It's flying towards my home. This is going to go just great. Speaking of just great, I do actually have some soldiers here, so that's good. How are we doing on bolts? Most of them have bolts. The Mark Swerves are going to be exceptionally valuable here. Chat, I need you to wish me luck. It's entering my fort. Round of beers for good luck here. We're going to need it. Here comes the critter. It is chasing the random wild boar who's in the fort. Also, I've built this fort this way. I've built this fort with the expectation that we're going to get attacked by things like this because it's fun. All right. Well, it's blasting out its poison vapors. Hopefully it gets distracted by the army of sheep I have. And doesn't feel anything while in conflict. Thankfully, it's not deadly dust. That's one thing that's real good about this whole situation. Deadly dust would be significantly worse here. The militia is running in the direction that I need them to be running. We've got one militia dwarf here, Datan, who's charging in. We've got a whole bunch of alpaca blood on the ground. That's a... Okay, there's also some dwarf blood. Kavashir is seriously injured. Can't stand or grasp. I'm already seeing the creature's mandible flying off. The dwarves actually appeared to have been doing not terrible. I mean, they're certainly punching it and doing some damage to it. As for the beast itself, how about the other dwarves? Were the other dwarves hitting it? Yeah, no, I mean, they were attacking it and kicking it and doing some damage to it. Cheesemaker punches it, and it glances away. Probably hurt his wrist, too. Hammer Dwarf scratches it in the left foot, which chips the muscle. Leather Worker punches it with their right hand, bruising the muscle. The Forgotten Beast attacks the dwarf, but they jump away. The Leather Worker punches the Forgotten Beast in the left first foot with the right hand, chipping the chitin. And the Swords Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the right wing with her steel short sword, fracturing the chitin. A ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. The beast continues to fight and then falls rather quickly. Now it's just up to... The Glazer punches the Forgotten Beast in the thorax. Adil, did you do that? Yeah, you did. Congratulations, you're now thorax. And you seem to be having some mixed emotions right about now. I have a butcher shop like right here, don't I? Doesn't appear that we can butcher it. Which is a bit of a shame. Oh no, numb. Seems to be a syndrome everybody's getting. Completely numb. Does anybody know what numb does? I need to check my doctor's situation. Doctor, bone doctor. You're diagnosing. Also lost the leader of my Marks dwarves. Speaking of the leader of my Marks dwarves. How are them zombies doing? Still heading towards us. Seems like. They've become so numb. I can't feel you there. Yeah. It's a lot of meetings being conducted. Okay, so the numbness seems to wear off pretty quickly. There's certainly a lot of nausea. I mean, as spotted by the plentiful amounts of vomit. Okay, so let's see. What do we actually have stocked in the hospital right now? I'm getting a notification of something dying, I think. Let's increase the thread, let's increase the cloth, let's increase the splints, let's increase the crutches, let's increase the powder for casts that I don't have, let's increase the buckets, and let's increase the soap. Actually, let's see if I can make some soap. Probably is what I need to be doing. Okay, so we've got clean patient, diagnosed patient. Nobody's doing stitches. Nobody's doing surgery. Gotta immobilize breaks, stress wounds, clean. Well, so far so good, I guess. And I need to keep an eye on here to make sure zombies don't start arriving. Because when they do, I gotta kill them. Wouldn't that be uncomfortably numb? Dwarf Floyd? There's no way that a dwarf variant of Pink Floyd could be comfortable. Yeah, it seems like whatever that the syndrome of vomiting and numbness doesn't seem to last very long. So I would say that's a good thing. Also, Zalvi, I've got bad news, but you've been found dead. You appear to have died to the zombies up on the surface. My militia commander here seems to be thirsty and has an infection. Needs cleaning in a wound. I'm wondering if the zombies are into the walkways just yet. Oh no, they've left. So that's good. Meaning I can turn on the underground again. Retired to Fort Duty FPS and Circus Breach. Well, there you go. There you go. Sounds like a very successful fortress. It's exactly what you'd hope for, if nothing else. I'm going to give my soldiers a break. I think they've earned it. There's also just so much death down here now. Just gonna chop down these trees. Same with up here. Get all the body parts out of them. Fate had different plans. Yeah. Yeah. Same old story as you said. Same old story. Speaking of same old story, it's time to fill up this again. Although I should stop putting the wool in here. And I should also not put hides in here. Fresh rawhide. Because I need these to get, you know, spun. Those need to get spun. Here. You know? I get it. We got lots of llama wool yarn, and all of this stuff is getting made into cloth, but still, come on. Come on. Come on. How's that mayor doing? Still resting? What I may end up doing is seeing if I can heal some of my militia dwarves, such as this one. Because she's got no ability to stand now. So I'm going to see if I can take you specifically, and send them up into here and heal you. Because I'm going to lock them in here basically and get this dwarf to consume some of these magic potions and heal. Here comes Havoc to remove the construction. Snails? Who found a snail? Presuming combat caused this to stop. So I do have the pieces to put that together. And also I need to make sure that things are getting put into tombs. It doesn't appear that they are. Am I out of tombs? It appears that I am out of tombs. Well, that's not good. Well, I guess I gotta make more tombs. I really like this tomb design. I think it's neat. You just put stairs up and down, and then just plunk in tombs like this. It's pretty quick and easy to make them this way, and I think they look all right. You can also, like, cram quite a lot of them in. I could make them smaller. It doesn't really matter, but... You have a pet snail. Like a aquatic snail? Mystery snails are so active and cute. Yeah, they do wander around a lot. It's funny, it almost seems like they move faster underwater. I guess it's the extra lubrication helping them move. Chat, what's your preferred way to do tombs? You just put them all in a room and individually assign them? It does end up looking sort of like a graveyard above ground, yeah. And also makes, you know, placing slabs pretty easy as well. Did I ever properly assign you? Yeah, I did. So you are working. Holy shit.
Smiley face.
So this is one of those ones that always makes me feel like I'm saying names horribly incorrectly, because I probably am, so please forgive me in advance. Porzakraz Lecter. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription and the continued support. I greatly appreciate you. Just like bedrooms, I like the idea of dedicated floors and halls for memorializing people. So similar stuff to this kind of deal. Okay, now we're just waiting for some final dwarf to get up here and do this. You come stand here. After you're done picking up your equipment. Tiny rooms with coffins seem boring. True. I think these ones are big enough that I could, like, put other things in them if need. All right, you guys can watch this dwarf move around slowly. I'm gonna really quick go take a toilet break. I will be right back. I'm also gonna fix the sunbeam. Should also check in on the hospital and see how that's doing. She really doesn't feel anything. Well, yeah, no, I mean, she certainly doesn't feel much. Much is true about this dwarf. Okay, only one dwarf is still stuck resting. And they're very happy, so I guess that's good. Means everybody's out of hospital. Let's also go back down here real quick. Let's see if any of these coffins have been made. Nope. And then these two coffins here can get placed. I'm going to take a bit of a risk. Oh, okay, they're already off. I was going to say I'm going to take a risk and unassign everything, but shouldn't you be stationing there, dwarf? You're supposed to go station. Oh, maybe you can't get there, actually. Maybe an unreachable location, technically. So go in here. Go up to here. Oh, yeah, currently it is unreachable. Where I've told you to go. There you go. Rings above temples, taverns, and guild halls. The wall at the back gets engraved with the coffin and then placed when it's full of a statue with the dwarf on it. New dwarf who this? What dwarf you want? Napalm? Although this one will be called Sideburns. Because I'm pretty sure Napalm died. Like 99% certain. Yes, Napalm did die. Someone happy. We got Aerith the leatherworker who's still in the hospital. We got a Gelder. We got a cheesemaker. Any dwarfs with beards that are happy? This is the happiest dwarf with a beard. You might have a beard, I can't tell. Want the cheesemaker? Cheesy motherfucker.
For everyone.
Sideburns. The sides, they burn. Sideburns. There's a snatcher here. Takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. Does not generally respond to emotional appeals and tends to be passive in discussions. You know, actually, I'm going to do something real quick before I forget. This burrow is going to have everybody removed from it right now, and I'm just going to go here and type in child. So the children just stay in the fort. I'm also going to enable this. I'll add everybody else in whenever it's pertinent. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals and tends to be passive in discussions. Yes, and feels envious of others and tends to not reveal personal information, though she is conflicted by this, as she dislikes the rest as she dislikes that sort of concealment in the abstract. She is often cheerful and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She often feels discouraged, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She can handle stress, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She prefers that everybody live as harmoniously as possible and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting masterwork someday and is thoroughly disgusted by cooperation, values sacrifice, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. She likes sandstone, aluminum, and yellow diamond, tetrahedra, coffins, and giant cougars for their cunning. The sound of the laces of silk and the sight of the laces of silk, and she doesn't. The sight thing was me running on automatic. When possible, she prefers to consume cave lobster and strawberry wine and bumblebee royal jelly and quinoa flour, and can't stand blood gnats. Tiring day today. You will move to bed and watch from there. Thanks for the company. We'll see you when we see you. Zalvi, take care. Sorry for killing you so early. You know, that shocked me so much, Anubis, in YouTube chat when a ghost opened a door the first time. Because similar thing happened. It let a creature out that I'd locked in. Threw me off pretty far. I was shocked. Feels content remembering a bath. Well, would you look at that? Welcome to the Fort Sideburns. Although we're going to keep following Olan. In YouTube chat, Dwarf Fortress is legitimately the only game in existence that has genuinely hurt my feelings. A fort was lost due to the gross negligence of leadership. Is that what it said in Legends or something? Because that's fucking funny if that's true. Just gonna lock this door right now. Actually, let's just lock this door. Not this one. And once you're in here, I will lock this door. Unlock this door. I'm actually going to tell them to put a wall piece right here. Whatever piece is closest. And then, down in here, I'm going to unforbid this, and unforbid this. So this has peculiar juice in it, this has curious jam in it, and this has curious jam in it. I think that's it. So, now we wait until you get hungry. Although problem is, you filled your thing up with dwarven wine, so I have to get rid of that. You also don't have any meals. Okay. They are not coming back, and they were removed because they were the most common cause of frame rate death in regards to animal doors. So no, they are not coming back, and they were removed intentionally. So. Because, to quote Tarn, they were a bad mechanic. What makes jam so curious? They're magical potions that heal people, basically. Magic potions are available in adventure mode, and this is supposed to be an adventure mode site. But I used Embark Anywhere to embark here. And so if a dwarf, like if this dwarf, as an example, eats one of these meals. Oh shit, the humans are here to trade. Well, that's a change. Anyway, if this dwarf eats one of these, or consumes one of them, then they will regain the ability to stand. And I need to see where my brewing status is at. Okay, we're out of plants again. Well, we are harvesting them, just too slowly, I guess. Do you have any good insight on how much trading affects the future migrant waves? The more value you give to the mountain home, the more value is known about your faction, and the more value that is known about your faction, the more people show up. I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but I do know that giving more value to your faction increases the export number, which is this number. Imported wealth and exported wealth. And exported wealth directly encourages more people to show up and join your fortress. Storf is dwelling on getting into an argument? Well, that's unfortunate. You know, I'm just going to... What's your god? Sect of Amethyst. I'm just going to put a little meeting place right here, actually. And just put this spot so you could just go pray if you wanted. The mayor has been reelected. Of course he has. Frustrated after the lack of decent meals for too long. That's surprising to me. Rather than waiting for a shit ton of value to trade, let's just do large gems. Just grab 2 of those. Higher value ones. Just type in large. Actually, hold on. Let's sort by distance. Only things that are closer. Stuff that I'm going to sell. I really just need like a low value clothing stockpile to go like right here. Yeah, these we can sell. That we can sell. Those we can sell. These we can sell. These we can sell. That we can sell. I realize there's some that'll be far away, but that's fine. And now we wait. How nice the socks are even after getting worn out. Imagine always having new socks. Yeah. Well, Dwarf gets to pray. That'll help solve part of your bad mood. I just don't want this dwarf to overeat because this is a one-use item. First YouTube video was a Naruto video talking about in the eye, and I was 1 minute long, and it took an hour to load. An hour to load a 1 minute YouTube video. It's like loading a high definition, like, photograph on the internet back in the day, watching it load one line of pixels at a time. So holding on wealth is kind of pointless. Well, it depends on what you're trying to do, right? Holding on wealth makes your fortress wealth go up, which makes you get attacked by bigger things. Getting rid of wealth makes your overall wealth go down, your exported wealth go up, and your fame go up. So I guess it depends on what you're trying to do. Are you trying to increase your overall wealth, or are you trying to increase your renown? That's good. This dwarf finally got through the thing that they really needed. Now get hungry or thirsty, damn it. They're unloading their goods. So we can now trade. It's not a ton of value, but hey, it's something. What did they bring? So I would like to trade with them. They brought saltpeter blocks. They brought a platinum block. Well, I'll take the platinum block right off the bat. They brought a bull and a cockatiel. They also brought some wine, river spirits, rye beer, persimmon fruit wine, and sweet potato wine. I will buy those gladly. Gladly. Happily, even. Also brought a bunch of very expensive bags. Well, something I need to do that I really haven't done in this fortress up until this point is I should really just automate clothing, because I have a great clothing industry cloth supply up now. So I could easily automate clothing. Buy those books and the scroll, not that pot. Buy the crutches and the splints, because I'm too lazy to make them, and then I'll buy some cheese. Now we're right on the edge of yellow, and we trade. Thank you for your business, they say. No problemo. You're still waiting. You do love making rich fortresses? I mean, I'll put it this way. I tend to play fortresses that are very scrappy, kind of by design. What I mean is I often end up playing fortresses that are... I often end up playing fortresses that are built as areas that are not going to naturally accrue a ton of wealth very quickly. Often my fortresses don't have access to large sums of resources or like naturally occurring minerals, because I tend to turn down those numbers in my worlds. So because of that, I end up selling a lot of destroyed stuff and not having a huge amount of wealth to begin with, and then having to adjust the numbers so that I get attacked more often. Because I find that more interesting. I find like scraping together materials to be a much more compelling way to play than just having everything available, which is the default settings, basically. So I mean, that's just a personal way to play, but like, I personally feel that Dwarf Fortress is at its best when you find something valuable and you freak out. One of my least favorite changes about the premium version, actually, is the fact that Tarn decided to make diamonds so easy to find. I think I could count on one hand the number of times I found diamonds before premium came out. And now it's like, they're in every fort, right? You're going to find some rubies. You're going to find some sapphires. They're in the little Kinder Surprise Egg fun boxes that sometimes have demons in them, among other things. And I wish that wasn't the case. I really, really, really wish that wasn't the case. Because some of my favorite stuff really... Oh, you drank your wine. Okay. Well, you got thirsty. I think the jam is a food stuff, so we just gotta wait for you to get hungry. I mean, at least you got streams to entertain you, right, Bastet? So, yeah, I don't know. I think that struggling for fortress value is a fun piece of gameplay. I don't know really where I'm going with this. But I will say this, Space Goose. Because of the way Dwarf Fortress works as a very roleplay heavy game, everything is kind of pointless. I realize that's like a very silly nihilistic thing, but because like all of the goals in Dwarf Fortress are player driven, everything is pointless, but nothing it is. So is holding on to wealth pointless? Sure. Is getting rid of wealth pointless? Sure. Depends on what you're trying to do, you know? Well, good on you for sharing chores, Bastet. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with this information. And as YouTube chat says, you have to make your own challenges, which is fine because I have a game. I'd rather have a game where it says good luck than you make, and then you make value out of it. Yeah, it's a toy box, and you pick what toys to play with, right? It's good to know that you're here now. Please don't cry. Orc with bow. Oh, sorry, that's a war cry. I'm very, very similar. Sorry, I mistook. It's good to see you. How you doing, Orc with bow? I wish there was a second highest tier to gems that appear in the cavern kinder eggs, like normal diamonds with and rubies or something, or like impure diamonds. Because I know that you can have like semi-pure diamonds or like impure diamonds. Maybe just like small, you know, like a diamond fragment or something. That's just a lower value gem. I don't know. I know that was a placeholder mechanic that Tarn added because he was bored of working on UI. So, or he said as much. Good luck. It does say that at the beginning of Star Fox. It's mostly for the early game. Now I know to trade more. I usually hoard all your wealth like a dragon. Hey, there's nothing wrong with doing that either, because then you're more likely to get a dragon, right? If you hoard all your wealth, you're more likely to have a dragon show up. I realize this is the least interesting gameplay ever, just staring at that dwarf until they eat, but I go down here and just queue up a bunch of construction. And then I'll go back up there. I'm also building these bedrooms so that we can get rid of clothing. Let's also go here. Actually, let's go here first. Cloth. What do I have for cloth? 146 spider silk, pigtail, and quite a lot of llama and sheep's wool. I'm just going to say sheer animal and spin thread. And I'll just do 12 per month. And then get rid of these, although I will chuck some more spin threads. What's up, Sir Olsich? Wish you could get a dragon. All you get are robbers. Finding dragons is a lot easier if you start off in adventure mode and then find a dragon's lair and then settle really close to it, or on top of it. Because you can just straight up settle on top of a dragon's lair. And they won't just automatically attack you unless you walk up to them. So you can settle on a map with a dragon already living on it. And if you're sneaky about it, sometimes you can start on a map with a dragon and its children living on it. So that's the route I would go. Was it the last fort or the fort before? I was doing a bunch of dying previously. I'm not in this fort. I don't know. Dying is one of those mechanics where it's like, I personally don't see enough reason to take part in it. Like, I'll do it sometimes, but I don't think I've ever set a limitation to only spin dyed thread, because I know that that's a thing you can set. I don't think I've ever set that before. Like, not once. For whatever that's worth. This is concerning me. Doesn't seem to be bothering them, though. Just don't like it. Yeah, it's a value increase similar to like how encrusting stuff with gems works. So it's a cloth value increase, which increases the value of anything made out of said cloth. Ah. Forgotten Beast, Rulush, Fergig, Gulgun. It shoots you shoot the gulls and their feathers fly off. It's like Galgun, but with seagulls. I said I had a story about a goose. I should tell that story. I saw a guy sitting on a beach feeding geese, and he had like 35 geese around him the other day. That was the story. And they weren't being mean to him. So proof once again that your American propaganda of geese being mean is you're mean to geese. That's all I have to say. Gulgun, a gigantic hairy snail, has come. It has thin wings of stretched skin and allegedly came from Bastet's fish tank. It is ravening and its pearl hair is long and shaggy. Beware its noxious spit. Oh, and it's in the lower levels, so it'll go fight with the vomit monster. It's noxious secretions. Hasn't killed anything. Well, good luck, Beastie Weastie. You're annoyed at the lack of chairs. Well... Oh, shit. So they ate the food out of this. And are still using a crutch, but don't need it. So shout outs to this dwarf. Who, we missed it, unfortunately. But is now fully healed. They still have their crutch equipped. But is now fully healed. And look at that. They dropped their crutch because they don't need it anymore. I mean, but Audacity is great editing software. I mean, who cares if a goose chases a deer? I too would chase a deer if it went anywhere near my garden. Goose bit you in the eye when you were a little kid. That seems like a parenting problem, not the goose. But I'm gonna maybe try not to make this about like parents being bad parents. But if you were a child and you were in a situation where a goose could bite you in the eye, I would blame the parents. Goose apologist, damn fucking right. I am very much in the pocket of Big Goose. What about swans? You mean white geese? Big flappy white geese? I'll be honest with you, I've never interacted with a swan. There's a pub I like called Swans, so they get a +1 for that. Very territorial. I believe it, but swans aren't really geese. That's like trying to compare doves and pigeons. It's like, well, are they the same species? Well, sure, totally. All right, so this needs to be a craft store skilled. I gotta finish this. Don't have any statues currently. I should queue up some gold statues. Gold statue. I don't know how much gold I have, but probably quite a few. 44 gold bars. Yeah. We'll do 10 gold statues. I do, in fact, have a instrument I could plop in here. I have a chest I could plop in here. Ooh, actually, since I got so much gold, let's do 7 of those. Let's jump back over to bars real quick. What else do I have? 8 platinum, 27 bismuth. What I really need is I want more platinum. Maybe, actually, you know what? I should make some billet. Yeah, let's make some billet. And I'm going to billet table. Throne. I don't actually know how much I have, but I'm gonna try and make 30. Maybe 40, because I think that's actually how much I'll need. The sock on the furnace looks fancy. What, this sock? It's a cotton sock that's green with emerald dye. And this is a very busy set of dwarves, and everybody's constructing something. Do need to see if anybody's actually putting these dwarves into tombs. Not currently. I'm a little worried that those tasks aren't going to get done quick enough, although it may have something to do with the ridiculous numbers of bodies around, or maybe they're just forbidden, which is also possible. It does look like a lot of those got cleaned up, actually. I may have to make tombstones. It's the issue here, but that's okay. YouTube chat talking about growing up on a farm. I didn't grow up on a farm, but I grew up next to a bunch of hobby farms. So I got to do a lot of weird farming activities. Maybe not weird, but farming activities when I was younger. There was also some bigger farms, but I didn't really take part in any of those. Let's see, what other animals do I have that I don't need or want? Keeping the sheep and the llamas, because we're actually raising those. I'll slaughter some of the llamas. Some of them are okay. So I've got all of these baby giant tortoises, which are tame. And then I've got these giant tortoises, which are not tame. I'm very tempted to eat the giant tortoises. Like the full-grown ones. Although currently we just seem to be eating their eggs, so maybe we'll just hang on to them. It does give you Civ XP, yeah, but I don't know. We've already learned quite a few facts about it. Storing item in stockpile. I think we're just going to let dwarves put stuff away for a little bit, is probably what we're going to do. I'm just going to let them clean stuff up, and I'm going to schedule up a bunch of clothing. Is my manager injured? I wonder. Cloth. Cloak. What are we wearing? Socks, shoes, gloves, cloak, trousers, shirt. Dress. Actually, let's not do cloth cloak. Let's do yarn cloaks. Silk dress, yarn trousers, silk sock, silk shoe, and silk. Did I not say shirt? Didn't. Yarn loincloth, why not? Itchy loincloths. Dress, cloak, trousers, sock, shoe, shirt, gloves. Let's do leather gloves. Okay, and then all of these are going to be set to 25, and then just repeat if there isn't 25. Or maybe just repeat quarterly. because that should be enough to keep everybody up. And ad breaks are about to hit. When the ad breaks hit, I will not unpause the game until the ad breaks are completed. But first, I need to see what's up with my manager. Why are you not managing? Oh, you are managing. Well, go manage then. Because I have about 50-50 of those resources, is why. Share the load on my different resource ownership is why. Hopefully it didn't get stuck in an ad right when I answered that. You want bite? You want giant turtle delight? Well, you'll get giant turtle delight. Hopefully sooner than later. Also, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, YouTube folks. There's 38 likes and 92 of you watching. I think we're capable of getting a couple more likes on the stream. And also I have to say thank you very much to the 200 folks watching here on Twitch. I appreciate you. It means a lot. Thanks for tuning in today. It's around $1,000 an acre. I know somewhere where it's about $100 an acre in Canada, which is funny because that's very similar to what I paid per square foot. Or sorry, I know somewhere where it's $500 an acre in Canada. Anyway, I'm real quick making a goal for the YouTube stream purely for algorithm purposes. And also, another thing I'm going to check before I unpause game. As a reminder to everybody, this is a crowd-funded channel, so I do not do any paid sponsor time. Thank you very much, Brugan, by the way, for the 4th month. So far today here on the Twitch, we've made 1/3 of my daily goal. A little under that, actually. So we're $80 south of my daily minimum. I'll keep up with that as it goes on. Dwarf here is managing work orders. We also have dwarves that want to acquire objects. I think really what needs to happen is these dwarves need like a month break, and I need to cool off on a lot of the tasks that they are completing. It's something I really need to cool off on. That's getting placed, that's getting placed. Let's get a door in here. How's the value doing? It's almost up. It's almost up to where it needs to be. Correct, Celestars. And we're getting close to the takeover of the Mysterious Palace. We're very, very close. You're over here making brewskis againsies. I also need some more tables and chairs in here, but, you know, working on that one piece at a time. Das Space, thank you very much for the 13th month with Prime. Welcome back. And thanks for helping me hit that daily minimum. Appreciate you, mate. All right, so something I was working on last stream was bedrooms. And if I look at this, we currently have a lot of dwarves without bedrooms. So that's something we also need to work on today, is more bedrooms. So I'm going to queue up a bunch of bedrooms. Try and be a little bit space efficient with this for once. What should you get for lunch? Chat, what should our friend Corpus here acquire for a Lunchables? Is this like a what should you order in kind of question? Or is this a, like, give me ideas on what to scrounge from my kitchen kind of question? Soup with popcorn. Ooh. I had soup and a Costco muffin for dinner on Friday, and you know what? I'm not even ashamed to say it. I discovered that the little 24-hour corner store up the street from me has Costco muffins for $1, which is actually not a horrible price to pay for a Costco muffin. So, well, actually, they're more like $1.50 after taxes. But, you know, anyway, I bought one of those, and it was delicious. It's a handheld cake is what those are. Bacon and eggs. There's a diner here that has, I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's basically just like the breakfast combo for a guy who was a regular for a really long time. And it's 6 pieces of bacon, a beer, and a shot of Jack Daniels. Half a dozen strips of bacon, a beer, and a shot of Jack Daniels. It's like $10. It's actually like a pretty decent deal. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. And they're up here on the surface. Ooh, a novice spear dwarf. Were you ever in the military previously? That's just freedom breakfast. That's just fuck you, I will do what I tell me breakfast. Dreams of raising a family. She is slow to anger. Dreams of crafting my... Yeah, we'll leave you out of the military. How about you? I love how all these dwarves have some sort of combat experience. He's assertive. Strong, developed empathy, gregarious. I think this dwarf is going to get their own squad. It'll be you. Yes. Lots of accomplished surgeons, too. Depression farm? Pierogi, very good lunch. Can confirm. Whenever I do really long marathon streams like subathons and stuff, I usually just go buy a bunch of pierogi and then just like boil them as needed. Just keep a pot on the stove. Doesn't handle stress well. Gosh darn it. I'll just throw you in here. You're a gem cutter. I'll throw you in there. Hallelujah. Population climbs a little bit. Let's go into you. Place the new animals in here. Holy shit, cavies. I caught a lot of cavies. My god. And a mongoose, apparently. We shall name him Jeff. Well, thankfully I caught them in my cage trap so I can dispose of them safely. Without the risk of them becoming pets. Do I ever do any brewing IRL? I lived in a 400 square foot apartment for a very long time. And now I live in a bigger apartment. But it's still largely 2 rooms, right? Small bathroom, nice sized bedroom. Brewing smells and kind of requires space. My parents used to make wine when I was growing up. I've never done any brewing of any sort and have 0 interest. Why do you ask? Smells so good, though? I'm glad you feel that way. No, I do, my hobby is gardening. I do some fermenting, but I have zero interest in other such things in that regard. Well, rip that wild boar. I have zero interest in doing any kind of brewing. I like to use my bathtub to bathe. You know, it's funny. Somebody always says this. Whenever this conversation comes up, somebody always says that. Bathtub wine with some sort of smiling face. At which point I would respond with, human tub bathe. That's what tub for. Not your fucking booze. If I want booze, I simply walk up street to nearest brewery and purchase booze. I don't need more. There's enough booze in my life already. That's what the rooftop greenhouse is for. I have a feeling that might get me fined. You mean gamer bath water? You know what, Necrin? You bathe in wine and let me know how that goes and get back to me. There's also a thing where, like, I wouldn't make wine if I did have interest in it because, like, I'm diabetic and homemade wine is generally very, very sugar heavy. Wine is bad for me. Same with copious amounts of alcohol anyway. So I don't need that much booze. I don't have the space for it. I don't have the interest in the type of stuff that would be easy to make, except for maybe mead. But again, if I want mead, I'll just go to the farmer's market. Just get something that, like, has been checked for alcohol amounts already. I have enough expensive hobbies. I don't need another one. Apparently, we've learned a few facts about wild boar training. It's always good to see. Is that screen still shown somewhere? Like faction knowledge? I know it used to be surfaced. I don't know if it still is. If it is, you've never found it? I mean, I've definitely, like, discovered or realized that a screen is somewhere, like, months after it was added. Probably doesn't exist anymore, right? Or it's hidden. Oh, actually, maybe. No, that doesn't expose anything. Huh. You know, I really want to try and steal that. Elemental stone whip, you say? I like that these are all at the top. I think I'm going to try and steal this whip. Good luck, Glad Portals. But yeah, no, there used to be a screen that would, like, show you all of your faction's knowledge of different critters. So, certainly doesn't seem to do anything currently, but, you know, maybe one day. Bottom right? I don't know what bottom right button I'm supposed to be looking for, because there's squads, and then there's this. Bottom right on my pets screen. Oh! Well, there you go. Found it. It does still exist. Apparently we have a general familiarity with taming gremlins. What? Excuse me? So, and then we are knowledgeable about giant tortoises. Congratulations, you just showed me a menu that I haven't seen in 3 years. I've probably found this accidentally before and then, like, forgotten. Apparently we know a few facts about training raccoons. I know where I got that. Cool. Thanks, chat. It's very helpful, actually. So this is going to be stockpiles for trading because they're close to the trading hall. So I'm going to make a stockpile for... Ooh, let's just say all clothing. And maybe some other things. So we're just going to do clothing. But I'm going to only say the bottom tiers of clothing. Any material is good. Let's also say baselets, backpacks, armor, amulets, chains. Well, maybe not chains. Probably not going to sell those ever. Crowns, earrings, figurines, flasks, goblets. Well, maybe not goblets. Large gems, sure. Gotta have somewhere to put those. Splints, scepters, yeah. Rings, yeah. Quivers, yeah. Totems, sure. Let's also go to furniture and just say yes, no. What do we do for furniture? Grates, I can't trade. Actually, you know what? Let's do a different stockpile for furniture. And then this can just be for furniture. We'll say everything, nothing. Armor stands, boxes, buckets, cabinets, doors. Maybe not doors. That'll be full. Floodgates, grates, nah. Hatch covers, mechanisms, millstones, minecarts, querns, slabs, thrones, traction benches, tables, statues, windows, sure. Weapon racks. You bought a bunch of elephants, but pasturing and unpasturing them for every attack was a hassle, so you switched to grizzlies. People always ask me why I don't generally use war elephants, even when I do have war elephants, and that's the exact reason. It's having to pasture and unpasture them in between fights. I just find it very tiresome. Oh, got an artifact happening. Exclaimed cave spider silk, gold bars, dolomite blocks, and dolomite. I also have another thingy that's being queued up. I'm gonna let you guys follow the strange mood dwarf. I'm gonna go put my coffee cup into the sink because it is empty. I will be right back. If I can figure out how to put my headphones down. I'll be right back. Hubbity bubbity. Evening, George. Your dwarf's still alive, if you're wondering. The quest for knowledge never ends, hey? Well, you work secretly. I need another one of these. Just a normal metalsmith. Steel anvils. Copper bars. Do war animals not fight if they're in a pasture? You know, I'll be honest with you, I don't do much science in this regard because I find war animals annoying to deal with. I don't think they fight if they're in a pasture, but war animals are useful in Fortress mode, but they're significantly more useful as an invasion tactic. They're much more effective in that format. So I think when people are talking about pasturing and unpasturing, usually what they're actually referring to isn't the process of your dwarves necessarily being how do I word this? It isn't necessarily the process of your dwarves pasturing them and unpasturing them for on-map combat. I think usually what people are talking about when they're discussing pasturing and unpasturing is sending them out to go attack something. You use them at your entrances? Sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure they do fight like that, but they're significantly less reliable in maps actively. Amazing Crane, what kind of bearded dwarf would you like? If I search by happiest, we have Az, this dwarf here. We also have this Gelder, who's quite happy. We have a... Nobody else higher up. Everybody else is named. I can't tell if that... That's a freaky looking butcher with a big ass mask on. We've also got the mayor who's available. Anyone happy? All right. We'll give you this engraver who's ecstatic with his life. We'll see how long that lasts. Crane the Happy could not care less about his appearance and talents or personal vanities, is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism, and without... Deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. He gets along best without any strife or contention. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. He's troubled by this as he dislikes the natural world, and he tends to think before acting. He is quick to anger and often is cheerful. Tenses up when he's nervous and when he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. When he's thinking, he has a tendency to chew on his cheek when he's thinking hard. He has a habit of licking his lips, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Inner Bunny, the blacksmith, has created Alakficod. I lack the cod, is what he's saying. A gold cage, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Fath Slapped Traded. Is a slap trade a successful trade or an unsuccessful trade? Or is it like you're trading slaps? Regardless, he personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, and truly values merrymaking parties and values loyalty. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes bronze, purple, spinel, and dingo leather, naff fabric, the color copper, spears and yaks for their shaggy hair, and the vile freaks for their macabre ways, and the words of the crested wall, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling. When possible, prefers to consume bayberry wine and dwarven sugar and pears. And hates blood gnats. Is that a gold bar bridge? Yes. I had it, and I felt like being gaudy. You worship Burr, the god of wealth, and you're a member of the sect of Amethyst, and you have no kills, no family or friends, and you've been here since the year 370. It's been 3 years, so you haven't made any friends yet. I think that means I need them to be friendlier with each other. Anyway, how's the value of this? Not high enough yet. I'm just going to do this. And also that. So now that I have this, I don't really know what to do with it, so I'm just going to chuck it into this Craftsdorf's Guild for right now. And if I think of something to do with it later, we'll do something with it later. But for right now, I honestly think that just using it as a way of cleaning up this Craftsdorf's Guild is probably a pretty good method of doing it. Also, it's worth 15,000 Dwarf bucks. Put the cage in there? Yes. And also, I just have to say thanks, YouTube folks, for hanging out. And Dawn of Minstrel, dude, it's good to see you. How have you been? It has been a long time. Hey, chat. Is anybody feeling generous? Because Dawn of Minstrel needs a sub. Otherwise, I'll do it. I'll take it out of my daily budget and do it. Pedestals plus artifacts. You can do that, but then they're stealable, right? If the artifact is constructible, I generally just construct it, because then it can't be toppled and isn't stealable. Okay, so the Order of Dust needs a temple complex and a high priest, which is this one down here. Which already has the value? That's funny. Ender Bunny, do you want it? Or, Chat, do I give it to the dwarf who beat the ever-living shit out of a forgotten beast, who wasn't even in the military and managed to get the kill by punching it really hard? Should I give it to that dwarf that just became a legendary blacksmith? Do I give it to Havoc, who helped found the fortress? Or do I give it to some random cheesemaker who apparently has a name? Sideburns. Gives you big art installation vibes. I mean, once it's installed, it literally is an installed piece of art, so, yeah. For everyone. I think I'm gonna give it to Thorax. Your gold bar bridge isn't big enough? Oh no! Well, I'll have to make it bigger then. So Arende and Thorax are the religious figures of this place, and that should immediately satisfy them. Also, my dwarves returned from their mission to recover the elemental item, and yeah, they didn't do it. Well, that sucks. I really wish that those quests worked, but maybe when they return to systems. I like how putting the statue in here was already enough. Just putting this in here is just going to completely explode the value of it. I'm also just going to remove this dwarf from this so that other people can do them, because you're too busy. Am I out of charcoal? No. Don't know why those canceled. Ah. I am out of ore to continue making Billin. Thankfully, I do have a ton of Billin, though. And I can make Billin using bars. So I'm just going to go here and go... Oh. Use bars. And we'll do another 30. Because I do have plenty of silver lying around. All right. Chat didn't do it, so I'll do it. Welcome back, Minstrel. Have my $8 Canadian. All right. So you don't need to see that ad break that's about to hit. I also learned during that Forgotten Beast attack that I haven't built a wall here yet that functions, so I should build a wall here that functions. I really shouldn't have. Well, I did. You had a 48-month sub. You need that crown, man. I mean, the first funeral is better than the last funeral, you know? I mean, it still implies that there's more funerals to come. All right. This can also get deconstructed. So can this. There's probably other bridges that I have that can get deconstructed. This over here needs to get finished. Then that'll all be done. There's also more gold right there. There's always more gold. Always more gold. I'm just going to go queue up a bunch of gold. There's so much gold on this map. So much gold. Wowie. I'm also going to go to you. And I'm just going to queue up copper bin. 10 of them. And just say, yeah, no bins. 3 bins. How many bins do you get? 1 bin, that's fine. Just making sure that bins don't end up in places where I don't want them. Should be fine. I don't know if they will arrest a king. I know they will arrest queen consorts. I don't remember the last time I had to arrest a king. Usually kings end up just being so happy that I don't run into issues with them. Honestly. Another thing I got to do is I got to dig a tunnel up to here so that I can start working on those railguns proper. We'll just do it that way, I think. Sorry about the ad break as always, but thanks for sticking through it. The wall looks cool. I really like the way the wall's turning out. I kind of want to go around the outside as well. Like, basically cut in 1 tile all the way around the base of it and have, like, a consistent wall all the way around. I think that would be really nice looking. It's something I'm probably going to try and do. I don't know how long I'm going to play this fort, but so far I'm really, really enjoying the process of building this fort. So hopefully longer. Also, it would be really cool to, you know, have, like, housing or something up and around the top of this. You know, things like that. I think that there's a lot that could be done here that could be really cool looking. You don't mind ads? I give you some money and it doesn't really distract from your work time enjoyment. Yeah. I mean, hey, I wish that there was like a plugin or something that would just automatically mute the ads, or at the very least level the volume a little better, you know? Like, I don't know if like, like that's honestly the only issue I really have with Twitch ads is that they're sometimes very loud. That's my only real issue with them, to be honest. Although I stopped paying for them because I kept getting ads in French and ads for candy. And as a diabetic, I get annoyed with this. So I now pay for Turbo so I don't see them. But I'm glad you don't mind the ads. I think like the majority of people don't mind the ads. It's just the occasional person who does mind the ads is just very loud about it, and then I feel the need to apologize. Loud as fuck ads. Yeah. The thing is, like, that it's not legal to do that, so it always just comes down to, like, code errors to me, because, like, as much as I feel like a lot of big tech companies are totally fine with just breaking the law, there are some laws that, like, it's really hard to get away with breaking. So I do genuinely feel like that's probably just an unintended error, but who knows, really? It's not legal, doesn't stop most companies. Exactly, Orange. I know, but I'll put it this way. Laws have managed to stop EA Games from selling loot boxes in some countries. So some laws do get followed. But you are correct. Laws never really stopped many people. As they always say, if there's a fine on something, it just means that's how much it costs to do that thing. And if you have the money, then who cares? So it's a $250 fine to drink in the park. Okay, well, that means a license to drink in the park is $250. Oh, really? Are they still fucking you around? Oh, that sucks, dude. That sucks. My older sister is in the process of suing her old boss for firing her illegally and also abusing her coworkers. So, yeah. It's an expensive drink, though. You know, there was an evening, actually, once where me and my moderator, Hobo, were in Vegas. This was before Steam version came out. I went on a very brief trip to Vegas because he was staying in Vegas, and I could just crash at the apartment that he was renting because he was taking a class in Vegas. And we hung out for a long weekend, and it was a great time. But we went to a concert while we were there, and we'd been on our feet for like the entirety of the day, and there was sofas in the VIP section. We were just looking at those going, okay, how much is bottle service? And we actually genuinely, for a solid 40 minutes, contemplated spending $250 on a bottle of Jack Daniels so we could sit down. So, you know, we didn't end up doing it. We ended up just deciding to go home. But, like, we did think about it. We did think about it. What our like idea was maybe we could like wander around and find one or two other people who aren't hammered yet in this crowd who would maybe be interested in splitting that. Because like we basically decided that if we could split it 3 ways, we'd do it. But if it was just us buying it, we wouldn't. So if we could find like another 2 groups or something to split it, we'd be like, oh, okay, we can like justify this now. Because they were big sofas. Like they were good for like, I don't know, 8 or 9 people even, maybe 10. Not even single malt. No, just literally a bottle of Jack Daniels. Well, it was either that or I think Smirnoff. So at least Jack Daniels is drinkable. I like vodka, but Jesus. That shit's low. Since Orange has been there, for anybody who's wondering, it was in Area 15, which is where Omega Mart is in Las Vegas. There is a couple concert venues out there. Also, I want to say the bottle of Smirnoff was more expensive. $250 on Jack? Well, I mean, it would be split between 2 people, so it technically wouldn't have been $250 on a bottle of Jack Daniels. Would have been half that on a bottle of Jack. Still too much money. I think spending more than $20 on a bottle of Jack Daniels is too much, but we didn't, so, you know. All right. How are things going? We've got that bin being made. Got those tables being made. Got statues being made. Oh, Lanix said post beers. I was like, why is there beers all of a sudden? That's caught me out. One of your elephants is so old and crippled, he can't find the way off the map anymore. You had to put him to pasture permanently. Oh, no. At least you're not sending him up to the farm up north. Is that a statue of a toad? That is a statue of a toad. Excellent. I would expect nothing less. I'm also going to make some Billin goblets. You can't buy Jack Daniels in Canada anymore? You know, I haven't been in like that section of a liquor store in a while, but yeah, I'm not surprised actually because that's a U.S. import. I mean, most bourbon you can't buy in Canada anymore. Like most bourbon. Which, you know, no sweat off my back. I'm more of a Scotch fellow anyway. Oh yeah, of course. There's a couple people that have been commenting on the meals video, going, "Goddamn tariffs!" No, I know, Elmarin. Yeah, I've mentioned this a couple times in recent streams, but I've taken up this habit of you know what, screw it. We'll keep the Bismuth Thrones. I've taken up this habit of listening to the CBC in the mornings. I was talking about this yesterday, but there's something about just hearing a calm voice talk about the news, which is less stressful than, you know, listening or reading a blog post. You know, we managed to make it 3 hours and 15 minutes without talking about politics, and here we are. You've never liked alcohol. Lol, gross. Well, I mean, good for you. It's from YouTube chat. Naturally. You're the reason? I thought alcoholism was the reason, Lanix. All right, we've also got yak sweetbread roast. I think I should just put prepared meals down in here. I'm seeing them showing up in places I don't need them or want them. But this stockpile should be... Choose a stockpile from which this selected stockpile will take items, from which this stockpile will give items. Boop! You're going to feed into that stockpile. Also just allow drinks down here. Because I'm also basically out of drinks again. Apparently I have no fermentable plants, somehow. Am I, like, cooking plump helmets? Must be. That or I somehow just don't have enough production. Caravans cannot use stairs to traverse. They need to use ramps to traverse. Oops. Well, I mean, trade caravans can, but wagons can't. Animals can take single stairs, yes, but wagons cannot. Well, I mean, if you have a barony, yeah, you want them wagons. This fort is anti-Baron. I think I'm just going to be anti-Baron / anti-Mountain Home until Tarn fixes the infinitely respawning anything. I'm totally fine with inheriting them, but I don't want my fortress to be a Mountain Home in a world where, you know, that stuff is a going concern, because I just find it way too fucking annoying to deal with. Which Baron glitch? When the leader of your faction arrives, so a king or queen or king and queen, all of the barons and nobles from your faction visit your fortress, which they've always done, and that's totally fine. I actually don't mind that. I think it's fun having a bunch of forced guests based on its situation. The problem is, if one of them dies, another one with a new name and the same rank immediately appears to replace them, basically making it so that if you get sieged while you're a mountain home or a capital, these visitors will just infinitely die. And so if you're somebody like me who likes to make weird maniacal death traps to kill enemy sieges, they clog up the death traps, and it's really fucking annoying because it's mechanically broken, basically. So I have no problem with managing nobles in my forts. In fact, I like managing nobles in my forts. I'm weird like that, I guess. I quite enjoy having nobles to manage. It gives me a side activity that I find interesting. What I don't like is having to deal with an infinitely respawning thing that, by all counts, doesn't positively affect the fortress at all. In fact, it negatively affects the fortress because all of a sudden you just have these nobles that are infinitely suiciding and then turning into ghosts, and I fucking hate it. It drives me bonkers. Like the demand, like everybody presumes when I'm talking about nobles, I'm talking about like the demands. No, the demands are fine. Like like if you have issues with noble demands, that's a skill issue, and I can't help you with that. Noble demands are a non-issue. The issue is the visiting nobles that are not part of your faction that infinitely respawn upon death. That is the issue. How do you identify and get rid of a vampire in your community? You keep finding doors drained of blood. Go to the crime screen, see who the last witness was, and interrogate them, and just keep doing that. Or you could knock down all the walls in your fortress, and then they'll witness whoever gets eaten next when they fall asleep. Or you could restrict everybody to the tavern, and the last one to get thirsty is the vampire. Those are kind of the quickie ways. Is this a new defect? It's new as of version 50. So either when version 50 initially released on Steam or at some point since version 50. They used to always come visit, but they wouldn't infinitely respawn. So like you'd always have like a contingency of random nobles visiting after your king and queen arrived, which is fine on its surface. Like I don't mind the mechanic. In fact, I wish there was more mechanics around that. Like if that's like a precursor to giving us like Dwarf Fortress like global politics, I think that's really cool, which as far as I can tell, that's what it is. It becomes an issue for me when it detracts from my ability to defend my fort functionally and enjoy a lot of the game's mechanics. That's where it becomes an issue. So new-ish in Dwarf Fortress terms, not really that new in the grand scheme of things. You know, I did that once, Corpus. I want to say it was Boulder's Gate, actually, was the name of the fort, where I basically made a public tavern over top of a volcano and dropped, like, hundreds, if not thousands of nobles into the volcano. It was a fun bit for a little bit, and then it got kind of old when I realized they all started turning into ghosts. So, you know, I think that mechanics like that actively just break the game are very different than bugs that improve the game. Like, Dwarf Fortress has plenty of bugs that have become features in their own weird ways, and I like bugs like that. I think those are fun. I don't like when a bug actively detracts from my ability to enjoy the game. Which that one does, very much so. Sometimes I tolerate it, sometimes I don't. And currently I'm in a mood of not tolerating it and got so annoyed with it recently that I directly complained to the people making the game, so hopefully they patch it. What's a record for me, Tristan, in YouTube chat? Caravan has arrived. Yay! If I have a vampire in your fort who I know is a vampire, but it isn't revealed in game, can they come to another fort and start in the same faction with a fake name? Or will they'll show up with a fake name again, yeah. Unless you give them a nickname, they'll retain their nickname. But they will show up with a new fake name, yeah. What's my fave bug? Favorite as in to use and abuse? I guess technically infinite stockpiles. This is technically a bug. Otherwise, I would say ladybugs, probably. Yeah, I like ladybugs. Or, please don't go at me and be like, that's not a bug! That or, they're called soldier flies? I think they're called. They kind of they're bright red and they fly like little attack helicopters. They kind of look like a tiny wasp, and they eat pests. They're lovely. Big fan of those. Ants are pretty cool as long as they're very far away from me and outside. An Etten has come, a giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. A second Etten. This one has no items. Or was the other one a giant? Got some thick eyebrows there, bud. No, I'm talking about literal bugs. You weren't specific, okay? If you were more specific, I would have given you a more specific answer, but you weren't specific, so thus I didn't give you a specific answer. Are you trying to destroy the door? I should open this. So you don't need to be closed right now. Also, I should dig into here and then make these into fortifications and then shoot these guys from above. Should do that. Okay, so we've got Ashen, the militia captain here, who's now dueling with the critter. We've also got Olon, the militia captain here, who's going to go help, but wasn't in time. And it seems like you're probably going to solo it, right? It's a damn shame, that. But fortunately, we got plenty of tombs. Didn't serve very long. Now, did you? Bring out your dead indeed, yeah. Speaking of bringing out your dead, let's set this dwarf to train. I'm actually curious where you end up. I don't want you to go in there. Need to make sure that these are going into the right places. Yeah, okay, so you're going in there. Don't want you going in there. So I need to go to this. I need to go to trash. And I need to go to corpses and just say dwarf. Don't put dwarf corpses into the trash, please. Put them into tombs. Speaking of tombs, I've got a slab I got to engrave. Or a place. It's probably been engraved. Yep, there it is. All right. What else was I doing? Right, you over here. I'm gonna go up to this, go up to this. And the Safe Roughness, which is a terrible name. All these bedrooms down here are claimed. Still lacking, but we're getting there. I really need a generic anything goes temple. And I also need a library. I'm gonna go over here, build up a floor. And I'm going to do this. once that's built. We're going to build on top of this, and this is going to be my next temple. Playing Dwarf Fortress while watching somebody play Dwarf Fortress. You know no problem? Well, that's good. At the very least, Dwarf Fortress isn't a game that makes you jump that often with sound effects. Like, I used to play League of Legends while watching people play League of Legends, and that was never good because I would hear things happen in the games that I was watching and then freak out. It was never good. Very bad, even. All right, all of a sudden, that's going to speed up in construction. We're also putting away a shit ton of clothing. My God. Ghostly Marksdorf's been put to rest. It is for the best. Redeemsdorf death noise. What, the tick sound? I wouldn't want you guys... I wouldn't trust you with that power. Oh, shit! My, it appears that my outpost liaison is also now a consort. A baron consort. They're asking me what I would like. I'm just gonna ask them for... I'm gonna ask them for more bismuth. Well, maybe bismuth bronze. Be fancy. They want cut gems and goblets. Ooh, fancy. Okay, well, I'll consider. I'll consider your options. And just type in bin. 2 finished goods bins. And then I'm just gonna hit X. Within reason. Distance-wise. Don't really want to do anything that's too far away. But most things are closer now, which is good. It's when stuff starts getting really far away like that I don't so much want to do it. But now that we have these bins, everything's closer, which is good. Or most things are closer. I was starting to get to the point where most items were way too far away. Which is a problem when you're trying to trade somewhat efficiently. Like, this still may cause issues, but... yeah, let's just not sell you. Sell those, close that. Oh, fuck it. Let's just do a bunch of these. If there's some far away ones, there's some far away ones. We'll deal with it when we get there. Nothing stupidly far away. And I'll sell these nest boxes because I don't need those. Okay, cool. That was an expensive glove. Yeah, it's from a an angel that we killed pretty early on. So it's made out of godlike materials, which makes it super expensive. I can't actually use it because it's for a human, and it also doesn't have a sprite, so I don't care about selling it. That's some logic. I would say that anything made of materials that are not, you know, lava safe are flammable, which is almost all creatures in the world. So I'll say that. Dwarves are equally flammable, allegedly. I already have auditory hallucinations, Java. I don't need schizophrenia on top of it. All right, let's sell all of this stuff. I can't wait to buy all of their drink stuff. I'm gonna buy these. Run an ad. I will unpause game when ad done. Some milk, but it's mostly wine. Buy the plump helmets, which will help me catch up a little bit on drinks. Need to double check that we're not selling plump helmets. I'll buy the bolts because those are helpful. Let's go to the top of this and buy the cloth. Let's also buy the bags, so I don't need to worry about making said bags. Got plenty of armor. That's a non-issue. Buy the cheese. Buy the book. Or the copy of a book. They brought a water buffalo. I'm good. Bought some of those. All right, now we wait until the ads are done. Dwarves don't float? Sure, but they're definitely flammable. I mean, here's the thing. Do the science, you know? Put an elf in water and see if it floats. Put a dwarf in water and see if it floats. Put a human in water and see if it floats. Elves also don't float. I've done the science. I know. They certainly do not float. Quite the opposite, actually. Nothing is tossable in Dwarford. How goes the railgun? Slow but steady, until it goes very fast. Currently, the railgun looks like this. So, still needs work, but we're getting there. So I would say that your logic and argument is flawed because all of these creatures that you're claiming float do not float. Corpse man. Although, ironically, the problem with floating is literally the actual answer is skill issue because anything can learn to swim, it's just most things don't. So the actual answer is skill issue. Which is kind of funny. In a way. Anyway, chat. I don't really have anything to say on this subject, so... What are you doing? What's your plans for the weekend? Got any things coming up? I got a friend who's coming to visit. Who's the friend who I normally crash with. During PAX. It's gonna be fun. Not gonna lie, what? You know, that was almost readable. I gotta say to that cat, congratulations on learning some shorthand. Next, they're gonna be talking about how you're elite haxer. For crushing that dog's hopes and dreams in life by not giving it the hot dog that was in your hand. Yes. You're wondering if you should go to a concert? What concert? I had that wonder last weekend, and then I did, and I'm happy I did. Even though it's not the kind of music I would listen to on my own, it was very much like tech death and heavy death metal, and which, you know, I don't mind. Heavy death metal's fine. It's just not my go-to. Certainly not the kind of music I would just sit down and listen to, but fun show. Going to your brother's to celebrate your niece's birthday? Gotcha. Baron Rojo and Obus. Not familiar at all. What kind of music is that? Don Minstrel? Visiting old friends? Good stuff. I'm going to try and resist going to the store that sells cassettes and buying more tapes. I'm going to try and resist and probably fail. It's a constant struggle for me. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the middle of this and dig out all these walls and replace them with blocks. Got your Discord buddies coming over? Third get together? Hell yeah. Is this just like a friend group that is like built up through Discord? Two very Spanish metal bands. Oh, that, you know, it's funny. It's like there's very few parts of metal that I'm very poorly versed in, but like metal from South America, I know very little about. Like I know some like hard rock bands from like South America, and also I know Mexico's part of North America, but like there's a few bands from Mexico I know, but basically anything further south, it's just lost. Don't know. Panic sleeping? Why are we panic sleeping? Panic sleeping good, though, because at least you're sleeping. It's better than panic unable to sleep, which is usually happens to me. Oh no, that militia commander, Catan, has risen from the grave. Stress-induced insomnia causing you to stress more? Yeah. I mean, that's usually what happens to me when I'm in horridly stressed states. It's never pleasant. I'm doing this entirely for looks. I don't need to do it. Both bands were formed in 1980. They're pretty big mainstays. Gotcha. So I have a question. What's stopping you from attending this concert theoretically? Because you said you were debating on it. You know, I wish there was. There is a couple of alternative mobile apps for Twitch, Man-Eating Tapir. That might be worth looking into. I would give you names, but I don't use them. I don't use the Twitch mobile app. I basically don't use my mobile device like that. But there are some apps that I've seen popping up as alternative clients for Twitch that don't do that. But as a default, I don't think so. Nobody likes that app. Even people that work at Twitch don't like that app. That's how you know it's bad. You haven't been to a concert since before the pandemic? So as somebody who has never really stopped, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I mean, take the necessary precautions, wear a mask if you feel uncomfortable, but like, I will be honest, like, I haven't had an issue going to a concert. I have worn masks to concerts though. Ah, dang it. I was hoping I wouldn't do that. Well. We'll just start up here. This is going to take a while to queue all these up, but we'll get there. You can have Erdim, if you like. Iron. Everybody's favorite Emperor Penguin. So also there you have your answer. Man-Eating Tapir has informed you, Donna Minstrel, that you must go. You simply must go. But yeah, that's really cool. Ergo goodies. I also got to say that, like, I've never had a negative experience meeting somebody online. I think it's also got something to do with the audience that I cultivate. He dislikes even the best advice of assistants and family, relying on strictly his own counsel. He presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy compliments, and he has little time for forgiveness and generally generally feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He has a calm demeanor and is swayed by art and natural beauty. He's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and generally tends to think before acting. He dreams of raising a family and personally does not he personally does not respect the law and values tranquility and a peaceful day. He likes steel and praise opal as well as elephant leather, yellow bullhead tooth, and linen paper, the color indigo, llamas for their long necks, and the words of the amethyst of iron, go figure, and when possible prefers to consume chameleon and pomegranate wine, and absolutely hates blood gnats. You worship Vesh, the god of death, and are a member of the Order of Dust. Welcome to the fortress. And I require water. So what I'm going to do is go to right there. From all the way along here. You're going to go over to there. I will be right back, chat. I gotta go check something. I'm getting back into the habit of having plants indoors, seedlings, starting seedlings indoors because it's been a while. And only just getting back into the habit means I forget to do things. So I forgot to turn the lights on and water them. Quick Armok is away. Well, Chaos seems to be super unsuccessful, I guess. Let's do that over to there. And then this here. And we'll continue you here. And along to here. Along here. Run that along there. It's going to be a lot of construction, but this is how we're going to power the cranes at the top. Let's just get rid of that. So many fucking guinea pigs, man. Clogging up all my goddamn traps. How many adult things do you have to do in a day before you can officially stop adulting for a day? Well, I mean, I have to give myself 5 or 6, depending on the day, injections. So I don't know if I get to stop adulting, really. I guess it depends on your definition of adulting. I think that's mostly what I would say, is it would depend on your definition of adulting. Like, what is adulting in this instance? If adulting is, like, only doing tasks that adults do, I don't think I really stop. Holy crap, that's a lot of aquifer, actually. Man. It's actually being very annoying. Guess I'll go one layer further up. want to do it this way, but we'll do it this way. Through shorts on YouTube. There you go. So I'm proving shorts work. Well, cheers, Conspiracy Nut 420. Although your username certainly checks out for somebody who is actively watching YouTube shorts. But appreciate you, mate. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Damn right. Yeah, looks like I'm gonna just need to go up another level. Because I need to get out of this aquifer. There we go. We're out of it. Although we're going to go back into it, I think. So let's instead just go to a different part of the river. May end up back in an aquifer, but I'll just redirect it if that happens. That, or I could just use the aquifer. Fuck it, why don't I just use the aquifer? Just don't bother with this. I'm just going to use the aquifer itself because it's everywhere. I might as well use it. Because there's already water running down into here. So that makes this nice and easy. You know, the awkward thing with aquifers, when it comes to aquifers that get ridiculously deep, a lot of the time, the reason they're so deep isn't because of soil, it's because of things like conglomerate, which can absolutely become like a major and consistent ongoing problem when it comes to aquifers, because conglomerate can fill up aquifers, or can be filled up by aquifers, rather. Did they not memorialize that ghost? Or engrave that ghost? Do I not have a ghost? I do. Catan. Okay, somebody already enslaved the slab, which means it's being taken to a stockpile. All the way to the caverns? All right. You know, it's funny because, like, this discussion causes some confusion with how aquifers work. Where people are just like, man, these heavy aquifers are rough. It's like, no, those aren't heavy aquifers. These are just light aquifers that are really deep. Heavy aquifers can be deep too. But aquifers are wonderful. I would never play without them. It's just a pain. Yeah, no, I get you. Or how to deal with them? If the tutorials I've uploaded and if the wiki isn't enough, I don't know how to help you, mate. I will tell you, if you don't understand them, just realize that every single day you drink water, if it's not purified ocean water and in fact water from the dirt, Congratulations, you're working with aquifers. I think there's this really, one of the biggest annoyances I have with the old school Dwarf Fortress player base are the people who just go around saying, aquifers are dangerous and scary and you should avoid them at all costs. Because genuinely, having access to a light aquifer that you can just use as a well is one of the most useful things in this video game. You wouldn't know what to do. They flow about as quickly as most rivers in Dwarf Fortress, basically. Is what a heavy aquifer does. Back in the day, all aquifers were heavy aquifers in Dwarf Fort. That hasn't been the case in a long time. But that was the case for a very long time. Thankfully, it's no longer the case, so it's no longer a going concern for most people. But heavy aquifers are like something that you play in for bragging rights, in my opinion. If you're playing in a heavy aquifer, it's purely for bragging rights. And the reason I'm doing this one layer above the aquifer is because channeling down into the aquifer doesn't cancel the dig jobs. So this is much more convenient. Can make a glass tower into a heavy aquifer. Good luck. See, all of this is aquifer. It's lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Yeah, it's just tedious and time-consuming Tantor, in my experience. And then I usually end up just kind of not bothering, because by the time I would be through it, I'm just getting attacked. Yeah, I don't know. If it's too bad, just mine one down and slap a well. Yeah, also that. I mean, well, I'd say mine two into it, but so that you don't get a dirty well. Actually, let's, instead of doing this all the way across, let's just go into this and do this and connect these. And then this will all start flowing down. Because it's in sand, there's no need to remove boulders, which is lovely. And there we go. Although there is a little bit more I should do. I'll go this way. Just get a little bit of extra flow. And then I got to plug this thing before it becomes a problem. Because now I got a time limit. Although I could put a bridge at the bottom, but that would be too easy. Water wheels aren't going to be put up here. Water wheels are going to be put at the bottom of it. It's also a very effective way of training your miners because they gain flat XP regardless of what they're digging through. So because they're going through sand and dirt, they gain XP a lot quicker. As you can see, this is already filling up. It's probably plenty, actually. Gonna end up with way too much water in here, but that's fine. I'll block it off so that it's not an issue. Then the water going down here, into here. And this, I actually need to set to priority number 1. Because I need this done first now. I go back up to here. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just get rid of this side. I don't need it. Let them finish this side, though. I'm sorry, what? Heavy lava aquifer? Lava aquifers don't exist. That's not a thing. No, there's no such thing as a lava aquifer. Don't freak out, chat. Well, technically, I guess there's semi-molten rock, which does cause lava to appear. So I guess if you want to call that a lava aquifer, sure, but there really is no such thing as that, so don't worry. This is going to start flooding my fort in a minute. So them doing this is going to fix that problem. Thankfully, they are clearing through this relatively quick, too. Well, this is going to be nice and full. Magnifer? I mean, it would just require dumping buckets of water onto it and turning it into obsidian. That's all it would do. Or that's all you'd need to do, really. Is just make sure that you have some sort of water source on the surface. And you'd be able to get through a lava aquifer pretty easily. Just pour the water in it. Let's hope that nobody is being a dumb and going up here. Not that I'm seeing. Oh, you thought that the red... Oh, I see. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Thinking that the sand was lava. Makes sense. I could see it. Oh, no! Must be very good at swimming. This random guinea pig. I need to let this flow. I'm actually just going to get them to do this. Get up here, dwarves. Because this is, starting to get a little wet. Not a fan. Need you to fix this problem. Stat. Please. Thumbs up. I mean, like, we're getting there. Once they dig through that, this will cease being an issue. But I don't like the mud that you're getting everywhere. There you go. Okay. You're stressing me out for a moment. I can safely say this is working flawlessly, though. 'Tis indeed working flawlessly. Is what I'm doing smart use of water pressure? What do you mean by smart use of water pressure? We're also about to get hit by an ad, so if you get stuck in an ad, let me know. Sort of confused. Lava is not water, and aquifer is water. So going through rock and sand, if lava is going through rock, it would be lava. No, yeah, no, you're correct. I mean, it's scientifically impossible to make a lava aquifer, but it's just somebody in chat thought that they saw something that they didn't, and now people are just riffing on it. That's all it is. There isn't much more thought going on here than that. So then at the bottom of this, I just need to smooth and fortify it. And thankfully, the water didn't get too deep. There's thought going on here? Well, maybe not in chat. I'm having to think a lot while streaming. A force of darkness that is also happens to be vile has arrived and is seeking parlays. Huh. How nice of them. The least nightmare. Is that them trying to be like, we the good guys, we're the least nightmarish of the nightmares? It's funny. It's gonna come to win the next Aquifer Lava where the walls bleed. I feel like that's what you're talking about is stuff that Tarn would just respond to as, well, you know, like with myths and magic and generated worlds, maybe the purposes of water and lava are reversed. As Tarn loves to say, everything is on the table and we're curious about experimenting with it. Also, chat room. Sorry for being pestery today, but I am $72 away from my daily minimum, and we are halfway to done streaming, approximately, or halfway to 8 hours streaming. So, if you happen to have a Prime subscription, or $1 in bits, this is a crowdfunders channel. Noel, man, thanks for the 5-pack. Greatly appreciate you. Means a lot, mate. What would I like to see as a third liquid in the game? Whatever Tarn feels like adding. It would be neat to be able to make blood aquifers. Or a blood moat, rather. Either by raining or otherwise, but whatever Tarn feels like adding. It's been a minute since you've done it. Well, thank you for doing it. Appreciate you. I'm not going to approve nor deny this parlay. I'm just going to let it sit. Maybe I can finish the railgun first. There's not even that many of them. What do you think you're going to do with that very large, vile, threatening force? Yeah, like if the world that you're playing on just happens to be a huge monster in that world's lore, or a creation myth, would also be pretty cool. Now, hopefully this don't overflow. You know, elves can't be necromancers because they're already immortal. So an immortal being can't become immortal. It would be really cool if elves built necromancer towers out of a giant tree. Although I've talked about this before. Something I would love them to add to Dwarf Fortress is I want Ettins. Ettins were a thing that was... Not Ettins. Ents were a thing that were talked about at one point and never made it in. And the entirety of as to why I want that to happen is I want the elves to show up and fucking summon trees to murder you. I just want that super badly, because I think that would be awesome. Are you doing it? Yay! The bad boats yet? No. You know, if you have to add the word yet to the end of a question, just assume no. Pro tip when it comes to Dwarf Fortress. Basically, I want elves to be a bigger threat. Because you guys seem to love bullying elves so much. I want bullying elves to screw you over royally. Because most of the time, unless they get really lucky with their, like, animal familiars, they aren't really much of a threat. All right. So now this should have flow. Keyword here is should. Well, what I want is not combated agitated birds, or instead of agitated birds. What I want is if you are at, like the way I would do it, right? So this isn't gonna end up being in the game probably ever. The way I would do it and the way I would want it to be done is I would want it so that if the player angers the elves and the elves invade the player, then the elves would bring eventually the elves would bring big enough armies that they would join the map with a druid. Now the druid is the leader of elven society, so they basically bring like their equivalent of a king, right? However, I want that druid to then summon ents, similarly to how necromancers can theoretically and often don't summon nightmares. That's what I want. So they're like a summonable familiar, essentially, is what I would want. So they're not something that would just randomly appear. I want them to be something that, like, happen rarely and, like, you know, as kind of a, not necessarily an endgame fight, but, like, a very impactful fight, I guess. Cortazor, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Is it even flow? Probably not yet. It'll be flowing, or it'll be considered flowing once it's flowing off the map. When it hits here, it'll be considered flowing. And if it doesn't start flowing from that, then I have a way to force it to start flowing. I've done this many, 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 many times. These kinds of constructions. Codazor, thank you very much for helping me hit that minimum, by the way. With that Prime sub check, and I get a couple beers for that. But, like, I want... If Tarn ever added ents, I would want them to be like dragons, where they can destroy drawbridges and shit. I would want them to be, like, mean. You know? But then what would happen is players would plan for them and know that they were coming, and then when... that time came and the ents finally invade, you're ready for them, and, you know, you burn them or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Like, Isengard is maybe my favorite part of that movie. And also a good chunk of my favorite part of that book. That I hadn't linked my Prime to Twitch yet. Thanks for the reminder. Well, there you go, Kodazor. You get the emotes and the ad-free viewing, and you help me hit my daily minimum. See? It's got flow. Tower logs. Tower logs. Tower logs. Tower logs. Tower logs. Now we just have to hope that it's flowing enough that it doesn't overflow. So I kind of gotta stare at this with a lot of suspicion. Gold. I got 102 gold bars. 1, 2, 3, 4, so 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Gold minecart. Rock mechanisms. I don't know how many I'm going to need, so I'm just going to queue up 80. Not a bad streak, Greg, and then some. Not a bad streak. Number do indeed go up. One number at a time. And thank you for helping said numbers go up one number at a time. Because that means you're watching. So appreciate that. I'll update you guys on the daily minimum in like an hour. All right. So now that I've done all this, these rollers all need to be going this way. I may just use nearest material. Needs chains. Cloth. Let's do yarn chains. 20. Let's just do 40. Yarn rope. 40. Do it. Do it good. So essentially what these are going to be is they're going to be alternating. Oh, I could do even more than this. Because what I could do is I could do drawbridge. Then I could do drawbridge. But then I'd have to figure out how to connect them all together. But the idea here basically is I'm going to have a stupid number of minecarts on these tracks. So I'll just need to deconstruct these and figure it out. And then when I lower one minecart, it fires 4 minecart. When I lower one drawbridge, it fires 4 minecarts. I could also automate these to be tripped by enemies. Yes. Currently, I'm not loading anything into them, though. I might start loading stuff into them, but I'm not positive if I'm actually going to load anything into them. I think loading enemy weapons might be funny. But yeah, essentially this is going to be a system to bring about pain and, you know, other things. This is a wee bit redundant, but automated speed bump paver, sure. Let's also just chuck another wheel down here, because I can. And then I can just fill these two in with wall pieces. So this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who needs gunpowder and cannons when you have minecarts? I will say this is going to be a pain to reload. That is a lot of random crud right there. 1, 2, 3. We'll just pull these when they are... Whoopsies. We'll wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. And 7. Then let's go here and go to mechanisms. Rollers. Those are up. Nobody's been crushed by it yet, so that's something. Then I also need to go down into here, and this is the actual slow, boring, tedious part of this. If this is a different material, I'm going to get annoyed, so. For some people, their OCD is for, what's it called? Causes them to dislike lack of symmetry. Mine makes me dislike variations in color. Do I need to get rid of these? Guess I do. Well, not that last one. These 3 I do. God damn it. Okay, that won't work. Whatever. We'll just come back to these later. Although this one I can start working on. Are there auto lifts so that you could have it self-reload later? Well, I mean, I could build more rollers. There are ways I could make it self-reload. I'm not going to have that for this first run, though. Although it may, if I do make it automatically reload, it might end up causing unintended, it might have unintended outcomes. Like, baddies may make it into the fort easier if I do it that way. I'm abusing the game's physics to do this, by the way. So basically, in order to make this work, I'm having to build a system that tricks the carts into thinking that they're being propelled when they're not, which makes them go faster. Basically, it convinces these mine carts to act like orcs from 40K. I'll just do that for right now, because this is getting annoying to deal with. Now, you right here, you go away, because you're sticking out too far. Up on this side, we can start working. It's 11:15. Yeah, that's late in the day. If you got to go to bed, you got to go to bed. And as I always say, don't wreck your weekend on behalf of some idiot on the internet like myself. So take care of yourself. Do the resting thing. And ideally, I'll have a new bigger video on the main YouTube channel at some point in the next 2 weeks. I do have a lot of things I gotta get done in the next 2 weeks, including paying my taxes, which is gonna take a lot of mental energy because I got to prep my taxes, but I am going to do my damnedest to get another big video out sooner than later. Don't remind you of taxes. I'm sorry. My bad. Apparently we're learning some facts about aardvark training. Managed to catch an aardvark. Huh. Oh shit, don't actually do this one. It's funny, this actually isn't taking that much time. Like, for the dwarves to construct this. Like, this is a really quick thing for the dwarves to construct. It's just a really slow thing to designate. And also, for clarity, I could just use rollers. It just wouldn't be as effective. I'm actually just going to do the one side of this. So it'll be one less click. Unless I misclick, in which case then it'll be the same number of clicks. And then I'll just go up here and do this. Let them start working. Dude, the IRS lost your forms this year. That seems bad. I feel like they shouldn't do that. Having had to deal with the IRS once or twice, it's never been a pleasant experience. Thankfully, I don't have to deal with them frequently. It's pretty infrequent that I have to deal with them, but they're not the sort of crew that you really want to be messing with, you know? I'm just hoping that I can get this done before the goblins break this parlay that they've got with us. What do you think? Do you think I'm going to be able to get this done in time, chat? Uh-oh. Well, I won't be able to get it done before that. The Forgotten Beast Tachys has come, a great scaly louse. It has a curling trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison vapors. Where is it? Oh, well, it's really far away, but it will come to us. Tis a good name for a louse. But wondering if I can lock the dwarves. Let's just try and fight it. Let's try and fight it. Here goes the swords, dwarves. We're focused. Would you look at that? I mean, you have killed a goblin before, as well as several zombies. You're no stranger to this. Oh, there it is. It encounters them as they are lining up. Got the first dwarf here, Arel, the hammer dwarf, who's fighting with the creature, bashing it repeatedly, presumably. Bashes it, which bruises the muscle. Check, can I get... Oh, I was going to say, can I get a round of beers for good luck for these dwarves, but it appears that they've already won. So there's nothing really to round of beers for, because it's dead. Irel, the hammer dwarf, squished the bug. Well done there, dwarf. Well done. Beers fixes success. Yes, yes. A great celebration is called for. Why is there so much blood right here? Clean it up, dwarves. God damn it. Are kids still cleaning? I know I changed a lot of the labor, standing orders, chores. No. Let's give kids lever operation and cleaning. Then maybe they'll go clean these. Okay, so these are all powered all the way up to there. Let's queue up more of these now. Got enough for 9 more. 1, 2. I also can't wait for one of these to just go backwards. Because it's going to happen. One of these is going to be backwards. It always happens that way. Also, I forgot to deconstruct this, which kind of blows, but thankfully isn't that hard to replace. Now, assuming no enemies ever get into this thing, I should only need to do this once. Because any enemy can destroy a minecart track. So assuming no enemies manage to get into these tracks, I'll only need to build this once. If they do manage to get into these tracks, well, may have to build it more than once. We do have a giant, well, it's a giant tortoise sanctuary more so than a turtle sanctuary, but yes, we do have a population of giant tortoises. We are learning how to domesticate them. We've had one brood, and the young ones are all domesticated, but I would like to sell them back to the mountain home because they have no practical purpose outside of eggs, and we've been eating their eggs for a bit now. But it's a slow process. Let's also unforbid that. You figured they'd be sure to give you lots of meat and chill? Yeah. Oh no, totally. I mean, they are absolutely a good little crop because they get quite large at full size. Although I haven't actually butchered any yet, so. All right, well, we're in an ad break. I'm just gonna schedule these until the ad break is done. This is one of those times where I'm a little bit tempted to turn on keyboard mode and make a macro. It's very rare that that happens, but right now is one of those times. I think I will just click through it and get there. We'll be okay. Trying to convince the mountain home to farm giant tortoises for meat is still less crazy than the guy who tried to infest the U.S. waterways with hippos. I love that. I just have to say, like, if you ever want to, like, realize, man, humans are stupid and they've always been stupid and will always be stupid, there's two, like, series of old, like, articles that you need to go read. One is that guy that tried to infest U.S. waterways with hippos so that they could farm hippos because they're bigger than cows. And the other one is, like, people doubting the safety of seat belts. Those are, like, the two historic articles, sets of articles that you need to go look up. They're like any major newspaper in the world that has an archive left that's been around long enough. Just... Did someone say carpal tunnel? I've got proper ergonomics, so clicking isn't an issue. If anyone is going to develop carpal tunnel, it's me, and yeah, I started having some mild wrist issues, I want to say about 2 years ago. And I put a bunch of time and effort into correcting my ergonomics, and it hasn't been an issue since. The seatbelt thing still exists? Yeah, well... I mean... Not big on anime intros, but the seatbelts, they slap, so people should just remember that. Seatbelt slap. Lots of good horns, you know? I'm wondering if I'm even going to be able to do this. Yes, I am. That's one done. Huzzah! Ironically, if I sit around and draw for an hour, my wrists hurt more than if I stream for 15, so... Your grandpa always cut off the seatbelt and just put the metal thing in to stop it beeping. That's kind of terrifying, actually. Did he ever get fined for it, or was it like something that he got away with? That's wild, actually. Yeah, very grandpa, yeah. One of my favorite quotes I've ever heard about like car safety is my old neighbor who said that he stopped drinking and driving after his 16th DUI, but thankfully none of them stuck because his lawyer was very good. And yes, I said 16th. Neither any children. Yeah, we do have kids. Which one would you want? You look like you... well, he's already named... This guy has a beard, I think. Nope, that's just... Big hood. Actually, was that a beard? Yeah, you have a beard. You're kind of stressed, though. He's wearing old gloves and doesn't like it very much. Oh, just out in the countryside? All right, yeah, I guess you can get away with that. In the countryside. Yeah, this is the chat that's more active, yeah. I do look at the YouTube chat. I just often don't end up reading it. Neither. Is ruled by irresistible cravings and urges and is very ambitious, always looking for a way to better his situation, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He doesn't handle stress well and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. And doesn't really care about anything anymore and is going to go attend a meeting. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally truly values merrymaking and parties, sees power over others as something to strive for. Dreams of mastering a skill. And likes garnerite as well as tin and sardonyx in the color lime, earrings and giant minks for their long body, rye beer and one-humped camel's milk, and absolutely hates slugs. Word. I also dislike slugs. His hair is wavy. He's got very little chin beard. He's in the denomination of inks. Oh, shit. That's a denomination I haven't seen before. Well, welcome to the fortress. Speaking of, I was going to do something and then kind of spaced out on it, which is this is just going to become this, because a lot of dwarves can't currently pray, and they need to. Is this overflowing? No, it is not. Excellent. You're going to lurk? You got to work tonight? Nap time? Do what you got to do, dude. I'll try and do my best to keep your dwarf alive. Speaking of things that make me sad, flat earthers, because YouTube chat mentioned them, do actually make me sad. The reason flat earthers make me sad is because they're often quite smart people. And, like, you can kind of tell when somebody is smart, but just, like, super poorly informed. That's often what they end up being. That or they're just crazy. Although watching them kind of consume each other is pretty amusing. Who is Daddy and Mama? Yeah, can't tell you. Olan, who's my militia commander, and your dad is the butcher, who looks kind of terrifying. You know, I don't blame you for being stressed. If my dad looked like that, walked around with a freaky mask on and was also a butcher, and Mom was head of the military, I would also be stressed. You're stressed out because you saw a goblin die as a young child, probably while being carried by your mom. But hey, it made you more prone to stress, and it helped you value power. Your uncle was a conspiracy theorist. What is it with uncles being conspiracy theorists? My uncle on my dad's side, my dad's brother, very much falls into a lot of those tendencies. I'm just going to slaughter all my adult sheep that aren't named. Or a bunch of the adult sheep. All right. I'm just going to start queuing these up. That's the steps for these. I'm just going to number these. 1, 2, 3. Maybe I'll name them something fancier later down the line, but for right now, no. One, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did I miss one? Shit. To wait for them to bring them over. Let's also go back down here. What are my miners up to? Literally nothing. Deconstruct those. Sheesh. You know, actually, speaking of things to deconstruct, I'm also just going to go in here and deconstruct these ramps. I'm going to construct them out of a different material so that I can use these materials. Am I outside of a burrow? No. Oh, I see. They're stuck. It's like, why you guys hang out over here? Why you know the job I need? Well, stuck is reason. Also makes sense why I ran out of blocks. Go figure. should be able to get back in now. You dummies. Oh. Too smart for me, apparently. All right, let's solve that problem. In mud flooding conspiracies? As somebody who's seen a mudslide, I need you to define exactly what a mud flood is. Because mud do flood, and it's terrifying, but I presume it's not simply a mudslide. The problem with conspiracy theories ending up true is then the crazier people think that they're onto something, though. I am a boss. It's supposed to be way more mud than is this like giant trees conspiracy theories where they're just like trees aren't real, they're actually like government plants and real trees turned into mountains a million years ago. Also, by the way, there's an ice wall at the edge of the world stopping the magical creatures from getting in. Like one of those conspiracy theories that's actually just like based on some fantasy writer from the 70s releasing stuff into a magazine. I think that this character prefers to be identified as Big Mudfoot. I'll have you know. Is just big, small, trying to sell more less. Ow, my brain. Okay, got it. Chat, we're almost there. We're almost there. So when the next time somebody asks me, do you ever use impulse ramps? You know what I'm going to tell them? I don't mind using impulse ramps. They just take too fucking long to set up. Too much trial and error. And then when you finally do get them set up, you then have to do this. And I realize that the way a lot of people use these is just to make grinders, but like I don't need to make a goblin blender that way. There's a video that went viral at some point during the pandemic of a chicken flying through downtown Vancouver, and the comments section was hysterical. Just because there was a lot of people simultaneously learning that, oh, chickens' wings are clipped. And some types of chickens can fly. It was very, very funny. At least I found it very funny. All right, that's that side done. I just gotta go up to here and deconstruct all these. One more, chat. We're almost there. Next time I do this, I'm just gonna use our big old hill. Does this get them going faster? Yes. Do I care? Not really. This was actually faster in the ASCII days. It's funny, everybody complains about stairs not being able to place individual track pieces. You used to have to place individual track pieces for minecarts, so you just go place a whole bunch of curve pieces on a ramp. So building this style was actually faster in a lot of cases because you just preset up the right corner at the right angle and then just like repeatedly place them by just spamming the keyboard. So back in the day, this was actually the faster way to propel minecarts, whereas like now, yeah, it's still more effective and doesn't use power, but the number of clicks you have to go through is significantly higher. But technically it's a bug, so I guess because it's a bug, people don't complain about it as much. Because I am literally breaking the game's physics by doing this. Basically what these are going to do, for those of you who don't actually know, I guess I should explain it. They cause the minecarts to think they're accelerating when they're not. So it just causes them to jump to full speed immediately and then basically just fly at Mach 10 down the map. So this was early enough in the pandemic that AI video wasn't a thing. Archmatix. In regards to the chicken thing, that was far enough back that that was a non-issue. You know, I have to say this about conspiracy theories. I've worked in management before. I love that people genuinely think and genuinely believe that humans are organized enough, secretive enough, and good enough at keeping secrets that a lot of those conspiracy theories are even possible. That's genuinely what amuses me, because like there are so many conspiracy theories where it's like, okay, sure, that could be possible, but like that would be under the assumption that humans are actually good at keeping secrets. And I, for the most part, don't think humans are good enough at keeping secrets to actually genuinely pull off a conspiracy to the magnitude that a lot of people think that they are, constantly being used and abused. Okay, so I missed this one. I can't remember where I put those last two, so I will wait. Yeah, that too. Also, a lot of things are like, yeah, that's how things work. Why is this a problem? You were a teacher for a very long time. You had a 13-year-old student turn in a very detailed project explaining the depth of how ancient Egyptians used pyramids to generate electricity, and it was based on a documentary they watched on YouTube. I was going to say, did they watch Ancient Aliens? But, yeah, I mean, I believe it. I will say, I do love that nonsense as fantasy, if that makes any sense. Like, that shit's fun. Ancient Aliens and that sort of thing. But I treat it for what it is, which is nonsense. All right, so got that one. We got another one coming in for right here. The other thing I got to do is I got to dig through the bottom here. I don't know actually if dropping this down is the right call. This might be a very wrong call, but I'm doing it anyway. Now the question is, how do I build the entryway? So I'm kind of tempted to do this. Because I've started doing these, and I like the way they look. I like me big spiral doors. So this right here is going to go around this way, because this is going to be an entryway through the caverns. So the enemy siege is going to have to enter through the caverns to get into here. Actually, why don't we just wait until they dig up to here? You know, I'm gonna cautiously step back from this conversation now. You know, it's funny. Like I'm never concerned about like what chat wants to talk about. If you guys want to talk about something, go nuts. Yes, Folding Ideas not only has a good video on Flat Earth, as YouTube chat has just noted. Folding Ideas also is a fellow Dwarf Fortresser, if you didn't know, plays Dwarf Fort. But what I'll say about this conversation is I'm not sponsored by them, but just use Ground News, you twits. That's all I'll say. Just use Ground News. It's useful. It's useful. It's worth a couple bucks a year. The Forgotten Beast, Eslim, has come. A great eyeless osprey. It has a twisting jointed trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Its sepia feathers are fluffed out. Beware its poison vapors. Well, most of the dwarves are going to be underground. I'll see where it comes from. From Simpsons memes. Okay. Oh. I thought I finished this. Well, I guess I didn't. Dwarves were able to take it out pretty quick. We did lose a singular dwarf, though. Which is always a shame, but... Beastie here is now dead. Went down quite quickly. See if I can butcher you, Beastie. I should be able to. Maybe not. Oh well. All right, well, I gotta keep working on this. Gotta keep working on this. That's all 20 minecarts. Let's go up to here. Let's make another 20. And then I'm gonna go up to here and go across the top of this wall so I don't make that mistake again. Okay. Have I seen Mini Minuteman? Yes. Yes, I do subscribe to Mini Minuteman. You know, I miss the days when YouTube had public subscriptions so you could go in and judge people for who they watched on YouTube. Because then you could just go look. And then also be like, Blind, why do you watch every single... Like, do you guys remember when, like, YouTube history was public and you could see what videos people were watching? Because back in those days, like, people would just go, like, okay, so who does this famous person follow? You guys could make fun of me for watching every single girl with the dogs video. It's like I have no interest in owning dogs yet. Here I am. Can't remember why I was building this chunk right there. Oh, Jesus Christ. Another forgotten beast named Sanang has arrived. This one's an enormous three-eyed stick insect. It has a fat, bulging trunk, which is probably thicker than the rest of its body, and it undulates rhythmically. Well, that's hysterical. Beware its poison sting. Where it? Wow. Would you look at that? Time to kill that one, too. Can be enjoyed without the desire to have pets. Yeah, word. Excellent. I thought you were cleaning. What are you doing? We are out of booze again. It is like impressive how quickly I'm running out of booze. Kitchen. Oh, we're not cooking plump helmets. Apparently I have 678 plump helmets. Oh, I don't have a storage container. All right. Let's make copper pots. Let's make copper pots and rock pots. The rock pots are going to be made from rock salt, and I'm going to make 50 of each. 75 of each. 50 copper, 75 rock. Also should go smelt some more tetrahedrite. Oh, out of tetrahedrite. Well, that's fine. We'll get through that copper and then make more. Okay, let's keep at it. You know, I'm a bus. I'm going to be completely direct with you. I don't think you are saying opinions that are going to be popular in this chat room. What's the white flooring? This is tower cap. Yeah, it's I really like the way the cavern log floors end up looking most of the time. I think they look great. So I'm just gonna say I am Amabus. You may want to zip it. Or you won't be speaking too much longer in this chat room, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on your perspective. Needs 1 copper bars. Oh, I'm just out of copper. Pfft. Go figure. I know there's a ton of tetrahedrite in places. I just need to go find it again. That's at the edge of the map, isn't it? Nah. You are cringe, and you're also gonna not be permitted in my chat anymore. I'm not here to re-educate people. I gave him a warning. This is fine. Buddy doesn't even know what that word means. It's fine. You can't fix stupid. It's unfortunate, but it's true. All right. Sorry that you had to witness that, chat room. I was just slowly watching that conversation develop and just like, Raw hematite block floors look really good as well. Yeah, no, a lot of different ores make for great floor tile colors. This is true. Hope the palace is going well. It's going well for me. Not so well for the inhabitants of said palace, but... Alright. I'm just trying to build these railguns as quickly as possible. As quickly as possible. What the heck is the palace situation? So palace is a above ground structure that is kind of like a thing that you're supposed to find in adventure mode, which I use DF hack to settle on. And it has a bunch of items in it. Down at the bottom here is the few remaining living things in here, although it looks like one of them went nuts and killed himself. These ones seem to just be slowly going insane. But this elemental stone spear is a artifact that I'm trying to acquire at some point. I don't know who killed who in here, but somebody killed somebody in here. Looks like you went nuts at some point and killed this person. Well, that sucks for them. I should really just go in there and clear up the last of them. We've almost finished taking over the palace, basically. Correct. Arch does, in fact, know the definition of that word. I usually presume that they're just poorly educated, and I usually just kind of feel bad. Like, if you... Well, educated's the wrong word. Poorly traveled. I usually find that when people go around using terms like that for no logical reason, especially when they're speaking the way that person was speaking, usually the cause for that kind of behavior, in my experience, which, you know, doesn't go for everything, tends to be lack of, like, genuine human experience. And sorry, America, but I'm going to call you out here on something. You're a really fucking big country with lots of space in between it, and it's hard to travel between states in a lot of cases, or it's very expensive, prohibitively so. So a lot of people don't travel around a lot and don't meet a lot of people and just parrot what they see on TV, or now these days on the internet. So usually in my experience, they're what Arch is saying, or they're just really sad. And, you know, to use another kid's term that I don't like, coping with hate. And it sucks. I hate it. But, you know, it is what it is. Such is life. It's the world we live in. Thankfully, I'll only need to do this once. Because, like, one of the best ways to educate somebody on how to behave around other people and how other people act and other people's needs and desires is just, you know, education and going places that aren't where you grew up. Having experienced a lot of prejudice in my life, I absolutely believe in racism. Not quite the same level of experience, but it's like a small taste. All right, let's crank some more of these in here. But anyway, it's a crappy conversation. Sorry that had to happen, chat. I kind of figured it would just remain amusing, but such is life. Or like a train network that's affordable, let alone high speed. High speed would be great, don't get me wrong. But like an affordable train network. Yeah, but I let the discussion go on for too long, RXN. Lived in 3 states and traveled to maybe a dozen. I've been to Mexico as a young adult, and on a few vacations. You haven't traveled when you're working. You're working class. I haven't traveled. I'm working class poor, and what I know, I had a bar/gambling trick. I'd visit Mexico about once a month, and when I lived on the border, and people there were your friends and genuinely good people. Your experience, meet people to discover they're not too different. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I think, well, maybe I don't know. Should I give Europe too much credit? I was gonna say it's one of the reasons that Europe dodges some of these problems because it's so easy to get to a completely different country. Not all of them, just a lot of them, okay? I'm wrong, Lamau. Sag. I never said Europe was perfect. I'm not going to say that Europe is perfect. Just like Canada ain't perfect. But if you call me American, I might slap you. Especially even more so these days. I'm amazed that they've let me make it this far with this construction. Still very far from finishing it, though. Sorry, that just looks really funny to me. Some of Europe operates on advanced racism that the Canadian mind can't comprehend. Man, can I go one day without being knocked for being Canadian? Back in the day, it was just people going on about how my country's on the moon, and now it's just like, my mind cannot comprehend it. Come on. I'll have you know, Quebec exists. Sorry, Quebec. I love you guys. Let's just lock this. Lock this. We'll leave this locked too. Gonna go back here. Lock this. I'm gonna double check up here. Yes, I did block that off, so this doesn't matter. There's no open holes. Okay, okay, okay. So now it's literally just this door. Unless I'm forgetting a way into my fortress. Are we talking about Canada now, Celestine? I guess you've never been in a fight before, hey? The term elbows up tends to just mean, like, form a wall, be tough. So generally, when you see that term being thrown around, it's because... Where is this? Just put a different one on this one. I may have doubled them up. Generally, when you see the term elbows up, it's referring to, you know, stand your ground. I find it to be quite a self-explanatory statement. And because apparently we're just in politics o'clock now, in regards to Canada going elbows up, it means, yeah, well, eye for an eye, you try and fuck with us and we'll say goodbye to your electricity. Apparently. Which, not to say that I like it, but it's the reality that we're in. And stretch all the way. And they're trying to take over the whole ocean. If we give them enough time, eventually they will. Mine minted. Okay, so we've got a woodworker artifact getting started, and the siege is coming. Which means I've got to lock everybody in here, and hopefully that woodworker doesn't immediately go insane. Nope. Okay, well, that's good. And I've got to go to this and lock this. I've also got to go out to here and hit this, go to you, and say, yeah, just back up. I've also got to go down to here. Get rid of all of this. All of this. I'm not positive this is going to work, so we're just going to have to cross our fingers and hope that it works. I'm going to go down here real quick. And do that. And allow this to be in here. Now let's see where the goblins are currently. Fighting with gazelles. Excellent. Oh no, I don't want them to go through here. Ooh, shit. Because I don't want them to just go in there and get caught in the traps. I mean, 2 of them will, but... I think they actually figured out how banks work, Corpse Man. Also, those mermaids have a family. You don't get to claim ownership of them like that. Okay, so now I'm going to pull this lever. Another one. Good lord! The forgotten beast Usharir Burnsmanurst has come. A gigantic, scaly tarantula. Well, that's terrifying. It has a knobby shell and it undulates rhythmically. Its azure scales are oval-shaped and overlapping. Beware its poison bite. So... thankfully, the front door is closed, so it can't get to me. At least not without going through... the defensive hall. Then don't live where the unicorns live, silly. But I digress. Blue scaly shelled tarantula. It kind of sounds like a metal album cover. If nothing else. Meanwhile, the animal trainer has created a lignite ring and called it Rotigus Shadmal. And offers it to us. I will give it to my mayor. Okay, so they inherited a bunch of banks then. Okay, so this thing's gonna go murk a bunch of goblins as they're coming into the fort. Okay, well, they killed it real fast. Jeez. Also, okay, so this goblin has officially inherited my favorite last name of any goblin I've seen recently. Doomrats. It seems that Nagam here killed it by bashing the Forgotten Beast in the Sepio-thorax. So we're now officially about to test this. Who's ready? It's not a very large goblin army, so it's a good test subject. But who's ready to test my weapons? Because if you're ready, I'd like to see a vile force of darkness in my chat. And I don't know how to pronounce your name, but hi in YouTube chat. Your name starts with an S. I know that much. Actually, more like it's time for my dwarves to not pull the levers quick enough and then die. But we'll see. We will see. This is eventually going to become a large ramp going all the way to the surface, so it's kind of what I want to do with this. So when they hit here, I will start firing. Well, here they come. Here they come. I wonder if dwarves gain injuries while skidding around in a minecart. Because I theoretically could make my military ride these down. But it's like the equivalent of airdrop troopers. I'm also a little worried that I fucked this up by not digging these all the way down. They might just fall down a layer and then hit this wall. But we'll see. We will see. All right. Here we go. First one goes. We'll follow the one in the lead. Oh, so it is, in fact, my fear was true. So I'm just going to place my entire military right here. I do need to dig the whole thing down another level. Plan B, military. I mean, very successful test fire. I will say that much. Very successful test fire. I will try and hit them, though. Interesting. They've ended up in midair. Did you know that minecarts stack? Oh, shit, it is going to work. Hold on. Also, there's 2 minecarts right here, so I need to fix that. Oh, maybe it isn't. I was hoping it would fire these off the top. Well, let's fire the last one because I can. And then pull them all and get them all back up. Nope. Will not, in fact, work. But I can, in fact, tell my military to go here, and they will end them all pretty quickly. What is going on? You missed it? I can't... Chat, give Bastet the TLDR. I don't know how to make this very self-explanatory thing that's going on more self-explanatory. It's also in the title of the stream, if that helps. All right, let's go through all of this. And all of those go up. Minecart hit wall, blind sad. True, fact. Last bit, yes. Well, I mean, I kind of did it to myself, really. I just needed to do this first. That's all I needed to do, was just finish digging this all out. But I didn't. So I get to cry in my own mistakes. I didn't dig deeply or greedily enough. Well, I mean, I don't know if I didn't dig deeply and greedily enough. Are these going to collapse when things haul them? Fuck me, I hope not. An anti-Moria, if you will. A committed anti-Moria. I always put food and drink stockpiles in trees to take care of stranded herbalists. It's tedious, but someone tries to help. Oh, that's funny. I have not had a problem with dwarves getting stuck in trees in a very long time. Because almost always the cause of it is dwarves get spooked easily by monsters, and then they get stuck in a tree when they get spooked. I generally, knock on wood, don't end up in situations where my military is going to get spooked like that. It's possible these are all actually going to get forbidden by the digging. I wonder if a ski jumping situation is possible. Well, I mean, I was planning on making this 2Z levels high anyway, so I could also use Mark's dwarves. So have dwarves patrolling back and forth and shooting down in here. But obviously that didn't end up working out in my favor because, you know, I was in the process of building this stuff. Oh, the other thing I got to do is I got to open up this. Oopsies, went too high. Got to open up this spot. Was non-military dwarves that had business on the surface, like loggers or herbalists or fisher dwarves or hunters? No. Well, I mean, okay, so a dwarf doesn't just get stuck in a tree of their own accord. That doesn't really work. It doesn't really work that way. However, dwarves can and do and will get scared up trees. Like, they'll get startled up a tree by a monster. So usually that only happens if there's active threats on the surface. If there's active threats on the surface, I don't generally let my dwarves go to the surface, like, at all, for any reason. So, like, if you're in an Untamed Wilds map, just as an example, and there's, like, giant birds everywhere attacking your dwarves, I generally don't give those creatures the opportunity to attack my dwarves, which is why I don't usually run into that. The other thing is harvesting food from trees, like tree gather zones. These gather fruit. If you set this up, and you accept it, there's 3 different buttons. Gather fruit in trees. Okay. This requires a step ladder. The problem is then dwarf grabs step ladder and run away while other dwarf in tree still if you don't have enough step ladders. So I just disable that whenever I use that. And then they don't go into the trees. And then dwarf don't steal their step ladder. It's one of the two, George. It's always either step ladders or trees. Or things being scared up into trees. Because I've literally seen an elephant get startled by a small creature so badly that they then run and get stuck in a tree. I've seen that happen. Like a random wild elephant just gets startled up a tree. I've seen that happen in Dwarf Fortress. Also, don't ask me why this KV boar can breathe underwater, but apparently it can. That KV is supernatural and doesn't need oxygen. You didn't even know that you could gather tree fruits? Why? What? I have a question. What did you think that step ladders were for? They're clearly not for traversing up and down Z levels. I don't think any stock or any zone options are persistent. They all reset if you edit the stockpile in any way. To rescue stuck merchants? Fair. I mean, that's a fair assumption. Your wife wanted what? Oh, to get the tomato sauce jar off the top shelf. Is that why? I mean, I guess dwarves. I guess in Dwarf Fortress, everybody would need a step ladder, right? That or they just make their shelves short enough that there isn't really an issue. Or maybe it's just so that we can make these jokes about, like, what are you doing, step ladder? Because that's what I think to myself every single time I see a step ladder just vanish from where it should be. The internet has destroyed my brain. And if that ain't proof of it, then I don't know what is. Step ladder, you're not my real ladder. I mean, you're certainly not a ladder. Yeah, same here, Ilmirin. Same here. Whenever I use that, I only ever really use that feature if it's like a surface fort and there's just trees everywhere. I really wish that the cavern mushrooms gave off something that was edible, because I think that that would be a fun reason to use them. It also looks like I can stack multiple minecarts in places, so I could just keep making minecarts and keep stacking them on top of things. Because there was 2 minecarts fired out in one spot, and it was totally fine. The problem is my minecart UI is going to be completely unusable. Like, completely unusable. Thank you. It's an aquifer canal. Comes out of this aquifer up here. I was just going to use the river, but I kind of didn't bother. So it goes all the way down into here. Now we can make pretty little rivers going through the fort if I want. Presuming it doesn't start draining too quickly. I don't know what that means, Zilmirin, but okay. I presume it means something to do with, like, fruits and veggies, right? Step ladders are for exercise. You know, you're not wrong. Although I feel like dwarves spend enough time running up and down stairs in most forts that, like, do they really need it? Because I don't know if they do. Dwarves must have amazing cardio. Yeah, this is true. Are there enemies that can swim and climb walls? I mean, there's plenty of like unfriendly creatures that are aquatic. I guess technically all zombies would count as that. Climb walls? Just about anything can climb a wall if they have 2 free hands. It's just climbing is a skill, and smooth walls are hard to climb. If you don't smooth your walls or build boulder walls, which are quote unquote rough walls, you'll have a lot of things climb into your fort. A friend of mine, Bellinaire, was streaming to our fort a while ago, and his fort that he made was into the top of a volcano. Basically, like, he had a surface volcano that was just flat, flush with the ground, built around the sides of it, dug down in, and then built a wall around the top. And things just climbed onto the wall on top and then down the sides, shooting bolts down in them. And all of his dwarves died in like a firing range. Which kind of funny. Yeah, no, overhangs make things unclimbable. So I think a lot of people kind of absent-mindedly make unclimbable walls. Trees are very climbable. To the point where they don't even give experience. That's how climbable they are. So hopefully that answers your question, Porcelain. We're in an ad, so I will pause game until ad done. Also, since we're in an ad, now's a good time for me to check my minimums. See where we're at. As I said, I would update in an hour. You're $31 away from my daily minimum. Getting there. $10 in Prime subs today. Thanks, guys. It's like twice yesterday. You're going for a walk? You need to get outside and touch some grass? Well, technically snow. Yeah. Yeah. It has a similar issue with mice in your garden and bird food? Yeah, oh, absolutely. No, I do think a lot of people absent-mindedly end up making unclimbable walls in Dwarf Fort. I primarily use Twitch as my math for that. Like, my Twitch revenue as my math for that. I mean, coffee donations do work towards it, but I don't check those generally. Coffee's actually, like, annoyingly unclear as to how much money somebody actually gave you. Like, the only way for me to check is by literally opening up PayPal and looking. But I specifically keep coffee as, like, I don't track that until after revenue source. It's if you want to give money to me without being public and loud about it. I mean, Streamlabs is the way you tip money, and I know immediately. So if somebody gives me money with Streamlabs, or with coffee, I generally don't know until after the stream, because there's no notifications for it. But my daily minimums are generally processed based off of YouTube revenue and Twitch revenue. When I feel like playing Caves of Cud is when I plan to play Caves of Cud again. Hope that meets my minimum. Well, I have to subtract 40% from it because that's what YouTube keeps approximately. But thank you. We're close. There was a super chat in the YouTube chat. I don't know why you went through YouTube instead of Twitch, but you do you, man. Anyways, at the end of the day, this is a business and I gotta pay my bills. If that's what you're talking about, ergo goodies. I stream full-time as a job, and I don't take sponsorships. So, occasionally I will talk about a thing called my daily minimum, which essentially means, even though it's no longer technically minimum wage, it means that I've made minimum wage for what minimum wage was back when I worked minimum wage. And if I stream for 8 hours and hit my daily minimum, I make enough that it was worth the stream, or worth streaming. If I don't hit my daily minimum, then, well, I probably shouldn't have streamed that long. You gonna walk now? All right. I really, really, really fucking hate the way YouTube does super chats, Big Bang, because it's extremely unclear to the audience how much is actually being given. For one thing, it doesn't convert currencies into people's local currency. That's the first problem I have with it. And the second problem I have with it is they don't tell you what their cut is. And it changes sometimes, which is fun. I'll be like, oh, this is your revenue. It's like, oh, this country has a bigger like conversion fee. It's like, oh, great, awesome. So usually you end up getting about 65 to 60% of whatever the super chat amount is. What about bits? With bits, Twitch, you pay Twitch at the beginning. So when you purchase bits, Twitch has already taken its cut. So if somebody gives me $1 in bits, which is 100 bits, that's $1 US, which makes it very cut and dry. Like, it kind of sucks because you guys have to stare at how much Twitch is taking. I'd rather you know how much Twitch is taking than the YouTube alternative, which is, well, I mean, they take an amount. Who knows how much? So that converts to CAD? Yeah, well, everything is, I presumed it was in USD because, you know, it says dollars. It's usually USD if it says dollars. But anyway, enough about the money. I do have to test this again. Also need to get all these materials out of here at some point. What do you think of this? Chat, what do you think I should add to it? Because this is as far as I'm concerned, a pretty cool looking defense. I mean, we've still got to do this spiral entryway. We've got to clear out this as well. But then we got to keep going up and probably do another spiral. Probably going this way. No, well, I'm going to have to go a little further that way. But we'll keep it going up and it'll go all the way up and out. Popping up around here. Could use more jet. I need to go mine more jet then. I'm using like this stuff because it's everywhere. Chert, however you're supposed to say it. That's called a subathon or a funding-a-thon or a marathon or whatever. Minstrel. Yeah. No, I mean, totally. It's the reason I usually just say thanks for the money because, like, half the time I don't even know what currency people are tipping in. And it's annoying because, like, if you... On YouTube, if you donate a larger amount of currency, it doesn't matter what it converts to in the person's local currency. You can pin things to the top for a really long period of time. So people are like incentivized to use currencies that are not their currency because it'll stay at the top longer. So like somebody could join the stream and then tip 5,000 money that equals 9 cents here. And then it sits at the top of the stream for the rest of the stream and there's no way to get rid of it. It's like kind of awful. Needs more menacing spikes? We could do some menacing spikes. We could do some stuff with spikes, certainly. Vertical spikes. We also need a library is another thing I need. As I was saying I was going to build a library. Question is just where do I put it? Could put it over here. Maybe do like a little... Actually, why don't we put the library over here? Maybe even make it 2 levels high in some places. Kind of looks like a funky shaped toilet. Got to remove that aesthetic. Put 2 pillars on the top half and make it a ghost. I like the way it looks. We'll leave it as is. All right, let's unpause game and let her do her thing. Look how they've all claimed those nest boxes, but we're just eating the eggs too quickly. Your bad Noida habit? What? What's wrong with your bad Noida habit? I'm very curious. What exactly is a bad Noida habit? Although, the funny thing to say in this question is, which habit? Ha, ha, ha. But no, seriously, what? Nothing can climb overhangs. If you need me to repeat myself, nothing can climb an overhang. Something that can fly could fly over an overhang, but nothing can climb an overhang. Hopefully that answers your question, Orc. In Noida, everything breaks up and is impossible to put back, and I can just build walls and don't care about the natural earth as much? So wait, what's the habit you're trying to break? I mean, I very much care what the natural earth looks like. So I'm not sure how I'm helping you break that habit, but happy to help, I guess. Got class in the morning? Do what you gotta do, mate. Classes to become a tourist guide? Can I ask where? Also, that's a class you have to take? I thought that's just I've lived here for a long time and I'm not mean. But I presume that's a gig with more effort put into it than I'm giving it credit for. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Although I will say, if you're playing with in ASCII, you still see the results of your mistakes. It's an upward slope. That's a downward slope. So this one goes away. Downward slope. Upward slope. This one can also go away. This one can also go away. That can also go away. That's correct. That's correct. All right, and now I'm getting them to make 2 more stoneworkers shops so we can just get them working on all these boulders around them. Shadow Absorber, thanks for the 18th month. Welcome back. Let's see if YouTube's updated yet, and then it'll tell me how far I am from the minimum. It hasn't done the conversion or the their cut thing. Also, another complaint about YouTube's dashboard process is it gives you the full amount for like an hour, and then it subtracts the conversion fee and YouTube's cut after the fact, after it's been a chunk of time. So like, if you're streaming on YouTube and getting a lot of super chats, you get to watch your revenue come in, and then you get to watch YouTube take its cut in real time, which really sucks. The Forgotten Beast, or a Forgotten Beast, has come. Yet another one. This one is a towering 3-eyed hornbill. It has a round shell and a bloated body. Its gray feathers are long and broad. Beware its poison vapor. All right, well, this one's seriously injured. Apparently it killed a Forgotten Beast, as well as some blind cave ogres and some dwarves a long time ago. It's in the lower cavern layer. And is it coming towards me? That's the question. Good luck on that investment, Sarlacc. Building destroyers cannot destroy built walls. They can destroy lowered bridges and built buildings, basically. So like doors, hatches, if they're on the same level as said hatch as well. These beasts have more vapors than these beasts have more vapors than most skateboard parks that I've been to recently. Well, if you attack me, you attack me. If you don't, you don't. I'm hoping you don't. If you're talking about like a assigned zone, chaotic painkiller, you can make, one second, you can make multiple zones and assign the same building to them over multiple Z levels. So this could be this assign, you could go up one level and then add another zone to the same location, but you can't do that with like pen pastures as an example. Ergo Goodness, thank you very much for the $30 in bits. We've cleared the daily minimum and streamer can stop bitching now. Appreciate you greatly. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for that? It means a lot. It does. It really does. Thanks much. And also thanks for the 94 people watching on the YouTubes and for the 209 here on Twitch. Turn from the lurk. Burr. Burr away. You know, it's like, I know I'm Canadian, but you don't need to tell me that it's cold in here all the time. Sheesh. I don't want to do too much construction on that second layer right now. Let's just do this. And orc with a bow, you would like a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? So when you say marks with an X, you mean a dwarf in the Marks dwarf squads, right? I will also note that every single religious leader in this fortress is a dwarf that was already named, that happened to be available, because that's how I do religious leaders. So it's actually quite difficult to just appear in my chat and be like, I want to be the leader of this religion, because most likely I did the thing that I usually do, which is just, you know, give it to a dwarf that's already named. Because there's something kind of fun about giving somebody in chat a promotion. But hold on, let me just finish setting all this floor up. You want a Marksdorf, got it. Have you died miserably yet? Were you even in this fort, Star Schultz? I thought that... I don't think you've had a dwarf in this fort yet. You may have. But I thought that the last fort you had a dwarf in was the last one. The reclaimed fort that we did. Which is different from this fort. Deep Gift, you are a deader. You died to one of the various Forgotten Beast raids. Forgotten Beast raids. Beast raids. Okay, so... which one do you want, Orc? Them's your options. Black smoke, no pope. White smoke, we got a pope. Sulfuric smoke. Oh no, they dug too deeply and greedily. I mean, they gotta, like, make space in that tiny plot of land somehow, right? As you can tell, based on their very alive leader, the Marks dwarves have a pretty good track record of survival. Orc with crossbow never feels discouraged even after sleeping in the middle of the tavern. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He is often nervous and doesn't handle stress well. He's brave in the face of imminent danger and has little interest in joking around. He is stubborn and he tends to be passive in discussions. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about much anymore. He personally thinks that introspection is valueless and finds that those that waste time with self-examination to be deluded fools, and values romance and cunning. He likes gypsum plaster and bismuth as well as bismuth bronze, and black zircon and coconut palm wood, and the color pale blue. The words of the crested wall, and when possible prefers to consume giant dragonfly and dwarven ale and buckwheat seeds, and absolutely hates purring maggots. He has a broad body, bearing impressive muscles and a great load of fat. His hair is straight, and his long beard is braided. He's probably very tough. He is strong and not easily depressed. Both of these things are good. Wants to make romance and have friends. Me too. Relatable. Your one friend is dead, and you have a bunch of dead passing acquaintances. You've been in the fortress since 372, so you've been here for 2 years. Snatcher? Think of the child. Oh, well, when the snatcher becomes the snatched. Rip. Rip that guy. I need to remember to do that more. Should we just call him Orcish Bowmaster? Something like that. But that would also imply that he's good at it. Hey look, mask delivery. And cape delivery. And is crying. Oh no. And now he's covered in sweat. That's also their first time here. Also a citizen of the least nightmares as well. Oh, here come the soldiers. Seems that Datan here is on the case. Chasing that goblin. And, unexisting the goblin. By slashing the goblin thief in the head. Causing the injured part to sail off in an arc. Thanks for the free bag, man. Somebody gets a fancy mask out of it, too. Okay. We're gonna eat some lambs. And baby goats. Because, surprise, I've got too many. We're also gonna start eating some tortoises. Finally in your new house. Congratulations on the move. Hope the move went smooth. I'm building railguns. Probably. I mean, they're considered a finished good. Just because dwarves can't make them, that might cause issues, but I don't know. I've never really tried. I'm just kind of accepting that they're going to be wearing them because there was so many that came out of the vault. Although they are going to be a source of really bad moods. Okay, so that was very simple. So just do this. Then just do this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. One, two, three. Doop. It's kind of funny that I'm prepping a fortress that could theoretically get wagons from the mountain home in a fortress where I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna have wagons from the mountain home. Mountain home's getting excited. They're seeing all the right infrastructure being put in place, and it's not gonna run through. Haven't used your PC in a week? Oh man. Yeah, it took me 3 days to get my computer set up when I moved here. Is this like a upwards move or a horizontal move? Training. Like, are you moving to a bigger space or smaller space, or are you just moving? Strixa, the Holy Gorge has been elected mayor. So, who killed my mayor? Oh. Uh-oh. Well, that answers that. So what happened to my mayor? Well, about that. They had a long, happy life in power and are no longer in power. Thankfully, Jasper's already here and ready and is a skilled spear dwarf at this point and stabs the Forgotten Beast in the lower leg with her metal spear. As far as dwarves that have died, it was the Mayor Katan and Shorast, who is... The dwarves are now fending off the creature, and the creature falls. Did you get the kill? The Lustful, the Forgotten Beast. Yes, it looks like Jasper here was able to get the kill. Now, since you ingested a whole bunch of toxic fumes, we'll have to find out. Uh-oh. 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 That's no good. That's also no good. Although this one I think is curable. Basically, she's rotting in real time, and it's making her give off miasma. You know? Okay, so I've got 2 dwarves with it now. Three dwarves with it. The unconscious part is rough. Because it might put them into a coma. Meanwhile, the humans have arrived from a caravan. Advanced rot. Well, do I have buckets in here? I need soap. I also need to go up to here. Go dining hall and office. For these two. Strixa, Ernie Mayer. Anarende, her husband. Strix, did you have any other gigs? Nope, but my bookkeeper's now dead. Croc is now becoming my bookkeeper. Croc can go live there. How's it going? Oh, it's going. Ended up being a short walk. Now the sidewalks are cleared and it isn't safe to walk on the main streets. I'm going to make you jealous for a second. it is currently 10 degrees Celsius and clear skies here. It's part of the reason I moved here. But it's going all right, Alexane. How about yourself? And that's a very normal temperatures for here at this time of year. Clockwork Dragon. Unless you're stuck in ads, in which case, whoops. Just gonna queue up clothing. It's been 18C? Oh, damn. That's pretty warm. The snow will melt quickly, and the city decided to not plow anything because they are cheap and think it will melt quickly. When I first moved here at the beginning of February, it was -10, and we had like 3 days of just ice everywhere. But within a few days, it was all gone, which was nice. But it's 48F here. All right. That's not too much cooler than it is here, but it's a little bit cooler than here. It's like 8 degrees, I think, Celsius. I'm also going to build a cage that doesn't have anything in it, and I'm going to put some tame tortoises in it. So I presume they need tombs. Erdem, are you dead? Why do you have a tomb, yet you're already dead? Or yet you're not dead? Can they claim tombs now? Wow, they can. Holy shit. Anyway, do families visit tombs? Not really. I think it's kind of a shame, actually. Yeah, but I didn't assign them to living dwarves. I don't do that. Well, the reign of Strixatrixa begins. At least, I don't think I did. Maybe I did that unintentionally, but... that must be a recent fix, Shy Pandemonium. It's a little windy here. Tomorrow it might be a lot windy. Does anybody here watch I'm blanking on his first name now. It's like Josh Rossman, or whatever his name is. The guy who uploads videos about right to repair stuff, and then also his cat. Put up a video the other day of like his cat trying to kill a moth, and then him trying to put the moth outside, and then the wind sucking his door shut and breaking his door frame. That's what you make me think of when you say a lot windy. Why do I put altars off 1Z level individually? Why do I put altars off 1Z level individually? I'm not sure what you mean by altars. I put everything like the way I put it because it looks neat. Like the answer to almost any question about why I build a thing the way I build it is because I think it looks cool. So that's why. A lot windy equals cyclone making landfall. Ah, so yeah, literally door getting here. I'll go find the video that I'm talking about because it's going to bug me if I don't. I'll just link it in both chats. Give me a sec. I'm also apparently bad with people's first names. Just got to scroll through my YouTube chat. Lewis Rossman, that's his name, not Josh. Confusing two YouTubers. I'm an idiot. Anyway, speaking of idiots, there's a silly cat being silly. I mean, sometimes I care about efficiency. Speaking of efficiency, some of you might remember a couple days ago, I commented about a sudden loud music coming into my apartment and I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. So what that is there's a guy that drives up and down the road, or rides up and down the road, I should say, on a bicycle. And behind the bicycle, he's got a wagon. And in the wagon, he's got a giant battery and a full-size concert monitor in the back of it, like the 2-meter tall speakers. Just one of those in the back of it, just blasting metal. And you know what? If he's willing to pull that up that hill, more power to him. Freeways, thank you very much for the 46th month. Welcome back. And also for the tier 3. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. Because I just got, no apparent reason, Metallica'd. What a character. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so this is a mud blob that shoots webs. We got a forgotten beast named Fethothamwami. Has come a gigantic blob composed of mud. It has a straight tail and a gaunt appearance. Beware its webs. Well, I'm just gonna turn this on. Lock the dwarfs inside. I'm gonna go to, see, you guys may see a problem and a threat to the fortress's safety. Where you see a problem and a threat to the fortress's safety, I see an opportunity to test my cannons again. We are the same, but not the same. Maybe I shouldn't get them to pull this lever just yet.
Well, in that case.
Speaking of the tier 3s, Audio, thank you very much for the 93rd month. Way to make Freeways feel insignificant. Thank you very much for the 93 months. Hope you're doing well, dude. Hope life's been good to you. All right, let's just erase all these. Can a mechanism break? Traps can jam, traps can break. Correct, and correct. Doesn't count, he falls since 2015. I mean, does it though? Anyway. Busy night shift. You still doing the same stuff for work? It's been a minute, Audio. I presume so based on that sentence though, but. Yeah, teaching me why I should hate airports and which ones I should hate. It's okay, I already hate airports. Six years more airport Factorio? Jeez. 6 years, hey? You are the person with the most legitimate reason to be uninterested in playing Factorio, though, I do gotta admit. Like, I like to think it's me, but no, it's actually you. Okay, so that goes thunk. Oops. There's the old mud puddle. Let's see if I can trade, which I probably should be able to. Trade. Grab those bars. Ooh, I'm gonna grab those blocks. For the rough hematite blocks. I'm actually just gonna buy their bags, because I've got some useful things in them. Buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this. Scrolling through. I'll buy the barrels. Although I should make a bunch of cheese. All right. I'm gonna say send it. And then down here, we wait for the beastie to show up. You bought Factorio. Oh, really? And played a run on Peaceful? All right. You don't like the alien attack shit in that game. Fair enough. Cats are great, dude. Your cat loves one of your necklaces specifically and will manage to pluck just one out of the pile of necklaces on your desk without making a mess, and he always just gets me that one. That's kind of adorable. Okay, so here I was thinking, well, the Forgotten Beast will surely come and attack me. No, it's just going to leave and go to the surface. I guess I have to lock it in. Not what I was expecting to have to do. Speaking of beasts, where's this other one now? This one's a scaly armadillo. It is ravening. Beware. It's also got deadly blood. So now there's two of them. This one's icky, in fact. Boy, oh boy. Why is there, like, no trees over here? That's actually a little weird. Like, there's so many over here, but, like, none right here. Odd. Okay, so I have a weird feeling this one's just going to die to the other one. Well, here comes the other one. There goes this. Oh, come on. Where are you going? Why are you turning around? Oh, you're going to go murder the sheep. Well, okay. Sure. I suppose. Now, where's that other beast at? Okay, you're still in the puddle. Got it. Mechatronics? I don't know what that means. I'm just going to presume that you build Gundams. Or you work for the clans. All right, so we get to shoot minecarts at the first one. Uh-oh. Well, where exactly are you going to slaughter that beast, if I can ask? Do I have a slaughter shop out here somewhere? I must. Also, is everybody in the burrow? Oh. Dwarf, you may have made a grave mistake. I'm not sure there's anything I can do. Oh. Meanwhile, this guy shows up. Ghost Crystal. Icky. His friends call him. And finish up the mess. So, when he hits like right here, I'm just going to start firing off the launchers. Because here he goes. And before he moves too quick. Oh no, what are you doing? Run away. Well, they went right over its head, so... it works. I just need a slower moving foe. Thankfully, the one that's a true threat, the one with webs, is no longer here, so it's now just this guy who's, you know, got deadly blood. What are you running away from fear from? Go the other way. Okay. Your choice there, Dwarf. So, Kib, the militia captain, who's the militia captain of the Safe Roughness, my extra squad, or my secondary squad, is now fighting hand in hand, very satisfied after improving their skill with their axe, and dodging around the enemy as best they can as they hack them to pieces. A bolt is in midair right there, which has been loosed by Orc, who happens to have a crossbow. That is part of his namesake, and is now fighting with said creatures. The creature is getting hacked up pretty quickly. It seems like my Hammer Dwarf and Spear Dwarf are all doing quite a bit of damage to it. The problem is well, you're not covered in the blood. You are covered in tears, however. You are covered in blood. How about you? You are also covered in blood, and you are also covered in dwarf blood. Dwarf blood? Your sweat, not blood. So you're safe. However, how about you? This dwarf here got injured, Olan, and is now starting to bleed. Uh-oh. So you keep on and off bleeding. Uh-oh. Olan, the papermaker's been found dead. Well, you're the one who went and did a dumb, so... Well, this is interesting. Like, the bleeding go up and down. Seems like you need a shower fast. Gonna die of blood loss pretty soon. Rest in peace. They won't use it when the enemy comes close, but they can carry 2 weapons. Basically, you don't want your crossbow dwarves to be in a position where they have to use a weapon. But yes, they do whack people with the crossbow instead. Kib, you can run this squad now. Let's throw you in. I need to repopulate this squad. Thorax, you can join the squad because you would have made a good one a while ago. Same with you. Speaking of, how are you doing? How is Jasper doing? Is vision lost? Jasper, I need to lock you in a room with some healing potions. Give them a reason to stay in the hospital. Is usually the way to go about doing that. But they need a reason to stay in the hospital. Seems like somebody else just died. Ah, Ast the Clother has been missing for a week. Healing potions, yes. Healing potions have been in since Adventure Mode launched. Creed, hello. It's good to see you. Adventure mode added in. Every single world has several different healing edible stuff, which completely heal all wounds, including regrowing limbs. They're mostly an adventure mode feature, but can be accessed through fortress mode via some shenanigans, either via carrying stuff around with adventurers or by settling somewhere you're not supposed to, which is what I did in this case. So this dwarf is now settled where they're not supposed to be. Also alongside of this dwarf for some reason. Well, you've also got a random scar, so we'll heal your scar. But the Curious Jam and the Curious Jam, these two. So when one of these gets hungry, they can go consume the Curious Jam or the Peculiar Juice. And consuming it will heal them. Dusty has finally joined us and began haunting us. I'll be honest, I'm kind of shocked how many people don't read patch notes, I guess. If you watched my YouTube videos, you would know. I'll put it that way. Finally stopping by to say hi. Well, hello, Harm the Wanderer. Why do we need to harm the Wanderer? Were you previously in a squad? Oh, you are in a squad. You're a member of this squad. Ah, I see. So you are the Wanderer. I understand. And the Wanderer, I guess, in this instance, causes harm. Well, the more you know. Let's allow them to go pray. I mean, they both want to pray to Burr, so go pray to Burr. Nope. No, I mean, everything in adventure mode is accessible within reason in fortress mode. The only reason you don't often get everything in adventure mode is because it requires some finagling to access, usually. And a lot of people don't go through the finagling process to do that. Why did you pull it twice? The animation looked like you pulled it twice. Interesting. All right, while we're waiting for other things, I'm going to queue up these. Uh-oh, found something dead. Well, found the dead dwarf who was haunting us, so that's good. Let's get Dusty buried. It's a lot of random rotten crap. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Because I haven't been living peacefully. Hey, chat, have I been living peacefully? Y'all seen how many forgotten beasts we've had? I mean, I did disable a threat that's been added since you last played, Facchio. But literally before I even hit 20 dwarves, we got fucking murked by a forgotten beast that had deadly dust that made everybody just spontaneously bleed to death. And I lost like half my dwarves. and we had to hide on the surface and then kite it out to the surface to go fight some zombies that happened to show up around the same time, instead of, like, you know, actually defeating it. So, I don't know what you mean by peaceful. Okay, so you're thirsty. Am I missing something that is thirst quenching? I think this is thirst quenching. Maybe not. Oh, I should probably unforbid the container. No? Well, I mean, okay. Oh yeah, also the fact that we are within spitting distance of 5 necromancer towers, and 3 of them are actively trying to murder me. I wouldn't say I'm playing peacefully. I mean, I'm not invading anything, but I don't think this is a particularly peaceful fort in any real way, shape, or form. Also, this squad should start training. Oh, there we go. Zahn here is now healed after consuming some mysterious jam, so no more health problems. That's the last of the mysterious jam. How about you here? You should get hungry soon. You've gotten thirsty. I love how their feeling is annoyed with the lack of chairs. Yeah, we didn't get any migrants for the first 2 years because we just got murked by repeated sieges, yeah, that hung around for forever. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly how you define the word. Oh, there's another one. Safely, I guess. So you're taking a nap. I need this dwarf to get hungry. At least you're incompetently performing the rites of the Doctrine of Bronze. But also, if you haven't played in 8 years or so, Dwarf Fortress is great these days. Frame rates are so much better, it's ridiculous. Literally just sitting here until this dwarf gets thirsty. And then I'll let them both out. Or hungry, rather. Come on, dwarf. Chat, we even have a meal emote now. Somebody post that meal emote. We actually have 2 new emotes. We also have Crypt Rat. As we sit here and wait. Oh. Cook was found dead. Succumbed to their injuries. Rest in peace, dwarf. Come on, dwarf. All right, Jasper, I'm just going to station you there, lock this door, unlock this door. Let that dwarf go do what they gotta do. Or don't. We're in an ad break real quick. Shy Pandemonium, it looks like your sub ran out. Blind has big mugs. And they're cheaper now, too. Not only that, but they're on sale. Great. Mugs on my merch store are 10% off if you're a Twitch sub. What are they not drinking? I don't want them to drink. I want them to eat. I'm waiting for that dwarf to get hungry. Not thirsty. Because I need them to eat what's in that pot. Because what's in that pot is a meal that will give you, you know, full healing. I need them to eat the magic potions. Which don't freeze, and it makes me sad because I want to beat somebody to death in adventure mode with a frozen magic potion. For reasons. You could, but trust me, you do not want that. Because you would never be able to, like you could make the game recenter to the dwarf, you can have a full screen pop-up, or you could pause the game. The game would be unplayable if you got a notification whenever a dwarf got thirsty. Or you could just have one pop up there and there would always be 30 of them. You can't do one for a specific dwarf, though. I don't want them to be thirsty. I want them to eat. Because this is food, not drink. I mean... Actually, here's what I'm going to do. Go down here and pull this lever. Then go here and pull that lever. And then Jasper, it's time for you to go be a hero. Jasper's going to go into here. Oh. What? I thought you were insane. Well then. I was like, you'll win this fight, no problem. Oh. I see why. It's because their weapon is armor destroying. Well, in that case, we must have vengeance. That we must. I just killed that dwarf for absolutely zero reason. Also, apparently this is an unreachable location. Not sure why. I have to figure out why. Oh, that's why. Let's forbid this. Forbid this. Is fixed? Well, welcome back, dude. Also, I can open this. It's not an unreachable location. You wingdings. Perfectly reachable. Oh, maybe actually it is unreachable because of that door. They're just chasing this wild boar up here. It's funny. Timing on your subscription was crazy. It certainly seemed that way, yeah. You ran out at exactly the wrong time. I need a few more of them to arrive. Come on, dwarves. Final boss begins. Oh, did I not tell him to kill it? I didn't tell him to kill it. Confirm, confirm. There we go. So we got Etor, we got Thob. They're running towards the creature. It can't destroy armor. What if it destroys your upper torso? Yeah, look at that. Instant heavy bleeding. Instant heavy bleeding. That is brutal, man. This time it is bleeding, though. They managed to get some hits in. It immediately stops bleeding because it drank its potion, right? Yeah, it super duper did. So it healed once. But now they've got it locked up. Another dwarf falls, I think. But it's now faint and pain and nauseous. Nope, not another dwarf fell. That was the first one. We're now running up top and putting down the goblin, who holds the throne. And just like that, I've claimed my last victim in here. And you... What? Where'd the primordial cloud stuff spear go? Oh, there it is. I mean, the elemental spear. It's going to be equipped by you. There it is. And you're taking a nap, because of course you are. What a goddamn shame, man. You know, I'm going to bury my dwarf here up top. Should have watched longer. You just presumed. No, I'm pretty good at this. I hate to brag, but I am pretty good at this game. So a lot of the time, there will be people who's just like, how are you surviving in this instance? And I'll be like, well, it's like not a big deal. It's like not a big deal, you know? I will leave this dwarf forbidden because this is going to be their tomb. Tulon the surgeon has died. Remember earlier I was talking about how I don't generally have problems with people dying in trees? This one died in a tree, but not because I got stuck in it. They just died in a tree for some reason. But right now, Fakio, since you played 8 years ago, you might remember like there would sometimes be fish people or various other like intelligent animal people that live in the caverns. Those dudes attack you in waves now that are basically unbeatable. Unless you like nerf them yourself in the difficulty options. So I've just made the habit of nerfing them. So they're much weaker than they should be and don't attack at all in this particular fort. But if you don't like adjust those options, you will just get attacked by infinite waves of cavern creatures. So, like, the caverns are more dangerous than they used to be if you play the game on default settings. But 2 seconds. The sun is shining directly into the office now, and it's kind of warm in here, so opening up the other window, the door, so that the fresh air can come in. Most of the time I like that it gets warm in here, but then sometimes it gets a little too warm in here. All right, well, you right there are going to be Jasper's tomb. Man, she was happy when she died, too. That's wild. She's too proud to take a potion. First thing was when you saw that I weaponized minecarts? Yeah. And he must have mods? No. Mods are a personal choice. Which sounds way more serious than it needs to. Mods basically just change the basic flavor of the game. So if you feel the game needs some flavor for one reason or another, then yeah, add mods. Otherwise, I personally don't feel that the game needs any mods. So I'm kind of a bad person to ask, I guess. Okay, so you're burying Catan. Who's that even? Oh, it's Etur. Jeez. What FPS do I play at? Well, it's at the bottom of the screen. I usually set it to 70. I used to always play at 100, but chat started saying that 100 was too fast. So I push it down to 70. But this fort's running a little slow because of how big it is. Because this is a 7x7 map. This is DF hack, but so I am using DF hack, but I would say that DF hack isn't needed unless you're kind of a power player is the way I would describe it. Put that away. You wingding. Put in tomb. This is tomb. This is tomb. Assign to that dwarf. Tomb. Bury in tomb. Or don't, I guess. Grumble. I can now make use of these slayed mechanisms for something. Oh, is it directly behind my camera? Oh, oh. Yeah, you're right. I never really clocked that. But yes, I play at 70. Sorry, my bad. I place a thing in its place and then forget about where it's placed. Yeah, I generally play at 70. Currently, it's running around 60 with a graphical FPS of 40. So the UI is responsive enough and the game plays just fine. Why is there teeth in here? Oh my god, this is like mostly full. That's insane. Well, okay then. I put myself right on it. Yep, I'm right on top of the frame rate. So no one will ever know what my frame rate is. It was my secret plan all along. You finally discovered my scheme. I can claim my frames are great because no one will ever know. Is Sparrow people? Well, you can solve that problem very easily by simply turning them off. That's the way I solve that problem, usually. Should just name them all Jack, and at the very least, they'll be funny. I really also need to get some lava up in here so that I'm not using this fucking drawbridge setup. How big is my military? Not big at all. I don't really have enough population for a large military. Also, they keep dying. Is the other half. I had 2.5 squads. One Marksdorf squad, one melee squad, and then half of another squad. But then then about a third of them died, and then another third of them died. It's been kind of a constant. Why would I do that? As long as the dwarf is buried, it doesn't matter. I'll be honest with you. I always want to do cool things with tombs and then never do. Because I always want to do cool things with tombs and then get bored of doing cool things with tombs and then stop doing things with tombs. So if you're asking me, am I going to put a tombstone at the top of everyone? I mean, that'd be cool looking. Will I? I'm just being honest here. I don't know about you, but there's a few things in Dwarf Fortress that I'm like, that would be really cool if I did it. Shame I won't ever do it. And that is certainly one of those things. No, fuck you. A lot of the time when creatures show up, I lock the door and then wait for the zombies to siege me for the quintillionth time and then run to the surface and murder them. Also, I'm like, what version number did you play in? Out of curiosity. Trying to figure out where your experience is coming from. Like, how to explain how things have changed, I guess. Because the game's changed pretty considerably in 8 years. So that they can have separate tombs, but they don't need additional things. I might give them statues, but I'm not going to bother giving them individual engraved tombstones. Like, I don't see any reason to do that. Just throwing out numbers. Okay, so like, you last played back when tantrum spirals were still a thing. Someone in chat's gonna be like, they're still a thing. No, they're not. No, they're fucking not. And like loyalty cascades were common going concerns and stuff like that. Are they not anymore? Not in the last 4 years. Also, 8 years ago was what? 2016? So you're probably playing version 44. Yeah, you were probably playing version 44. Unless you didn't update your game. Okay, then you haven't played in longer than 8 years then. Because if trees were 1 tile thick, then yeah, you were playing in the 30s then. Because they would grow up, but they wouldn't grow out. And they just look like a single eye before they changed them to zeros. That era of trees, yeah, then you were playing more like 12, 13 years ago, unless you never updated your game for some reason. Well, no, I mean, like, that stopped being a thing in 2014, which was 10 years ago, so... So, I hate to break it to you, but time passes. So, at least 10 to 12 years ago was when you last played. One is one that you've made, one is one you haven't made. Items you haven't made can't be given away as a gift. Or an ammo. I mean, 2 years in... I was gonna say in dog years, but that's not how dog years works. But simply put, Forgotten Beasts and Cavern Monsters have had various different balances over the years. I wouldn't say that my gameplay is comparable to most people's because I've got tens of thousands of hours in this game. Even when I'm fucking around and being silly and just letting dumb shit happen like I usually do, it's generally not the best idea to compare my gameplay to what the average user experience would be because I play this game too much. Fortunately, sometimes chat lets me play other games, right, chat? Inverse dog years. Sure. Okay, it's like 2 years in Etten years. Or sorry, Ent years maybe. Or elf years? Yeah, it's 2 years in elf years. We'll go with that. Because, you know, they're immortal and all that. I don't think they're, like, outside of... Okay, so, like, there's Deep Space Cursed Metal. There's Deep Space. He streams consistently and is quite experienced. He plays even more differently than I do. Like, I play pretty fast and loose with Fortress Safety, as can be spotted by the moods. But, like, I have 30 dwarves that are a little pissy. Like, Deep Space would have 70 right now. Oh, goddamn. Well, there goes the traders. My cool wild animals just murdered the traders, I think. Yep. I need to get rid of the garbage. Not scare them away, you dumb grizzly. I know you're friendly to me, but you're not friendly to the trade. Well, at least we get a bunch of free cloth. Crap. But, like, it's... Aside from Deep Space, like, there really isn't a ton of what I would describe as experienced streamers. Like, there's a couple people that have, like, 1 to 2 concurrent who are pretty experienced at stream. But, like, Von Galactic is getting there, but he's still pretty new in the grand scheme of things. Like, I remember when Von Galactic was just learning. Demon Stir here also streams pretty consistently. Is working on an artifact. But yeah, a lot of people, like, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress and who streams Dwarf Fortress is a subject that makes me sad. Because it's like, I've had so many borderline arguments with other streamers where it's just like, people say that Dwarf Fortress is a bad game to watch. It's like, well, then I wouldn't exist. If it wasn't a fun game, and they're like, you're the anomaly. It's like, I don't think that anomalies would exist, like, in that format. Like that, if they weren't a going concern, but I digress. I need to make sure these cages are empty. Forts haven't been dying to FPS death since like 2016. Some people don't believe me, but to me, the definition of FPS death is kind of the old school definition, which is the game is unplayable due to frame rate being so low and it's uncurable and unfixable. Proper death. But generally what ends up happening isn't that it becomes unplayable. What ends up happening is that frame rate will drop at points, but it's almost always fixable. And if you have any idea of what you're doing, it's always fixable. Not only that, but like I had to go back to version 47 because I recorded a bunch of footage for No Clip Video, who are working on a documentary about Dwarf Fortress. And on this computer, version 47.05, which was the last pre-Steam version, with about 150 dwarves, runs at like 20 FPS. I have 95 on a much bigger map, and I'm pretty steady at 60. The child has created Olmes Tular, a chert ring, and claims it as a personal treasure. Alrighty, bud. So, like, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress runs better now than it's literally ever run before. And so the result is people are like, well, I'm going to have a fortress of 400 dwarves. I'm like, that literally... And then they're like, frame rate's bad. How many dwarves do you have? 450. Well, you wonder why the frame rate's bad. God damn, man. Oh, yeah, also the map's 16 by 16. Well, duh. Of course your frame is bad. It's disabled by default. You have to change your settings to make the maps that big. Is there a clip of the railgun firing? I could just fire it. Uh-oh. Well, it works. You're welcome. Oh, no. Sorry, Strix. Your baby will remember this. Wowie. Awkward. I think you mean red shirt, but... no, this was a child that got smacked by one of the other minecarts and then propelled into oblivion. That is an unconscious baby who can't sit or stand. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, remember how I said some people might die? All about that. That's, misfire. There we go. Maybe once it can stand, then it can help clean and do other things that kids do. That's okay. It's just a mare. We'll get another one. Do I follow a design? Fuck no. Not really. No, we set up... I have a command ! Goal if you want to know what I'm trying to achieve with the fort. I don't follow any fort designs, if that's what you're asking. I don't really know what you mean by design. Do I use player-made goals? I mean, usually I figure out what I'm going to try and do with each fort as I start. And then sometimes I follow it. Sometimes I don't. But do me a huge favor, Fekio. Stop using that smiley face. It is maybe the most irritating emote on Twitch. Just use literally any other smiley face. The Forgotten Beast, Utost, has come. An enormous eyeless spider. That sucks. It has 2 short horns and it undulates rhythmically. It's pale brown exoskeleton and is warty. Beware its poison bite, meaning it probably has webs, right? It's also on the lower level. Why would I want to lava moat? That's a terrible idea. Building a huge lava moat is a horrible idea. Why would I ever want to do that? Gotta wait for the ads to be done. FPS doesn't have issues with lava. Lava doesn't cause FPS issues. No, it's your own dwarves falling into them is the problem. Same with normal moats. I mean, water moats are more dangerous to your dwarves than the enemy in almost all instances. So, no, I mean, there is no issue with that. You are correct, Dog D, yeah, or Eric D, yes. We do, in fact, have several more dwarves. Remember, you've played a version of the game from over 10 years ago on significantly older hardware, and the game doesn't run on SDL1 anymore. The graphics don't run on your CPU anymore. The game is multi-threaded. Just remember, we're talking about a different game. Like, we might as well not be talking about the same game anymore. I mean, if you played in 34, you only had 64 Z levels. So... yeah, actually, here, I could just do this. Hold on. Let me just open up my web browser here. And go to YouTube. And go to my YouTube channel. Then go to my VOD channel. Up to 400 Z levels per fort. If I scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Yeah, sure, this is a good... Shut up, me. And also, I mean, you can't see it, but this fort is sitting at 70 frames a second. What do I have a lot? Shut up, me. When did I tell you that I could talk? Trying to just get a shot of the lava. This wasn't even when the shenanigans were at peak. Oh, sure. Here's a good shot. Quit autoing. There you go. So this has what? Like 91 dwarves, which tiny population. The population did go up to about 200 at one point. But I had this volcano that was constantly erupting. So we are talking about a different game. Basically. Oh yeah, no, like you'll have no issue doing that now, that's for sure. Energy is correct. XD. Speaking of XD, I do need to get those dwarves buried, so let's finish that. Some migrants have arrived. Hallelujah! I definitely need those. Can they even get into the fort right now? I guess they can. Still kind of hoping that I will get some more dwarves from my previous fort that actually have military history. Instead, I just keep getting dwarves that have military history that weren't from my previous fort. Well, you got bad memories, so maybe you did come from my last fort. Humorless, perfectionist, disdains stoicism, values self-control. Sweet, join the military. How about you? Oh, you're a competent spear dwarf. Again. No military history in my forts. Basically, everybody in this world has some sort of military history or training, which is interesting. Values tradition, quick to give up, overbearing. Ah. Good luck, dwarf. You're an axe dwarf. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Let's present herself bold, even if she would... she has a sense of duty. You'll do okay in the military, I think. I'll put you into the Mark's Dwarf squad. I should get them training again, actually. Presuming they don't actively have a method of getting more zombies, anything can run out of anything if you destroy its population. Anything can run out of anything. You're what? Patient, strong, values eloquence, not creative. Yeah, you'll do okay. What was your name again? Eurus the Tanner? Eurus the Tanner, you can actually run this squad. The fact that you're the only Eurus in this map is kind of shocking to me. God damn it, you brought a cat. How dare you? No! Bad! No KV. Please end its life. Stat. Plus these ones I caught. Unfortunately for them. A Clockwork Dragon. What kind of dwarf do you want? Oh, shit. Expert Hammer Dwarf. Again, not from my previous fort. That's wild. This is the most random combat experience I've ever seen in a faction, I think. At least since, like, just getting an expert Hammer Dwarf. Like, what? Can you has any craft dwarf? Sure, after I'm done sorting the new populace. The new populace. Populations. Dower is a real conflicted by this. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Do you want a beard or no beard? Clockwork. You were literally opening that? I was staring at it because it's been up for 15 minutes. What's bad about KV boars? Well, I don't actually have anything against cats. Cats are fine. I have to geld them quickly. KVs, I don't like them because there's no reason for them to exist. They don't produce anything of value. They are grazers, so they have to be kept in a pasture, which I find annoying and tedious already. So if they gave meat or leather, I would be okay with them, but they don't give meat or leather. They literally just give you a skull. That is it. Same with bunnies. Bunnies do the same thing. So they're completely pointless to keep as a livestock, unless you have a massive totem industry, which I don't. And never do and never will. Since last win was about noon. Oh, gotcha. And the time rolled over. Fair enough. For craft dwarves, do you have any preference? I mean, I got this one available, 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 or this one available. Take your pick. No, I did not slaughter a pet cat. You cannot slaughter a named animal. Unless their owner is dead, which is kind of funky. I did not slaughter cats. I slaughtered I queued up training orders for 3 different KVs so that I can slaughter them once they're trained. Because I can't slaughter them until they're trained, and they're in my cage traps, and they keep clogging up my cage traps like a bunch of useless critters that they are. You want blocks that rock? Is that what you're saying? Rith? Clockwork Dragon. Ring Church. Oh, that's good. That's a good name. It can be very single-minded and has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Pardon me for a second. I'm just going to jump up to here. Go over here. The mayor's dead, so... Arende is now mayor. Oh, well, that's good. I like how the spouse and religious leader of the fortress, Fierce Funeral, becomes the mayor. Like, this is now the mayor. Like... Oh no, he had to endure the decay of his mother. Oh, that's grim. But she did get buried at the very least. All right. I'll be excited for them when I know what they are. I don't generally get excited for things when we don't know when it's releasing and we don't know how far along it is and we don't know the details. I'll be excited when we get the first round of patch notes. I've learned over my very long, devastatingly grim career in this industry that you shouldn't get excited for things because that's how you get disappointed most of the time. Like, I'll speculate sometimes with you guys for fun, but to be completely honest, I'm very curious. But I'm not going to say that I'm excited because it's somewhere between, like, I'm curious to see what they come up with, and, well, if I don't like them, I'll just nerf them or turn them off. Anyway, you can be very single-minded, and she has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, is inattentive to detail in her own work, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. And she is quite ambitious and slow to trust others. She is quite polite and is quick to form negative views about things. She doesn't give in to grievances, and she has a greedy streak, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that live differently from herself. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of raising a family and personally holds shrewd and crafty individuals in the lowest esteem. And strongly believes that peaceful and ordered societies without deceit is best, and sees the denial of impulses as a vain and foolish pursuit. She values peace over war and finds blind honesty foolish. She likes siltstone and zinc, as well as white jade and the color sepia, quivers and amulets and generous wisps, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling, and the sight of the dying baby in the corner, and the sight of the silkiness of vestivals, and when possible prefers to consume single grain wheat beer and giant kangaroo's milk. Meanwhile, the forgotten beast, Thucket, has come. A towering humanoid composed of salt. Nice. It has a pair of squat antennae and a bloated body. Hallelujah, it doesn't do anything monstrous. The fuck is it? It is down here. Ring Dagger. What a good name. Is the front gate still shut? Front gate is in fact still shut. Oh, that's why we haven't rescued the baby yet. Well, I should make that one tile available. Maybe they already grabbed it? Yeah, I guess they grabbed it. Oh, are you rescuing it? Or is it... No, it just healed enough to be able to leave. Well, that's not good. I mean, I guess that's good. Rather. All right, so let's just go here and add everybody to the burrow. Get them out of the down underside area. And let's shoot this salt monster with some cannons, shall we? How you doing, Stratature? Hopefully things are good. Chat, can I get a really big round of beers for good luck? We all know and need this to be as dramatic a blast as possible. Where the heck are you going? Oh, well, never mind. You just found my siege operator in the middle of goddamn nowhere. Get him, buddy! Oh. Get him, buddy! The random expert hammer dwarf was running around collecting stuff for his new career in the military and as part of this fortress, and murdered a forgotten beast before he even got really started. Good on you, I guess, Mr. Bronze Warhammer, sir. Should probably make silver Warhammers. Pots can store some asterisk items. Just not all items. How about you in my new abode and all? I'm good. You know, trucking through the days. One day at a time. I think I'm going to make... gold bookcases. Let's make 12. Then in the middle here, I should be able to just do this. So what, Billin? Just get these colors matching here. There you go. And then the center of this is going to be a dining hall. Oops, can't do that. Dining hall. And the outer of this is going to be library. And they're going to be connected. And I will put a food stockpile in here. And to inverse dog years ago. I mean, the hotkeys are all completely different. The game isn't playable with only a keyboard. So if that's going to cause you issues, then maybe. Otherwise, for me, going from version 47 to this version was just kind of like okay, where the fuck did they put that menu? Okay, wait, now where the fuck did they put that menu? All right, but like now, hold on. Where did they put this menu? It was a lot of that for about 6 hours, and then it was fine after that. Got some flights coming up? What do you mean? Like, do you pay for flight Wi-Fi or something? But regardless, the Gloved Vault. I really like that name for a library. That's a good library name. Any balance changes I'm unhappy with? Well, I was talking about the one that I'm unhappy with earlier, which is disable the other stuff. I need to remind you, you and me are playing a different game. Version 47, balance-wise, as in like stress and management difficulty-wise, is pretty similar to this version. So the game hasn't changed much since 2018. The game has changed a metric fuck ton since version 34. So for me, are there any balance changes I don't like? I don't like the changes they made to digging too deeply and greedily, because it's just kind of tedious. There's some bugs with becoming a mountain home right now, which I want them to fix real bad. But you need to remember, we're talking about a different game here. But really, it's just the cavern invaders I don't like, but those you can just turn off, so it's a non-issue. Because like all of the settings are just in game now, so like you just go to difficulty and go to custom and just tweak what you want in game, which is nice. Mountain home bugs. So when you become the mountain home, when you become the capital before the mountain home, and you get your noble, your king or your queen, every single noble in your faction comes and visits, which is totally fine. I actually really like that mechanic. I think it's cool. It's been in the game for a while. However, the bug with it is if they die for some reason, your fault or not, another one immediately appears with the same rank that immediately replaces them. Which means you can get stuck in these infinite loops of people dying that you have no control over, that don't join your fortress, that can't join your fortress unless you use DF hack to force them to join your fortress. They do not obey any laws or orders. They don't follow burrows. And I know some people will be like, but dwarves don't follow burrows. Yeah, these guys literally don't have the option to, let alone just legal misbehaving, which is what a lot of dwarves do, where they just go like, yeah, no, I'm gonna go finish my craft anyway. And you go, but you're gonna die, you moron. And then they're like, yeah, I don't care, la-di-da, and then they go die. These guys will just go die. Also, then they become ghosts. And it's like, I have no interest in becoming a mountain home again until they fix that. Because I like to make maniacal death traps, and I don't like my maniacal death traps being clogged up by my own ally corpses. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it doesn't really cause any negatives to your fort, aside from that you have to clean their bodies up and also bury them in tombs or make memorials for them. But when like 45 die in the span of about 2 minutes because like an enemy siege is parked somewhere and they just keep appearing, it's like not fun, and there's no way to disable it because they're not considered visitors. So disabling visitors doesn't fix it, but ideally they just fix it. That's the one thing that I would say that I'm like annoyed by with current versions of the game. Really? I mean, a lot of the common complaints I don't understand. People constantly complain that Mark's dwarves don't work still. I have zero experience with them not working. They work just fine as far as I can tell. So that one's perplexing, and I see people complaining about it a lot, but I don't know, it hasn't been an issue for me. They work just fine as far as I'm concerned. So I don't quite get what people are talking about with that one. They just nerfed meals finally, so that's good. I don't know. There really isn't too much. And then the queen demanded short swords, and then I got assaulted by a legend sword dwarf throwing a tantrum and like 23 injured and lived, and then later randomly bled to death. I don't know. They probably didn't they probably bled to death because they got stabbed, not randomly. How do you prevent your fortress from becoming a barony? When they ask you to be elevated in society, you just say, no, I'd rather keep my distance from the homeland. Which, before somebody comments, yeah, I'm aware that that makes it so that you can't make specific requests of caravans anymore, but you know what? The world's not going to end if you can't. Table, rock, throne. Or at least my world won't end. Maybe yours will. If yours will, well then you should, you know, keep doing that. But I personally, I just hope that it gets fixed. I mean, I asked Tarn the other week to fix it, so. And he said that it shouldn't be too difficult. And now that adventure mode's out in the main branch again, you know. Oh, speaking of adventure mode, to a person who hasn't played in a decade, the senior citizen in the chat, old man. No, anyway. Boogeymen are no longer a concern unless you're in specific haunted biomes. There are now magical dice which can either give you magical items and or curse you if you roll them too many times. They tend to hang out in temples. There are now generated quest lines. There are magic healing potions that can regrow limbs. Or can you find my iron on any map now? Why the fuck would you want to find iron on any map? No, I mean, the world gen code really hasn't changed much at all. But it does tell you what material is on the map before you embark, which was an old DF hack feature, which I hate, but I've learned to stop bitching about it. Instead, I just don't pay much attention and forget. No, when you're settling now and you hover your mouse over a location, or your selector over a location is what I should say, to go pick what area you would like to embark into, it tells you what the what metals are available instead of just saying deep metals / shallow metals or whatever. Which I wish they never did that, but they did, so such is life. Kivish, you seem like you'd be good in the military just by looking at you. You know, you can also just change the population threshold in the difficulty settings, Ilmirin. Or actually, whoever answered that. Yeah, it was Ilmirin. If you don't export much wealth, they also don't ask you. I caught an eagle and a black mamba. Oh my god, I finally found another animal I'm going to train. Whoops, wrong screen. Holy shit. I'm gonna keep you. You're gonna be my pet. The rest of you I'm gonna eat, though. I'll keep you two alive. We're eagles that drop snakes onto the enemies. Calm down, Red Alert. Oh, also you can build on floors. I'm just randomly thinking of things that have changed. You can build on floors, so you don't have to deconstruct your you don't need to deconstruct like your floor tiles to build a wall on them. Maybe my favorite change going into premium. is the fact that you don't need to deconstruct floor tiles. Also, let's just open this gate for right now. Also, is this enabled right now? Yes, it is. Let's turn that off. It's kind of hard to see this. Thunk, and thunk, and thunk. Also get rid of that because I don't need it. Should be fine. I have no idea who nor what are you talking about? Person in chat who's speaking for the first time? Nobody got banned for that. So you're either lost, confused, or trolling, or all of the above. No, you're lost, confused, or trolling. Or you're just simply in the wrong place. Is there another material alternative to bins? Like there is to barrels? Not really, no. Forgotten Beast. I read that as Rob Kakul. Med Equic, it's not Rob, it's Reb, has come, a humanoid composed of flame. Nice. We got the hot stuff up in here. It has long curving horns and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its webs. Well, that's fucking scary in like every way. My God. Okay, fine. I'm sorry I unlocked the door. I'll lock it again. My bad. Lost, confused, and trolling. It's like a goblin plotline. Hey! Spooky. At least it'll burn the evidence. I kind of want to lock this one on the surface. I don't actually have a way to do that right now. Oh, yay, it's killing the KV. Hallelujah. Good riddance. Rock pots are a different wooden barrel. They're not a better wooden barrel. I mean, you can make different, like there's jugs, pots, and barrels, right? There's no alternative to bins, but you can make metal bins. Is that a Belrog? I mean, I don't recall the Belrog shooting webs, but yeah, I guess it is kind of a Belrog. I've been watching your vids for a while. Thanks for the tutorials. Hoping to glean a bit more from the game while watching. Well, cheers, mate. Beast looks rather unkind. He's kind of hot, to be honest. Or it's kind of hot. I mean, it does have, well, it has 3 horns. Okay, so it's an although one of them appears to be coming out of its face. So it's like a Belrog if it had a horn coming out of its shoulder. And wait, it's in front of its mouth for some reason. So he's got like one coming out of his nose and 2 in his ears, I guess. Mushroom trees don't burn down. So fun fact, trees don't burn down. Their leaves burn. As you can see up here, their leaves and branches are burning. These ones don't burn, but these guys do. But trees don't burn down. Their branches do. Yes, you'd be running at a frame a second with this going on, probably, in version 34. That, or it would be running better. It's one of the two. Because there's less to process in total. Although this may actually cause the frame to hitch a bit. If something gets stuck, but not for long. Morning, Mercury. I hope they closed the gate in time. Be very unfortunate if they didn't. You know, I kind of want to try and shoot this thing with my minecarts, but it may actually be smarter to just do it this way. Just try and snipe it from a distance. Man, that's terrifying. It's shooting flaming webs. Like, genuinely, that is terrifying. I'm kind of tempted to just open the door. Let's just get these fortified. Get you down here. And everybody should be in the upper burrow. Although I do need to add this to the burrow briefly. Get your bolts down here, dwarves. Let's make sure you have ammo. Most of them do. Actually, I need to make more quivers. Because I did sell a bunch. Can your dwarves handle them? Probably. It's going to be sketchy, but probably. I'm going to say probably. Where's Mr. Hot Stuff? There you are. No, well, they're not randomly in the hallway. They were being constructed in the hallway. Because my favorite way to get rid of boulders I don't need is to just put, like, masonry. Oh, by the way, masonry doesn't exist anymore. It's stoneworking now. I put stoneworker shops in the middle of hallways. And it's a pretty effective method of just getting rid of stones in a specific location. So that's why there's random furniture in the hallway. Buddy, it's south. It's like right there. That's the door to my fort. Where are you going? Oh, you can't see through your own smoke line. Got it. The subordinate of baiting is also a really good last name. Do you have any kills? Oh, lucky you do. No, I have them make a bunch of bricks in the area where they are, and then use those bricks to build floors in the area. It has webs, yeah. So you can't really see them because its webs tend to burn alongside of it shooting out flame. So it shoots out flames and stuff burns at the same time. Also, in regards to trees, these are trees burning. And that's why they're caving in. So this will cave in when this support gets burnt right here. And for reference, the game's still playing at a solid 50-something frames. I'm sorry, what? Oh, you're all the way down there. That's fine. You're allowed to live down there. Just don't come up here, please. Why haven't you entered my fortress yet, you goofball? In before it walks underneath a caving-in tree and explodes. Aw, man. Napalm? Sure, actually. That's not that far off of a description. Dude, you can go south and kill me. There's no way into my fort if you go north. There might be a honey badger, though. I cannot confirm or deny. Also, fun fact about fire. If your military is fighting with a creature that shoots fire, and they keep catching fire, if your military also happens to have flasks, whatever liquid is in their flask will evaporate when they catch fire, and it will extinguish the flame. Just thought I'd tell you. No, I'm blind, and you're Fakio, and this creature is Reb. Yeah, it's like a single-use fire extinguish. Or just get them to fight in shallow water, which also basically negates them completely. The problem with, I beg your fucking pardon? Oh! Right. I forgot about the zombies. So there's zombies in cages here, right? Anyway, this guy's just going around burning the cages and releasing all the zombies. I didn't even think about that. And some of them are just leaving, like this one. You're wise. I would too. Liquor also evaporates and makes the fire go out. Don't worry about it, okay? Just don't worry about it. Please tell me you got it. Forgotten Beast kicks the human corpse in the left leg, but it glances away. The human bowman corpse punches the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her right hand, breaking away the tissue. No, it was an unarmed zombie that got it. It was this lady, Ripper Bleaches. She's called. Oh my god, that's funny. That is so fucking funny. Oh, jeez. This guy feels real ripped off. He's like, man, she's like, man, I almost got out of this joint. God damn it. Man, that is funny. That is too funny. That is too funny. Well, the question is, are they heading towards my fort? They probably are. Yeah, they are. Look at them. Get them, spooks. Or don't. Or are they just going to leave? That'd be even funnier if they just leave. Uh-oh. Remember earlier I was saying the frame rate might hitch? Well, it's hitching. Let's pause game. It's probably the zombies that are wrecking it too. I almost guarantee you it's this. Probably not, actually. Oh, no, it's probably this guy. They're gonna die anyway. Haha! Wait, was that right? Well, okay, frame rate's at... Yeah, it's coming back now. Okay, so they are grouping up over here. Some of them are turning around. He's trying to pass through the smoke, and he was the one on fire, which was the problem. Where are these zombies going? Reason 2 injured. Alright, fine. Just I don't need you canceling my shit. The reason we're getting undead on this map is because of our close proximity to necromancer towers, which are automatically at war with you, similar to goblins. Except Necromancer towers don't care about how big your fort is. They just kill you. So I'm just gonna send my squads up here. Although the Marks dwarves are gonna get here quicker. Not much quicker, though. Rest of the militia's right behind them. So I would like to release my squads. You know, I don't normally do this, chat. I might make a mist generator. I might make a mist generator. Really? Really? Really now? How did I discover this? What fell down here that I discovered this? Also, all of the cavern layers are connected? Well, that's somewhat disturbing. The better question is, how is it on fire down here? Oh. Wait. No? Oh, did bits of it fall down? That's certainly possible that bits of the Forgotten Beast fell down here. Well, that's a human leg, so... Well, something burning fell off the edge. Probably a collapsing tree, then. Well, that's brutal. It's either that or like a tree fell over and caused like a burning bit to fly off. Just remember, Dwarf Fortress is an immersive sim. It's brand new militia captain Urist's first time in a fight. Oh, and somebody died. Excellent. Who was it? It was Thob. Well, rip Thob. Curious, did you make it to the fight? No, you didn't. I want to read this dwarf's combat log because they're using a elemental stone spear, which should have some powers tied to it, so curious to see that in action. Got a lot of messy bedrooms down here. Gotta fix this. A lot of messy bedrooms. Dwarf bedrooms are too cute. Oh, thank you. They do look like a messy teenager, but... Alright, well, let's just unpause the game and see what hell breaks loose. I mean, stuff's still collapsing, so what could possibly go wrong? Let's open up my very gaudy bridge. Well, I mean, 2 of the cavern layers are hot right now. Also, that was my axe dwarf that was found dead. I'm presuming you have a coffin that you'll get assigned to. Yeah, I'm going to make a... what do you call it? I'm apparently blanking on how words work. Chat, my apologies. I'm going to make me a mist generator. I try not to build these usually, but this fortress is getting a little silly, so... Desperate times equal... Well... I mean, not desperate times. Times in which you do not care for the well-being of your citizens call for desperate measures. Yes. What if I go... That's gonna look fugly, though. I don't like it, but it is what it is. I'll just fill in the wall with something else. Complain about it later. Yes. Fuck you. They're one of those things that, an iron wall. All right. They're one of those things that I would say operates almost identically to the way it used to. They're one of the few things that does. Although something that doesn't quite operate the way they used to are infinite power generators. Those sometimes operate the way they used to, and sometimes super duper 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 don't. Grab a pickaxe, peasant. I need more miners. Oh no, a dwarven child's been found dead. Well, that's unfortunate. I don't know why. Oh, that can go away. So can those. You brought you water. Oh, your neck is torn open. You need cleaning? Okay. Ton here is cleaning patient. Yeah, but the old design done. There's also well, actually, off the top of my head, they saying hi in YouTube chat. Off the top of my head, I can think of 3 different designs that still work. There's the one where you block the bridges, and then there's 2 different ways that you can make a minecart generators work. But because if you have flow and river, bridges don't block flow; they just block the water go away, but flows continue. So if you just have like 5 water wheels on a river that's flowing, and then you block the river, they keep flowing forever. But the old school pump method no longer works. It sort of worked in version 47, and now I would say it just doesn't work anymore. But I don't like using those because they just feel cheaty, says the guy building impulse ramps. But I digress. Nobody's perfect. Yes. 100%, absolutely, you do 1000% need them. They are absolutely 100% vital. Fuck you. Because dwarves have a need that they no longer do automatically, which they used to do in older versions, which is they would go pray. They no longer, or not pray, they need to socialize. And they don't have a way of socializing unless you give them a way to socialize. So in order for them to be able to socialize, they have to go to a zone where they can speak with one another and make friends. They have to do that in a social zone. A social zone could be a guild hall, it could be a tavern. Although, also, please don't call inns and taverns new. For the love of God. They were added, like, in 2017. 16? 16. There was the same time as sieges, so 17, yeah. Well, you attacking other things. Please don't call that new. You're making my hair get grayer. Thinking about it. But 100%, yeah, no, they are absolutely vital. To wait for them to build these first. New to you? Well, I don't care about you. I care about my sanity, and you're currently doing quite a bit of damage to it. I have enough gray hair already. I don't need you to make me gain more. Do you need all of them? Hey, chat, you guys want to help me out here? Can y'all help me out here, please? Please. I'm gonna put my militia captains in bedrooms right here. And Mr. Angry McGee right there. Imagine being the basement bedroom. How many chuggas have come before the choo-choo? 4? I would say. And why is it an even number? Because there's a chugga on each side of the wheels, and wheels are even number. Checkmate, motherfucker. Does the stairway count as a door? 4 walls count as an enclosed room. Game doesn't process the layer above as open, meaning you don't actually need a door, you just need an enclosed room. I have a snatcher. Who's a novice carpenter. See, 2 snatchers. They're both novice carpenters. And I'm going to go down into here. Make a little farm field back here. This is going to be for my 1 black mamba. Doors will yeah, that's another thing. Like, guild halls. Guild halls are both, like, the most useful thing in the game and also one of the more annoying things. Not that it's a bad thing. Dwarves will demand guild halls after a while when there's 10 dwarves with a particular skill. But guild halls are amazing because guild halls... Well, here's one. Like this. If you make them so that anybody in the fortress can go into them, which this one isn't, they act like schools. So dwarves will go into the guild hall and then teach each other skills in that guild hall for what the guild hall is based on. So, like, a dwarf with no metal smithing skill whatsoever, and then a dwarf with legendary weaponsmithing will go into the weaponsmith. They'll both go into the weaponsmiths guild, and then the one with legendary weaponsmithing will teach the other one basic weaponsmithing. And then if you set it up correctly, and make like a big guild hall at the very beginning of every fort, then every single dwarf will end up with some level of weaponsmithing. I'm just using that as an example. And then when every single dwarf has some level of weaponsmithing, then all of your artifacts end up being weapon artifacts. Stuff like that. Like there's some really neat things with guild halls. I really like guild halls. Is this 2 Z-Vaults high? Yes, it is. This will be a roof, technically. Okay, well, let's just knock this off the end. Trying to think how I'm not going to screw this up. Just knock out those wall corners and then plunk those in later. Oops, wrong tool. Then go here. Do this. And that. And this and that. Midnight had to redeem? Oh, shit. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. It hasn't even gone off my screen yet. I just hadn't looked up since they redeemed it. Midnight, what kind of dwarf would you like? Presser, Gelder, or Miller? Do you want a beard or no beard? Also, yeah. I should make an Engraver's Guild. Is something I should do. Let's see. You said Miller. I got one Miller Asob. Gelder. I got Ton. She's happy. And Presser. I have no Pressers. I do have a Shearer. Let's do the first one you said then. Midnight. Actually, this is Midnight the 2nd. I wouldn't want to call you Mid. Is grounded in reality and friendly, and always tries to say nice things to others, does not go out of his way to help others, and is often cheerful, isn't particularly ambitious, and isn't particularly curious about the world. He tends to cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and tends to be passive in discussions. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. He lowers his eyes when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of... well, he doesn't dream of anything. Personally, he has a deep dislike of the natural world and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He likes andesite and gold, as well as moss opal and unicorn horn and rami fabric, and the color pale brown. Picks and shields and splints and guinea fowls for their social nature. And the sound of the tulip of sparkling and impossible prefers to consume. Giant masked lovebird and mussel. And amaranth beer, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. I've been streaming for 8 hours, chat. Ain't that wild? Well, I mean, they like to be outside, but they dislike the concept of the natural world, right? It's a pretty wide difference. You are married to Zulban, who's a stonecrafter. And of course, you're a member of the Head Cave of Clobbering. It's good to have you. I feel like you know the answer to this question, and me answering it for you would not help. Bastet. Because they designed them that way. How many books do I have in this library? 7? Oh, that sucks. Orc is a professional observer. I don't know why. That's never going to get normal to me. Let's see if amethyst people can study. Ew, imagine being from the US. Gross. Fuck you. Is your dwarf still alive? No. Wanted to confirm, but no. Feel bad for these guys. They're not capable of pondering. At least they're... At least you're capable of reading. Also, imagine presuming somebody's from America in the year 2025. Yikes. You started it, Facule. No, but you can move up here if you, like, marry somebody in the country. Shaliath. I don't want Oregon. You guys have too many neo-Nazis. I wish I was joking, but why is it all the crazy white soccer moms who, like, hate vaccinations from Oregon? There's so many of them to the point where it's a stereotype. Anyway, sorry. Politics. It happens. I see where the light's shining through. I'll go close the door. That should fix the light beams on the green screen. You know, life makes a lot more sense if you just replace the word politician with pelican all the time. Makes things a lot simpler. Oh, it's true. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that eloping parts of another country into a country is a good thing. Even if things are better here right now, I don't think that's a good thing. So can we take Oregon? No? Asterisk? I do like pelicans, though, so maybe I shouldn't call them pelicans. Anyways. I'm going to start a stopwatch now that doesn't exist. It's imaginary. To see how long it takes for me to have to ban a second person today because of politics coming up. Politics has always been allowed. But here's the thing. If you say something fucking stupid, you won't speak again in my chat. I have a very simple set of rules, which is just be sane, be an adult, and be tactful. And if you're not capable of one of those things, then you just cease existing in my chat forever. And then everybody's life goes on. And I live in peace. So, you know, you can talk about literally whatever you want. But if you're a dipshit, bye! You know, honestly, at this point, don't come to Canada. Try and make your country less terrible. Because we got enough problems up here. God damn it. Because most people can't afford to move to Canada. Or at least that's what your wife says. You know what's funny, Corpse? Is I know that you manually censored that because I don't have any censored swear words in my chat. Except for some slurs, but... So I know that you, like, hit the star button a bunch of times, which is just funny to me for some reason. Okay, let's try and get this Miss Generator, Miss Jenny built. Wooden corkscrew. Wooden pipe section. The question is, do I actually have any wood? I actually don't know. Oh, no, we do. We sure as heck do. Did something happen earlier? Oh, just somebody was being attacked. Let's moron. I wouldn't say something happened. I mean, yes, plenty of things have happened earlier. It depends on what you were referring. Yeah, no, I did have to ban someone today. Nothing terrible, though. Just one person being a twat. Forgotten beast named Icklist has come, a great one-eyed ankylosaur. It has a twisting jointed trunk and it belches and croaks. Its russet scales are blocky and set far apart. Beware its poisonous stinger. Okay, well. Get 'em, boys! Or don't. That pink jar is healing goo, yes. Haha! Uh-oh. That looks bad. Really, really bad. Oh, I see, because it kicked you in the head. Oh. Which shattered your spine. But then you did have the last laugh, though, because you were able to say, this is my fight, too. This might require an answer. And then... Okay, I'm not going to bother trying getting out of the way. I'll just do this. Bites the Forgotten Beast in the right rear foot, tearing the fat. What happened to the Napalm Monster? So the Napalm Monster set the cages that I had next to a cliff to throw the zombies off of on fire, which released the zombies, and then one of them kicked it in the head and it exploded. I'm not joking. It knocked one of the zombies up a tree and then kicked it. Please tell me you got it. No, you didn't. Well, that's unfortunate. Seems like you... Nope, you didn't get it. Did you get it? Did you get it? No. Did you get it? Nope. Did you get it? Ah, you got it. Nope, you didn't get it. That was the last Forgotten Beast. Nope, you didn't get... Who did get it? A sword dwarf stabs it in the head with a pale metal spear. Okay, so... Yeah, there you are. You got it. Look at you! I'm so proud of you. Well done there, dwarf. Now go back to training. So I'm gonna try and say this in as plain English as possible. Do you think that fire is a solid object? Because if the answer is yes, well, in Dwarf Fortress, the answer is most assuredly no. Things that are not solid are very fragile and brittle. Forgotten beasts that are made of fire aren't strong in the I have lots of health sense. They're strong in that they're really hard to hit because they basically have a smoke screen at all times because they set things around them on fire. And they're really hard to hit because of the fact that generally things that are on fire have a hard time hitting other things. So because they're really difficult to hit, most situations where, you know, you have to fight with them end up in just that the dwarves losing. Unless they position really well. So they all have really weak heads, is the actual answer. Okay, how come this is unreachable? The hell? What the fuck are my miners up to? Go mine, you lazy schwit. Please. Basically, a single wooden bolt could kill a beast made of fire, is how weak they are. I mean, if you just kick a fire, it's probably going to go out, right? So that's also probably a pretty good comparison. Also, speaking of fire, the fire beast also set a lot of my trees on fire, so it's okay. There's no elves nearby anyway. Vertical axles. Vertical axle. Who would win? Whoever got the first hit. Whoever got the first hit in. Literally, the first one to hit the other one wins. That is a reaction time contest. The first one to land a hit wins the fight. Hands down. No question. Not even a contest. The first one to land a hit wins the fight. Let's see, did they start making these pumps yet? Sort of. They've made a pump worth of parts. What kind of blocks do I have here? And I would like to play some Goblin Camp today, so I think I will finish this structure here because we've made a lot of progress today. Population hasn't gone up enough, but hey, all things considered, we've done some pretty good progress today. Also, shoutouts to this dwarf training, being a Marks dwarf. Look at that. Oh yeah, also, Fakio, if you haven't seen this, this is the game in ASCII now. Isn't it beautiful? I think it's beautiful. I actually really like the way this fort looks in ASCII, now that I look at it. Just those walls look really cool. Although it does expose just how upset this fort is, which is fine. You got into Dwarf Fortress literally a week ago, late to the party. That's fine. We're all technically late to the party. Discovered it on your channel and you've been enjoying it and listening to your interviews with the devs as well as your tips. You're currently playing version 47. Oh, I have a question. Why? Is it you don't want to buy the more modern update? Or, I mean, Mayday did a great job on the premium graphics too. He was one of the artists who worked on the premium tile set. Did all the color paletting and a bunch of other things. No, it hasn't. It's gone down. We were at 120 when I started today. Fuck you. Full of water, and water hitting things will shove them. If it shoves them into walls, it can hurt and kill. Yeah, I made water cannons once, and we were killing things by slamming them into lead walls. That was a fun fort. I need to do that again. I actually killed some demons by slamming them into walls. Another goddamn forgotten beast has come. This one is a furry named Ari, who's everybody's favorite waifu from League of Legends. And she apparently is an assassin bug in this universe, which is a three-eyed assassin bug. It has a round shell, and it undulates rhythmically, and has a bronze exoskeleton, which is wrinkled. Ari's different than I remember. I'm sorry for your loss, Elesser. Also, it's moving pretty quick. It's either that or it's that one song by Bloodywood, Ari. Although I think it's called Ari Ari. Anyway, it's a good song. You know, I don't mind the keyboard controls. I think they're fine. I also don't miss them at all. I will never fully... Like, there's a lot of things about older versions of the game that I like. But there's one that outweighs them all by a mile. It does not matter how much I miss a few of the odd specific things about older versions of the game. Version 50 and beyond is superior to all of them. For one simple reason. Frame rate. Just for how much better it runs, it's not worth the mild losses of some of those mechanics. It does not matter. I just realized I haven't explored a chunk of this cavern yet. What the fuck? Have I not explored a chunk of cavern yet? Get over here, you stupid bug. Or don't. Okay, fine. I'll come visit you again. Doesn't CPU have help with that as well? Well, as I've explained it a bunch of times even today, I've been playing version 47 for NoClip's documentary about Dwarf Fortress because they hired me to make footage for them. Oops, you got a dwarf that fell in. That's fine. 2 of them, actually. Oh, it fell into the water. And so I have the direct comparison with how poorly that version runs. And to give you an idea, version 50 runs at about, well, I'm at 62 frames a second right now with 100 dwarves on a much bigger map than I ever would have played in older versions. That's Dodok. Whereas in version 47, with 100 dwarves, you're lucky if you're pulling 40 FPS on this rig. On a map this big. Might even be lower than 40 FPS on a map this big. So it highly depends on what you value. I don't particularly value, well, I mean, I do value memories. Memories are lovely, but I value frame rate beyond all else. I mean, see, here's the thing. LSer. I could tell you that DFHack has the ability to enable keyboard control in the current version. I could tell you that, but I won't. You want to know why I don't? Because I don't tell people things when they're being a smug person in my chat. And you're being very smug. So I'm not going to tell you things. I'm also not going to help you. I'm also not going to tell you that you could re-enable keyboard mode with DFHack a second time. However, I will tell you that version 50 runs significantly better than version 47, so if you're smart, you wouldn't play it. That's all. Weird, right? Odd. Does a game like this benefit? The game's speed is the frame rate. So the higher the frame rate, the faster the game runs at. So it depends on if you value your time. Does this game benefit by higher than 30 frames a second? Yeah. Because the game moves faster. I consider that a benefit. I still can't believe, like, I've been settled in this now for, like, 10 years in this cavern. And I haven't explored this corner yet. There's a whole corner of the map I haven't explored. They winked at me. That's the smuggest emote on Twitch. They said I'm a keyboard user. Winky face. That's being smug. If that ain't being smug, then I don't know what is. Ah. I was wondering if there was another one. False, Quent. Well, they said that they're a keyboard person, followed by Vim statement, followed by winky face. That's literally as smug as you can possibly be. Like, I'm not gonna say what I've said any differently. Like, that kind of just is what it is at that point. And if you get smug responses, well, you shouldn't be surprised. What if it was just really obscure flirting? Then get the fuck off of Twitch and go install Plenty of Fish or something. Because this isn't a dating app. Or, like, go outside. You see, there's the difference between flirting and sexual harassment is flirting requires two parties that are both interested in the subject. Otherwise, it's just sexual harassment. Nasty, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back with Prime. Are any tile icons missing? Actually, there's tile icons missing from the ASCII version. I think. I haven't checked in a while. It's like preference, right? Like a light mode, dark mode thing. Some people prefer the ASCII icons. So wild how, like, the forest just ends over here. Like, genuinely, that's wild to me. Yeah, why would performance be any different? Well, I mean, the other reason you're smug is because you're claiming Vim. You invoked the word Vim. As somebody who is also using Linux, you invoked Vim. But, you know, I was also being sarcastic for a reason, because I think sarcasm is fun, and I like sarcasm. I mean, the keyboard kink are for those people who make crazy keyboards with, like, gel caps and all that nonsense. Those are the people with the keyboard kink. All right, let's go up to here. Let's go over to here, unforbid this, go here. Thunk, thunk. We're getting there. Getting there. Did you accidentally put gum into your caps lock key, Nasty? What's my wildest super project in Dwarf Fortress? I kept the fortress alive for almost 500 years once. I built a fishbowl and filled it with demons. I don't know. I generally get bored before I finish any mega. I'm not really a mega project person, I guess. Because believe it or not, people on Twitch and YouTube get really bored of seeing the same scenery every day. So I kind of tend to stop playing fortresses before they become mega projects. And move on to the next fort. Oh, that's neat. It's the differing colors. That's pretty good. 32 years. Mine usually lasts around 20, generally. Longest fort you had lasted for 3? Hot damn. That's no time at all, man. I really need statues under these, but I kind of don't feel like placing them. Let's do rock statues. It'll be quicker. The 7-year itch. What, so after 7 years you get itchy and then you go do something else? A wild boar piglet. Alrighty. Why is there a piglet in my barracks? Alrighty, Black Mamba. You can go here. Now I just need to catch another one. I think terms can be appropriated to whatever you want, within reason, viewer guy. I tend to play this is where questions to me get really frustrating, Fakio. It depends. Sometimes I play 25 forts and 15 adventurers in one world, and sometimes I do 2. It depends. Is the world interesting? Then I stick around. Is the world interesting? Is the world not interesting? Well, then I don't stick around. How good is the trading in Dwarf Fortress? Getting better with every patch. Kind of simplistic. Important, though. The diplomacy is fucking terrible. There is none. You're either at war or you're not, and you can't stop a war once it's started. Just like real life. I mean, what? We've also got another artifact that just began. It's a craft store shop. Is building wealth a thing? Yes. It's like whenever people ask me about my, like, play style. Peace outside. You're gonna play DF? Alrighty. Well, down is generally a pretty good direction to start with. I would generally recommend against digging sideways because that's usually how you end up digging underneath trees and then causing holes to appear in your ceiling. There you go, corpse. Made it home. Congratulations on a successful travel home. Ah. Here, I'll take notes too. We're in an ad break. Chat, I know only some of you aren't in the ad break. I want to play some Goblin Camp, and I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. So who's up for Goblin Camp? I realize it's not Dwarf Fort, but like, it's a cool game in its own right. I got a little city that I've been building. It's been a good time. I want to play some more of it. So who's up for some Goblin Camp? Well, we'll finish this ad break, and I will finish this mist generator. It's up to me. Nothing is up to me. Except for whether or not I turn the stream on at the beginning of the day. What is Goblin Camp? Ironically, it used to be an ASCII game as well. Now the ASCII version is now called Goblin's Lot, though. It is a city builder... question mark game, but a bit of a god game. And I say the word god game enough that somebody in my YouTube comments was like, every time Blind says god game, take a shot. So, for whatever that means to you. Oh no, you're missing Goblin Camp. I mean, nobody's making you miss Goblin Camp. I would say you're willingly missing Goblin Camp. Still haven't made any of those bloody statues, so I guess we'll just do it this way then. Is anybody coming to fill the goddamn pond? You are! Look at that! Of course, one of the slowest dwarves in the fort decided to do it, and we've made an obsidian crown, which I'm going to give to my mayor. Oh, right. What, Oh, you want me to make togas? Okay, well, I guess I'm making togas then. Silk toga. I'll just say make them easily. 10 of them. That'll be fine. Of course, the slowest dwarf in the fortress is the one that decides, I'm going to go fill this up with a bucket. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, 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 cool. Well, think a little bit more populous. Populous, but like town building. Kind of like banished-ish town building, but with some populous-ish skills. All right, well, I will let you do that, and we will complete this on another stream. All right, so I'm going to end the VOD here. Don't run off, though, because the stream is going to keep going. Same with you, YouTube folks. Although I do have to update the name of the game. And whatnot. But we're going to keep playing. And if you leave now, just remember that I'm disappointed in you. Unless you were going to leave anyway, in which case, fine. 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 But, you know, I'm still judging you. Let's go play some Goblin Camp. Face cam. Making entertainment noises. Now, the question is, do I still have this thumbnail or do I need to go grab it from the other folder? Ouch. Well, I mean, I'm still judging you. You decided to tune out when I switch games. Night, Bastet. All right. I need to go grab this fucking thumbnail because YouTube insists on me using thumbnails and it doesn't know how to just generate its own because it's a platform that I wish I liked more. Grab that, download that off of Google Drive. Because I make thumbnails on my laptop and then check them on Google Drive because I do that. Okay. Grab that. Open that. Change this. Update that. Okay. Sweet. YouTube stream should be updated now. And then I go over to here and I go to dashboard. And I go over here. All right, we've now got all the directories updated. And if you're still here, congrats. And woof, money is slow today. Just not going to look at that number anymore. All right, let's dive into that. Let's dive into this. Click this button, click that. Click this button. I click this. And wait until it tries to crash, which it's currently trying to do. And then now it's back. Sweet. I don't know why the game tried to crash, but it did. There we go. Welcome to Goblin Camp. Many a button has been clicked. Hey, Elfie, could you disable dwarf redemptions, please? So one of my favorite reviews of this game is from 2011 on Game Jolt for the ASCII version of this game. That literally is just, it's Dwarf Fortress with controls that work. I.e., it was a single Z-level city builder with mouse controls. That also happened to be ASCII. Well, I don't see a hype train yet, so y'all haven't clicked the right buttons enough. I'll put it that way. But this is Goblin Camp. And I don't think that building's currently on fire. This is Goblin Camp. As I said earlier, Goblin Camp is a little city builder, which has some God game-y elements. You build this tree, and this tree gets level up based on the amount of sacrifices. This game is extremely Finnish, so everything is working towards midsummer, which is when you burn your fire piles that then send out a bunch of sacrifices to the gods, and you get culture points awarded based on how much you sacrifice to the gods, and then your tree levels up, and then you get research points for your research tree, which is right here, which is lovely. Thanks for $2. Best way to give me money if not Twitch. Well, I mean, the best way to give me money would be to give me money on Twitch. But the best way to give me money if not Twitch is probably through my blog. But then you don't get a fancy notification. So if you're on YouTube and you want a fancy notification, it would be either via Super Chats like you just did for the $2. Thank you. Or via Streamlabs. But then you get a flashy notification if you go through Streamlabs. Can you get a ticket for four bits? I don't sell tickets. I actually don't have a way of giving you tickets. So, kind of doesn't matter. Because I literally don't have a way of doing that. Dear YouTube, I wish you would use less RAM. Why do you use so much RAM for your silly dashboard? I'm just going to close it. I'll tell you this. When you're selecting evils and your options are Google and YouTube, or Google or Twitch, Twitch pays better. That's all. And my blog goes through Stripe, and they're also terrible people. Everything goes through PayPal, which is also terrible people. So if it's you don't want to give money to Bezos, okay, but just realize that every single method of giving me money requires giving some terrible person some sum of money. So you could mail me a check, I suppose, but I don't have a P.O. box, so please don't do that. Now, the map for this is quite large. Goes pretty far. You have to slowly push back this fog by building little statues. The reason I say this game's kind of God game-ish is you have a, where is he? I'm trying to eyeball it. There he is. You have a shaman's hut. The shaman's hut gives you these. These are little magical powers. So I can summon water, summon goblins, start a fire. I can lower earth, raise earth, level earth, and I can make these spirits, which are these guys, work for me. The spirits are just floating around every time I hack down a tree or do something. The goblins are pretty self-sufficient. They just kind of do their own thing, and you just kind of guide them generally in the right direction. Like currently, we're very low on food. Well, okay, we should harvest more food then. So let's stockpile more blackberries. Let's stockpile more whatever bloodberries are. Let's stockpile more bird meat when we have it. Let's stockpile more apples when they're available and stuff like that. But food is one of the things you have to sacrifice in order to keep things running. And also part of the reason we have less food right now is they're currently cooking it all. So you're cooking with fresh fish and meat. You're cooking with apples and mushrooms, amongst other things. What about you? There's a bunch of berries and smoked fish. Lovely. Darius, thanks for the 26th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, man. Can you build a bathhouse to make them clean goblins? If there's a bathhouse, I haven't unlocked it yet. I don't think so. I mean, I could just summon water on their heads to clean them, but it would also clean all the items away from where they're supposed to be. Once per season, they have a feast, which makes sure that they get a good meal in them. Because if they don't, get proper amounts of protein, fiber, vitamins, they'll get scurvy, which is not good. Because then they move really slowly and get upset. If they get too upset, they'll just leave your city. Currently, we do have, 57 goblins, which is up in the top here. And we do have enough space in the kitchens, which are these.
Ratmost cheered. X100. I wanted a ticket to the hype train, but I might have missed my stop.
Oh, yeah, no, you're a wee bit late. Well, I mean, not late. We need 3 separate individuals to make a hype train happen, but there's been 2 now, so you're halfway to a hype train. We just need 2 other people to either resub, gift a sub, or prime sub. Mora's sonotypes? I mean, they're finished, so... you should ask the developers about that.
Elfie Bean cheered. X100. Goblin hype tilde.
Mm-hmm. Goblin till the hype come home. Oh, there you go. Ilmiran, thanks for checking out a gift to Ratmost. Not only are you on the hype train, but you're in the hype train in multiple ways, Ratmost. So... I need to look at where we're at for research. We got 4 research points. Is there things I can research right now? Also, this game has nested tooltips, which I love. So if you hover over one and it highlights the edge, you can hover over one until it highlights the edge, then hover over one until it highlights the edge, then hover over one until it highlights the edge, and then hover over it until it highlights. Although that one's got nowhere to go, so there we go. Hauling, wait, carry, hauling, carry. Excellent. I found a loop. This game needs an achievement at some point for having too many tooltips on the screen. I'm a very simple person, and this is endlessly entertaining to me. Just wanted you to know that. How do you close it? You move your mouse away, and then they just disappear. All right, so I need, 6 research points for basically anything? Okay, so we're just going to chill until I hit 6 research points, and also... hopefully get more food up and running soon. Wow, you plant turnips so late in the year. Also, in regards to the hype train, it needs another sub or $3 in bits to level up. Also, I should note that there isn't going to be a stream tomorrow because I will be busy with real life things, but I will be working on videos for the YouTube channel behind the scenes. That was a hole that I made as a description of how to fix it or how to make holes. So since I showed you guys last time how to make holes, I will use that same hole as an example of how to fill holes. So let's say level earth. Oh no, I injured somebody, but it's fine. That was all of my magic points. I don't have any more points for more magic. You have to refresh to get the, what's it called, Mr. Slapap? You have to refresh to get the actual notification. When the notification pops, that's what plays into the hype train. I wonder, can I build nicer houses yet? Because these are simple shed. Okay, no, I can only build up to simple sheds. Is there anything else I can build bigger versions of? Build bigger carpenters, which I've already started.
Like that, then.
There you go. Like that, then. Yes, correct. Well done. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for updating that, leveling up that hype train and keeping that sub alive for 4 months. It's a long time. It's a bigger storage shed, turnip hole. Weather vane. Fences, other fences, spikes for the hole. You know what? We should start putting spikes in my holes. Don't worry about that sentence too much. Let's just make these trees invisible. Something Dwarf Fortress players wish they could do. So they just automatically designate what needs to be chopped down in order to do a thing and what needs to be gathered, which I find super useful. Something I really like about this game is combat is a means to an end, as in, like, combat happens, and half the time I'm excited when combat happens. Not because I like the way the combat works, it's just they fight it out themselves. But when combat happens, that's a good thing, because it gives you a source of meat, usually, and also increases the number of spirits around, and also helps satisfy gods. So combat is something that I look forward to in this game, because it's something that you need to complete other goals. Also, in order to literally start progressing through the tech tree, you need to take part in combat, because somebody needs to see something die in order to become a shaman, which is, you know, a necessary character in this game. I really like the way this game does combat stuff. I think it's cool. Yeah, fill holes with spikes. I shouldn't have done that spell. I should have summoned spirits to help me instead. Oh well. Into early summer, which means here's hoping someone's over here planting. Seem to be running around with a stick doing something. Goblin knows what. And before they just don't. Wouldn't surprise me. Be properly goblin-y of them to not, after all. You wish you could do that to get those dwarves out of trees? If you've got dwarves stuck in trees, don't let them near the trees. Or just chop the tree down. It's usually what I do. Which sometimes kills them, generally doesn't. I do honestly find just chopping the tree down to be the easiest way to get a dwarf out of a tree, though. This is a very glampy camping. YouTube chat has a good point. Oh, also there's seasonal flooding. And the water here that's flowing in here is going to slowly... Or rather, the water that's flowing in there is going to eventually... go all the way around the moat if I set this up correctly. I should probably just make another fisher. Also, more goblins have arrived, so we're now up to 64 goblins, or rather 66 goblins. So it's time to get back to building housing, because more goblins have arrived from the underworld. And thank you very much for the little hype train chat. Appreciate you guys. Another thing about this game is it has a very generous demo. The demo lets you get up to year 4. So it's pretty rare that I just sit around and just like blatantly promote a video game, but I really like this one, and this game kind of has gone unnoticed largely. So I would say if you're curious about this game at all, go download the demo on Steam, because it's not like a Next Fest demo or something. It's a demo that just is there that you can go play. Of course, it's free, obviously. Amazing Crane, thanks for sniping that train. Well done. And the 5-pack. I think it is midsummer. It is, look at that. Is that gonna be enough to level up the tree? That's the tree leveling up. It's a pretty cool animation if the tree levels up. You know, I think we should be good. There's a lot of stuff burning in there. A whole lot of stuff. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Crane? Keeping that sub alive for... Or keep bringing a bunch of people's subs back and keeping that train alive for another level. Big round of beers for that, chat. Wow. It leveled up. It's also really neat. The bigger the tree gets, stuff just starts to grow around the tree that wasn't there previously. It's super neat. Like all of this blue flowering stuff, basically making it look like a good biome in Dwarfort. Comes out of the tree. And then, whenever you feel like leveling up tree. Looks like all the sacrifices are done burning now. Bonfire has burned down. Well, geez, I hope so. God bothering complete. Yeah. Here's hoping the hedgehogs got away in time. Also realized I still have a lot of these smaller huts in the middle here. I should probably get rid of these. They're lower quality than my bigger ones. So 936 points to level up again. Oh, geez. That's going to take a minute. That is going to take a minute. A dwarf over, or a dwarf. Got this little lad down here. Digging up some clay. Yeah, this game's just kind of a vibe. That's really just how I feel about this game. It's just a vibe. A pretty damn good one at that. What are these? Oh, those are bloodberry sprouts. Oh, which then turn into bloodberry bushes. What is this game's overall premise? It's a very god game adjacent little town builder, where you're in Finland and these Finnish goblins from Finnish mythos, I guess, or Finnish lore, mythology. It's probably the correct word to use. Come up from the underworld and try to survive because the underworld is musty and it smells down there probably. I'm not sure why. They just decided to come up. And you're trying to keep them alive in the above world instead of the underworld. That's the premise of this game. And so it's up to you to farm, fish, tend to the land, and have god-gamey spells, and build a successful goblin village. Or camp, I guess. And I do agree with the YouTube chat that it's much more like glamping than camping. I'm very short on wooden planks, it turns out. Because I'm trying to build way too many buildings that all require planks at the same time. Including my road. Thankfully, these just need branches, so. And chat room, thank you very much for that hype train with the 8 subscriptions and the $2 in bits. Appreciate you greatly. And I'm just going to increase the number of fresh fish that we're keeping around because I need them. And I currently only have 2. So go fish. Is there fighting? Yep, things attack you periodically. You don't have any control over the combat, so it's very similar to Dwarfort combat like that. In fact, you have less control. Fighting is a means to an end, though. You get attacked by things a couple times a year. And sometimes you get attacked by things depending on what you do. If you piss the gods off, you'll get attacked more often, as an example. Like, if I get attacked by wolves, I'm actively happy that I got attacked by wolves, because getting attacked by wolves means now we have meat. In order to progress through the game, you have to get attacked by wolves or something, because in order to get your shaman, you need somebody to die. You can also accidentally injure your own goblins by launching them into space using the raise land spell like I did earlier. Well, actually, I think I used the level land spell, but you know. How do you piss off the gods? By not sacrificing enough. Although not sacrificing stuff also directly punishes you, because then you don't really gain as much tech tree stuff. So you kind of need to sacrifice to the gods. But if you don't have a good enough, like up here, if you overfish, you will destroy the number of fish that are available. The Keepers of the Woods are happy. The Keepers of the Woods are happy with your sacrifices, and there is now a lower chance that your structures will catch fire. The Keepers of the Waters are happy, etc. So that kind of thing. Pissing off the gods is like, basically, I'm overdoing anything, essentially, and not sacrificing enough. And as your town gets bigger, you need to sacrifice more and be more specific with your sacrifices. If you don't bury a body quick enough, a bunch of ghouls will float through your fort. I mean, camp. Sorry, old habits. Stuff like that. I'm trying to figure out what Goblin down here is working on. Guess you're building that? Oh, I see. You are building that. At the very least, now we have the housing that we need, so that's good. We've solved the goblin current housing crisis, and we're about to have another one, probably. I'm actually just going to cancel this and just get them to finish this quicker. Yeah. No, you can get almost as far in as I am right now in 4 years if you play quickly and efficiently. The demo is very, very, very fully featured. But to me, this game scratches an itch that nothing else really does. I mean, it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress, really, aside from the fact that it was once an ASCII game. It scratches an itch that is provided by... Also, I wish these would attack me. Please attack me! You stupid bubs! Anyways, this game scratches an itch that most city builders don't, because it feels like a god game. And I like god games. I like Populous. In theory, I liked Black and White. In reality, I don't know. But, you know, I like the idea of god games. And I want to play god games. But nobody makes god games. Also, welcome back. Big Bang, we're in an ad break, so I'm going to pause game. And also, if you're a mad lad, you could go install Goblins Lot, which is the open source ASCII version, which is still being maintained by a different person than the original developers, but I like to be a god. I like god games. It's a very particular kind of town builder, you know? I like city builders that, like, have fail states, but the fail states themselves are an end point, if that makes sense. I feel like a lot of games, fail state is a loss, now start over. I like it when a game is like, oh, everybody died. Oh, well, let's do it again because that was fun. If that makes any sense. Like, I like an anthill that I can poke. That's the kind of city builder that I like. Versus an anthill where I have to stop them from getting attacked by Godzilla, if in this instance Godzilla is your 3-year-old cousin who has a big set of shoes on. Also, I would probably play that game. Just like an ant city builder that where you could get... I know there's several of those now, but like a game where you could get attacked by a small child with big boots. I'd play that. That sounds fun. Also, I have 10 research points. What can I get? I don't know what hydraulics do. Also, do you not, Darkson? I now have planks and beams. Hopefully that means I can blast the enemies away with a giant energy beam, right? I don't even know where these are produced. Although it would be yelling at me if I presume they're made by chopping up logs. Beams are heavy and we'll need to haul them where they are needed. Okay. Okay, they're made at a carpenter's workshop, I presume. Like this one. No, they don't. Okay, who makes beams then? Huh. Also, I can make wooden watchtower. Wow, there's a lot of new things, actually. I wonder what these do. I presume they give me bigger military. What else did that come with? Should also remake these bonfires. Let's plunk one down over here. And then maybe 3 over here. Please don't tell me. Oh, of course I've got better houses now. All right, well, I'm going to start knocking down these ones and putting in nicer houses. Sorry to the people who lived here. I hope you didn't like your house, because you don't get to keep it anymore, because township leadership has agreed wholeheartedly and overwhelmingly that your houses are no longer needed nor wanted nor desired. So we are going to knock them down and replace them with better housing that is more expensive that you won't be able to afford. Wait, this isn't real life, sorry. It's going to be replaced with better housing that you will be very happy to move into when it's finished. This is how we get the Ants episode of King of the Hill. You know, actually, I should rewatch King of the Hill. I remember really liking the bits of King of the Hill that I saw, but never really watched much of it. Man, I kind of just want to put them right here. But if I do that, it's going to catch fire the next time this thing burns. That should be fine right there because it'll be just far enough away. I also have a bunch of magic powers. I should summon some souls to help me. Come help me, you little ghosties. Move stuff for me quickly. Please and thank you. And as Arnold says, do it now. Well, if it's Archer, I would never see it, because I always found Archer kind of repulsive. I just never found the humor in it funny and just found those episodes anxiety-inducing and exhausting to watch. So I'm sorry to anybody who likes Archer. You liked throwing 100. You know, honestly, if they want this game to be the best game ever, just give me the ability to pick up and throw a goblin. Like, I realized that would just be taking like a line from Black and White's playbook and buying it. You want to know how much I like God games, chat? You want to know how much I like? I'll show you how much I like God games. Once Steam loads. Steam quit being slow. This is a game on my wish list. It's not out yet. This is, well, A game in the universe of Fable, because Microsoft doesn't own it, made by Peter Molyneux. Apparently this was supposed to be an NFT project at one point, and then was supposed to be a free-to-play mobile game at another point, and then they were like, fuck it, we'll just take these assets and make an actual just PC game with no DLC or microtransactions. And I need to know. Motherfucking 22 cans. They're letting them release another game on Steam. I will buy that and play it. Because I need to know. I will so you don't have to. Because I need to know. That's how much I like God games. I will take the brunt of that bullet. I'm prepared to be disappointed again. Although, oddly enough, from what I've seen of it, just looking at trailers, I have a feeling it's going to be very whelming. Hello, Mark Gordon in the YouTube chat. And Danny Scar as well. Yeah, holy smokes indeed. Have I played Moonring? I did play Moonring. It's not really my thing. What did 22 Cans make? Absolute dog shit. They made Goddess. It's Peter Molyneux's studio. You know, like Fable, Black and White. They made a mobile game that was almost an idle game called Trails, or maybe it was just Trail. I can't remember. It was a very, very slow moving, almost idle game about hiking to the next town over. And it was like an incremental hiking game. I quite liked it, actually. What's in the Cube? Yeah, they also made that, and he never did get his payout because Goddess never pulled a profit. And they never did finish Goddess either. They made an exceptionally profitable NFT game that requires you to buy land and lease it out to people. Which there's a really, I find it grimly funny interview with Peter Molyneux where he's just arguing about basically why company script is good. Like literally it's one of those, like, they don't say what they're saying. They explain the concept and then talk about it like it's a great thing. It's one of those situations. And it's like, you shoveled 16 tons and what do you got? Another day older and some fucking Polygon blockchain. Is Fetadium coming out, or in early access or something? Sold my soul to the company store. Yep. Or in this case, Peter Molyneux's crypto wallet. Also, it's mealtime, it looks like. I do need to get one of these houses done before winter, or people are going to die of exposure. I don't need many more beams either. Gobble life is pretty good, Faded Bravo. How have you been? Yeah, because I remember hearing about Fetadium, but it's one of those games that like appears on my radar and then just vanishes for months on end. So, yeah, here's hoping it'll be good. You're welcome, Ilmiran? I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. When somebody thanks me for putting a song in their head, I presume it's a bad thing, but I feel like it may be a good thing in this instance. Unwinding for the night. Gotcha. You know, this is a chill evening game for me. I do love this Unity problem here where you see like the building popping up from underground when you select it when they're constructing it. I love the little details they put into this. One that consistently attempts to be interesting? What do you mean by attempts to be interesting? I mean, you do need to realize Peter Molyneux was a business guy, not a games guy, and ended up in games because he was given an investment opportunity by a friend of his who'd recently started a games studio. And he was a full-time canned beans salesman. Like, literally, he distributed canned beans to grocery stores. That was his career And then a friend of his offered him an investment like opportunity, and he ended up a producer. So like he was practically a scam artist before he started because he was selling canned beans to people. He didn't make Dungeon Keeper. He produced Dungeon Keeper. Bullfrog made Dungeon Keeper, which was his studio, which he co-founded. So like, you know, it's kind of like, well, I wouldn't even say it's like saying that, you know, it's like saying Sid Meier makes Civilization by himself, but at least Sid Meier's a programmer. Bullfrog made a lot of weird, innovative games, Shinobi. Like, I love the idea of Bullfrog as a studio because they made really cool shit back in the day. But if you actually go back and play a lot of those games, it's like, oh, this was like 2/3 of an idea. There's a lot of that. Like, I feel like if Bullfrog never existed, okay, if today's current video game market existed, and so did Bullfrog, I don't think Bullfrog would have stood out. They were just weird for the time because they were doing things that nobody else was really doing. Like, they made a lot of really unique and important games. But I think a lot of the games that they made had significantly better versions come out later. I mean, Theme Park is a good example of this. Like, I think the ideas in Theme Park are pretty great. I think the execution is pretty fucking terrible. I kind of hate Theme Park, actually. And then Roller Coaster Tycoon just, like, obliterates it in, like, every aspect. Syndicate was a very time and place thing. Magic Carpet, again, like, did unique things. I remember playing Magic Carpet and kind of thinking it was really boring. Like, that was a game that I played for about 90 minutes once. I was like, no, I'm good. But Populous, you know, I spent a lot of time in Populous. And Black and White never really grabbed me. But I do genuinely believe that if we had as much media about video games as we did when Black and White came out as we do like now, I don't think Black and White would have done well. And I don't think it would have been well received. Because Black and White was a game that was very, very, very anticipated and very, very hyped. And especially the sequel, but the first one as well. They weren't able to make a game that did everything they said it was going to do. Dungeon Keeper, yeah. Dungeon Keeper is great. But I like the idea of Black and White. But if you actually like look at the stories that were written about Black and White at the time and the marketing around Black and White at the time, that game claims that it's going to do a lot of things that it doesn't do. I never finished Dungeon Keeper 1, but I did like Dungeon Keeper 2 a whole lot. Just being able to go randomly first person into somebody's face. Yeah, no, they're Bullfrog is a very important studio, if nothing else. And now, like, you know, most of the bones of Bullfrog still actually exist. I mean, Peter Molyneux obviously isn't with them anymore, but 2 Point Studios, they just made 2 Point Museum. That is largely the guys behind Bullfrog on like the dev side. So if you like Bullfrog, I mean, the like 2 Point Museum and like 2 Point Hospital and I think 2 Point University, they've cranked out quite a few of those now. Those guys are quite literally the people who were Bullfrog. Really, Yuri BR? Also, it's good to see you, mate. Also, for those of you who missed Syndicate, there's a game called it always pops in my brain when I don't need it, and when I need it, it's not there. There is a game called... Are we under attack by something? Menacing howling. Ooh, wolves! Wolves! Hallelujah! Nope, not Duck Game. I mean, that is a game. That is true, but not the game I was thinking of. Satellite Rain. It's trying to be a modern Syndicate. And I do have to say that after playing a little bit of Satellite Rain... Run away, Gobby! After playing a little bit of Satellite Rain when that left early access, I have to say that I feel like Syndicate wouldn't work that well now. Oh no, the wolves are too fast for my soldiers. I'm going straight for this guy. Who's this guy? I think that's my shaman. Stab him! Beat him up! Kick their ass! Hit him with a big stick! I do love that they'll just grab anything and use it as a weapon too. Like, they don't know a weapon around? Well, grab big stick. Whack him with big stick. Oh, someone had a spear. Nice. Oh, neat. Gonna point more guards to these. That's kind of cool. I've seen them run around with like literally a tree. Yeah, Satellite Rain is the game that I was thinking of. I think you may have actually typed it in right as I said it, but delay, you know. Keep fishing, goblins. Keep fishing. Oh no, we're overfishing. Uh-oh. Let's just say 30. I don't want to make the fishies go extinct. Does this game have livestock? If there's livestock, I haven't unlocked it. The birds that fly over can swoop down and steal your crops. As far as can wolves grab livestock? I mean, they can grab your dwarves, so I presume so, if there is livestock. I haven't made it to the end of the tech tree, so this is as far as I've seen, basically. Like, there's baking, there's advanced farming, forging. There's also stone buildings, fancier armor and weapons. I don't see anything along the lines of livestock. I mean, there is leather. I should probably grab this soon. That or grab the wind magic. Also, investments are open for those of you who care. Yeah, I do really like their resourcefulness. I mean, this is an early access game, right? And it's been in early access since, what, November? And since November, they've added stone buildings, and they redid how farming worked from the original initial release, apparently, and a few other things. So, and also metal. So they've already added some pretty considerable stuff to this game in a pretty short period of time. Okay, so since these are fancier houses, I'm going to start knocking down the other unfancy houses and building more fancy houses. All right, well, we're still good on housing. Oh no, we're still overfishing. I've got so many fucking turnip seeds. Let's just not let any turnips flower this year. But yeah, any building materials or tool can be used as a weapon. To the point where even like food items have like a damage value that they'll do if something whacks them with it. This game also has a lot of different like things growing, seasonal flooding, and all kinds of other fun little things. Like there's just a lot going on in this game. Like it feels very mechanics dense, I guess is maybe a good way to put it. Just a lot of the reason why I like it, to be honest. I like games that feel dense. Another thing is like if you raise earth, right? So like that knocks over trees, right? And then when I go to make a raven statue, which expands my line of sight, if I put it on top, it gains more line of sight versus if I don't. These allow me to go harvest more additional trees and find more things out in the, in the boonies. And allows them to go work and gather stuff in that area. Must be meals time. Got fish, mushrooms, black currants, hazelnuts. You've just got turnip seeds. You can the goblins can raise and lower terrain on their own by using this tool. But it kind of needs a better UI for it. It's a little clunky. So there's this, and then they use digging sticks or shovels or whatever tools you have available to dig with, and then dig. Or you can use your god powers. So, yes, you can. You just can't tunnel into terrain, so you can't really do the going medieval thing, or the dwarf fortress thing, I guess, in this instance. You just couldn't figure out what to do in Magic Carpet. Doesn't that make it less good though? Philip MCC in YouTube chat. If Magic Carpet and Syndicate, I mean Syndicate's great. I'm not gonna knock Syndicate. I don't think it ages super well, but for its time, it was definitely a immediate classic. But when it comes to Magic Carpet, like if you can't figure out what to do in a video game, doesn't that make the video game not that great? I don't know. I'll put it this way. I think that Peter Molyneux and Bullfrog did a lot of very important things for gaming, especially PC gaming. But I personally feel that they're not always the best example of great gameplay design. I am not going to sacrifice any wolf meat if I have any. I really hope that I'm able to find food because we are in trouble right now due to lack of food. Water chestnuts. What other food options do we have? Oh boy. I mean, something can be important but not age well, right? Something can be important but not necessarily the most fun to play. Like I would argue, okay, I'm gonna throw down some shade here. I don't think Super Mario 64 is a very good video game in the year 2025. I'm sorry, the N64 controller is absolute dog shit. I also don't think that GoldenEye was ever a good game. But GoldenEye was an important game because it got a lot of people used to playing first-person shooters against other people. Like, genuinely, I think GoldenEye is kind of bad. And you want to know why I think it's kind of bad? Because when everybody was going on about GoldenEye on the N64 being great, I was playing Quake like a grown-up. And Quake, you could move at more than 5 frames a second with more than 2 people playing. And, sorry, GoldenEye, you're not a good video game. But GoldenEye is an important video game. I genuinely think that multiplayer games as an industry would be massively different had we not had the opportunity to learn to kick the ever-living shit out of our friends in a multiplayer video game like that. I mean, I'm not going to go too crazy with things, you know. I don't think that I'm superior to the console peasants. However, I did call them peasants. So, you know, No, actually, I was just too broke to afford a console as a kid. Really not even footing? Sure, but then let's talk about single-player environments for a second here. I personally think that the campaign of Quake is better than the campaign of GoldenEye, even if like frame rates are taken out of the equation. I don't like the mechanics of how GoldenEye's shooting works, regardless of how good that level design could have been theoretically. I don't think GoldenEye is a very good video game. I think it's an important video game. It's like, is Pong a good video game? Sure. I can see the argument. But it's an important video game. Is Adventure a good video game? I don't think so. But it's an important game. Well, see, I'm not... See, here's the thing, right? And I use this word affectionately, Danny Scar in YouTube chat. I'm not talking about speedrunning sickos. You know? There's people out there speedrunning Bubsy 3D and having a good time doing it. That doesn't make Bubsy 3D a good game. All right? All right? Just because somebody can speedrun it, that doesn't make it a good game. It makes that person good at playing it. There's a reason they call it the bad games block at GDQ. And when I say that Super Mario 64 is a bad game in the year 2025, I mean that if you've never played Super Mario 64 before, you have no context about what Super Mario 64 is. You've never watched a speedrun, and you were given the original hardware in its original setting with that original controller and told to play it. What's a better game? Super Mario 64? Or any of the ones that came out? Well, actually, okay, never mind. It is better than Sunshine. Anything sans Sunshine that came after it, that's a 3D Mario game. For me, is a better game. Even though Galaxy made me horrendously vomity motion sick. I mean, Sunshine managed to have worse controls than 64 somehow. And, like, you had 2 joysticks on the GameCube controller, which is, like, maddening that they managed to fuck that up somehow. Sure, totally, Sergeant Donut. Absolutely. Like, I guess the thing is here, I'm not saying that being a not good game with the context of the things that came after it makes it retroactively a bad game. I'm just saying it's an important game that in the current year isn't that great. How's it going? It's going great. You know? Like another example of this, I think Age of Empires 1 is a very important game. Oh shit, we got flooding. I want to see the wave coming through. There it is. See? Seasonal flooding. Look at that. I really like the first Age of Empires. I think the first Age of Empires is a very good game. Age of Empires 2 is a better game. But Age of Empires is an important game because Age of Empires 2 happened. Stuff like that. Well, it's time to plow all them fields. You don't have to stop at the first one to convince me of that, Donut. Just saying. Exactly. No, totally. I mean, every single one of the handheld Monster Hunters were trash. And I played 2 of them. Those games were awful. I played them because I would play them with my coworkers. I don't understand what this claw grip nonsense was supposed to be. Hand cramping is what it was called. I didn't own a PlayStation. I never played the first one. I played the handheld ones. Oh, I'm like taking your statement one step further and saying that Monster Hunter has been shit. on every single one of its handheld consoles. Monster Hunter was trash until it left the 3DS, because it was trash on the PSPs, and it was trash on the 3DS. And you're saying that it was trash on the PlayStation 2. So, okay, sure, I'll agree with you on that. All I'm saying is I've played 2 Monster Hunter games, and they were both trash. And so that's a 100% fail rate on me. I'd consider trying the new ones, but I just don't really have the interest in streaming them, and I don't play games off stream, so it's easy for me to avoid that. You know, unironically, I acknowledge it's the worst Age of Empires game. I really like Age of Empires 3. I had a lot of fun with that game. It's not great. It's certainly not great. But I had fun with it. Yeah, it was good when you compare it to how garbage the other ones were, Sergeant Donut. And by that point, you were so deeply indoctrinated into a garbage franchise that you're like, but this one's good, though! I just like talking shit about Monster Hunter. They did get good eventually. They figured out how to make those games good. Which is why it was, what, Monster Hunter World was what? Capcom's best launch ever for a video game. Oh no, I'm like nobody's arguing it through their stupid naming system. See, I don't play any RTS games competitively. As a casual RTS, I think that AoE 3 is an okay game, but it's like a 6 out of 10. For me, that's fine. I enjoyed it. I played a lot of it by myself. I beat that campaign like twice or something. I had a good time with it. Was it a great game or an all-time classic? Nah, didn't need to be, though. Oh no, I've got a goblin who's lost. Well, shit. Maybe you'll wander out of the forest. Maybe you'll stay lost forever. Be a shame. At least we're no longer overfishing. There's nothing specific that they need. Let's increase these because they're easy to just queue up. You know, fun fact, I've never played a Warcraft game. Like, any Warcraft game. I played StarCraft. I played through that first campaign and the Brood War campaign. That's not totally true. I played mini games in StarCraft 2 once. I've never played a Warcraft game. I wasn't really a Blizzard person growing up. Because, and this is like, you know, I played Age of Empires, right? But I played Age of Empires single player, strictly, because I didn't have good enough internet to play with other people. So I played entirely by myself. Also, I really like this. If you don't have enough housing, they'll build their own. They'll build these little improvised lean-tos if you don't have enough housing, which I love. So these little goblins are just being silly and just making these little improvised houses because I didn't have enough when they arrived. What, the one building the lean-tos? Sergeant Donut? Yeah, it's impressive, but you want to know what isn't impressive? My gameplay in any video game. So I don't have anything to prove with any of those crazies making impressive stuff. Yeah, I missed the context of the joke though. I mean, I get that it's a joke. It's a very classic joke even. I missed the context of what you were making the joke in relation to. But I like those little towers. Those are nifty. Oh, the lost goblin. Ah, okay, got it. Yeah, no, see that I get. But no, they do get lost if they run out into the middle of nowhere. This makes the game lag, but claiming all of the random items that are mine. Like these mushrooms. Also just kind of poking around, and there's some ruins. So I could go over here and go to you and go raise earth. I wonder what setting a fire in the middle of the forest would do. You know what? I'm just going to do that. What does setting a fire in the middle of the forest do? Because now that I think about it, I started a fire in my town once to see what would happen. And they put it out pretty quickly. But what happens when I just... Like, how big fire get? You know, this game gave me a start fire button, and it took me like 15 hours to set something on fire. No, those are just there. Those are swamps. Your EBR. They have items in them and things that you can't get elsewhere. Oh no, it starts raining. Stupid rain. The goblins are running from all the way over in town to go put the fire out. Well, I mean, I guess I could tell you not to do that. But I feel like the rain will do it on its own. This game gives you multiple magic spells, including ones that I haven't unlocked yet. It's a god game in that way. That's why I compare it to god games. It's because it gives you a shaman who gains magic spells, and you can unlock extras. Actually, I could unlock the wind spells. Let's see what the wind spell do with the lava. Summon wind head. The shaman summons a whirlwind of wind that's cast at the target tile or an enemy and will seek out other enemies in the vicinity. Oh, that's cool. Excellent. It does, in fact, ridiculously spread fire and also knocks trees down. Well, that's actually, that's terrifying. All those little red items are like... bits that fell out of the tree. So... Yeah, you want to know what's even better? That cost 5 magic points to use, right? I now have 0 magic points, which means I no longer have enough magic to summon water to put the fire out. It's okay. It's far away from my town, right? I'm kind of tempted to just ignore it. Just tell them to, you know, stop throwing water on fires. It's fine. Probably pissing the gods off. Firefighters 5. It's okay. Just let them burn. If I have a stump perimeter, it's going to be fine. Well, I do kind of have like... Well... I have part of a hole in the ground around my home. Change ground height. Yeah, 9's fine. We'll continue making a ground perimeter. Like I said, it'll be fine. I have a feeling it'll burn out. But I'm not entirely sure. I mean, it's still very much burning. Why is that, near EBR? I mean, hey, if you gotta take a break, you gotta take a break. That seems like a terrifying place to go claim an item. Yeah, no, it's still very much burning. Although it seems to be fizzling out in spots. Although it's largely burning into areas I can't see anymore, which is kind of terrifying. Mostly work? Ah, yeah, that's fair. Sometimes you gotta have video games as a fun, chill time and not a big thinky time. I get that. Goblins are busy. Okay, this is certainly burning out, he says, and then he turns off the tree cover. No, it's not, actually. I do like that it's cleared all this space, though. Like, maybe chucking a tall raven statue right here wouldn't be bad. Which expands your line of sight. This goblin just ran all the way over here to pick a mushroom. I respect the hustle there, dude. Also, it is midsummer, so it's time to try and level up our tree again. Well, I don't think we'll get it this year. I highly doubt I have enough sacrifices. You're not wrong, Gustomania. This is true. It depends on if the mushroom's talking to you or not. Oh, we also got some more goblins just now. We're up to 80 goblins now. Means I have to make another kitchen. And word of our community's Acclaim spreads. Except for Acclaim. They never really made any good games. Also, we're almost up to 10 hours of stream today. It's been a long one so far. Although, I am not going to be streaming tomorrow, so that's part of the reason why I'm willing to do such a long stream today. It's because tomorrow I won't be streaming. I got somebody I have to go hang out with at 11, which is when I'm normally streaming. Big Moth, hello. It's good to see you. Streamer equivalent of working a double shift. That's I'd say that's more of a hype train, but, or not a hype train. A subathon is the streamer equivalent of working double shift. Okay, so the fires are still kind of burning, but they've also like largely kind of stopped. Oh no, I need a tall raven statue. What are you supposed to do all day at work then? Watch my VODs. Obviously. But yeah, no, I've been streaming less the past few little chunks of time for the reason that it turns out if I, want to actually get videos out on YouTube, I have to stream a little bit less. So I'm trying to get another big project out and done, and some of you may have saw that video about food that I did. Those are both projects I did because I streamed a little bit less last week, and probably just going to do the 3 days a week this month, and then I will be able to hopefully get a bigger video out soon. Let's go get to these ruins. Looks like they were able to get a decent amount of stuff planted too. There's also mushrooms popping up everywhere, which is lovely. Certainly did not level up the tree this year. No. No, we did not. It's got 2 logs there already, so I just need somebody to get out here and build it. There you are. Look at you. Look at you. Go build it, man. Get her built. Finish the tech tree. It is an early access game that's been in early access since November, right, Casto? So it is very much WIP, as they say. Work in progress. We're getting old. Yeah, that's fair. Your EBR. What games have you been playing, though? I'm sure you've been playing something. I will say, if you're interested in this game, Gasto, just try the demo. I mean, it gives you the first 4 years worth of gameplay, which will allow you to get through about maybe a quarter of the game. And aside from that, it's fully featured. It just has a time limit. So I would try that if you're even remotely interested in it. Yeah, no, I mean, the studio is based in Finland. And also, I'll just pause here for a second and just pop up a tab and just show you guys something. If you search for Goblin Camp, by the way, it's really hard to actually find this game because all you actually get is just like... I always forget this until I do it. If you search for Goblin Camp, you just get links to the Baldur's Gate 3 wiki. At 20 euros, you'll just buy it. I mean, hey, you do you. I bought it. I didn't get key for it. So if you go to their website, all right, and you scroll down to the very beginning, there's a link here that's the first blog post, which is what is Goblin Camp? And then the second one, which was a couple months later, which is, haven't I seen you guys before? So this is what the game looked like in 2010. It was a ASCII, like they talk about it in this blog post, but it was an ASCII project that was inspired by Dwarf Fortress. And it's funny because like when I first started streaming Dwarf Fort, I vaguely recall hearing people talking about Goblin Camp. But this is them remaking the game from the ground up as a commercial product. This original version is still available too. You can still go find it, except they've renamed it to Goblins a lot, and it's open source, and it's got a different maintainer now. But so this game does kind of come from similar origins to Dwarf Fortress in some ways. I mean, it's a very different game, obviously. Like they cite Dwarf Fort right there. You know, when a whole S genre has grown up around Dwarf Fortress, we hope we're successful in taking this medley of experiences and influences. But they also like cite, you know, Anno and whatnot. So it's, to me, it's closer to like God Games or Settlers or Anno or something than Dwarf Fort in a lot of ways. Just because of how it actually goes about doing its gameplay is very different. But it is neat that it's a game with similar history. And that I'm a very simple person in a lot of ways. Like, if you make a game that is a interesting rebuild of something from long times past, that's always going to interest me. So we got scrap iron, an iron axe, 18 dwarven trinkets, an iron bullhook. Ooh, tools and seeds, me like. And then they come and gather all this stuff. I wonder if it's worth just burning like brush here to get rid of like these stumps. Because removing stumps is really slow. But anyway, Big Moth, I hope you're doing well. Things have been all right. You know, like it's got saving seeds and the amount of harvest you'll get next year if you don't save seeds. Some fun things like that. You know, the whole sacrificing mechanic is neat. It just does a lot of things differently than other games, which I personally really appreciate. I wish I could just make a bigger bonfire, though, without having to just make more bonfires. Because they only have so much capacity for sacrifices. Okay, I've got 6 research points. You're playing Magic the Gathering? You're playing the online version? Like the digital version? Burning Man effigy? Yeah, I want to burn giant goblin statue. Or a giant... You know, one of the most shocking moments in this game was when I got attacked by a bunch of humans. It was one of the biggest surprises I've had so far playing this game was I got attacked by humans. It's like, what? Somebody who used to live in the last building I lived in worked in on the UI for Magic the Gathering Arena. It was a weird couple months, that. Did I beat them? Oh, yeah, no, they all died, but, like... Took a minute. They were rather uninterested in dying. It's also kind of neat because, like, you don't need to tell them to make items in workshops. But you can tell them to just go make a surplus of a thing. How many can I hold? One of these. Not many, so I will build another turnip hole. You know, honestly, that would work too. What kind of humans? Bronze Age, I would say. I feel like we all missed dinner because they all have protein deficiencies. Oh, shit. We've also overfished again. Just going to go to magic real quick here. And just go summon spirits. Go help us put stuff away, please. And also, I'm going to go up to here. Say cancel order. Can I not? What's the job task I have to do that? Change ground height, remove stumps, clear flora. Ignore items? Nope. I don't know. All right. Fine then. Oh, I see. It canceled it. It just took a minute. You can see the settlers connection. Well, it's certainly got, like, you know, the kind of the Anno production changed a little bit. It's just less granular than Anno is. Like, Anno's a bit more of a factory builder that's disguised as a city builder. Speaking of Anno, that new Anno, one, I'm amazed they're making it because Ubisoft is in a state of Ubisoft right now, more so than usual. But that new Anno looks beautiful. They always look beautiful.
Crypt old, crypt old, crypt old, crypt old.
Crypt old, why are you so old? Mang, thanks for the 93rd month. How's thing? Chat, can I get a big round of beers for 93 months? You know, honestly, being trapped in a state of Ubisoft sounds terrible. It also seems like they probably have a pill for that. You know, if Ubisoft all the time, then, like, I feel like we've fixed this problem, you know? Also, it would, like, end up with you speaking French too much, right? Looking forward to this weekend. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's supposed to rain a little bit, though. But when it claims it's going to rain here, it doesn't actually rain here. It rains periodically. Although it is supposed to rain Saturday, kind of a lot. But, yeah. I would say the opposite of Ubisoft is just Dark Souls, right? Hard game? Or like, I want to be the guy. And welcome back, Elfie. You know, I'll say this about Ubisoft. Ubisoft has made some absolutely horrendously terrible business decisions in the past few years, which has caused them to do some really bad things. Some angry creatures. Oh, speaking of humans. These are the humans. And they do look like Asterix and Obelix. Holy shit, there's a lot of them. They do look like Asterix and Obelix to me. Like, they look like the gulls. But, what was I saying? I also didn't particularly like 1800. They just look pretty. Ubisoft has done some really dumb things, but my favorite thing that Ubisoft has always done is they continue to support and work on franchises that, by all counts, shouldn't make the money that, realistically, I genuinely believe nobody actually wants. Because they're all very niche, small, weird franchises. Like Trackmania. I love Trackmania. I would be very sad in a world where Trackmania had to stop existing because of Ubisoft's bad decision-making. All right, combat begins. My super skilled little goblin has already taken some hits. He's probably not going to live very long. Jamas has died and Ku has died. Thankfully, I do have some more soldiers down here. I think they're also... These guys are fighting with fishing sticks. We have fishing stabbers. Did kind of lose a bunch of humans. A bunch of humans have kind of killed a bunch of my goblins already. It's okay. We got more goblin soldiers coming over. Come on, guys. They also seem to have come in the other entrance. The rest of my soldiers are coming over now. All right, they've whacked them all to death. Such goblins. I've lost 3 goblins, looks like. Cup of the day all the time. Yeah, I mean, I would say Trackmania is the only multiplayer game I still play. I don't play it often, but every now and again I will open up Trackmania and... Like, I paid maybe for 3 years of in-game time on the current Trackmania. I don't actually know what they do with the human bodies. I know that they use the gear, but I had to tell them to put them over here because I couldn't figure out what to do with them. Like, genuinely, I couldn't figure out what to do with the human bodies. If I could eat them, I would, but it seems like you can't. Also, it's mealtime from the looks of things. Also, it looks like we've got shit tons of turnips. Are they cooking with the turnips? Oh, it sucks to be this guy eating over here alone because there isn't enough capacity at the other tables. Oh, what a sad goblin life. Into the soup pot? I like I said, I would if I could. They also get little titles as they get further in. Like this guy's hardy. We've got a hardy veteran, soft-blooded wolfsbane, crane slayer, zombie slayer, human slayer who's currently guarding and finishing up his lunch. It's got a bone spear. So whenever you kill a tree, it creates a spirit from that tree, and they just kind of hang around. And using magic, you can convince them to work for you temporarily for a month. And then they haul stuff for you. So yeah, there are little ghosts flapping around, but they're friendly. It's okay. I don't know why that's on fire. I think that's maybe bad. I should probably reactivate my firefighters again. I did tell them to stop fighting fires because of the Shit, where's that button? There it is. We should probably deal with that. I feel like that's probably not good. Like, probably very much not good. Like, if anything, I would say it seems bad. Let's don't burn the whole town down. Grab your buckets or something. I mean, it's slowly creeping towards both this spot and this field. And both of these are bad. So, guys? Guys, please. Please? Oh, there we go. Excellent. Well, we've still got one burning. Please? All right. Fire bad. Yes, I agree. Unless it burning thing you don't like. In that case, fire good. Okay, well, got 6 research points. Year's almost over. For storing liquids, they also work as flotation devices. Oh. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Dwarven tools. I feel like dwarven tools would be really useful, and I can do that right now, so let's grab that. I'm gonna make that dwarven hoe. Some dwarven shovels. Better tools for everybody. Did I ever make a smithy? It would be yelling at me if I didn't, so I'm presuming I did. So I got this armor crafter shack. Which, let's just make 30 ceremonial shields. Just gonna claim everything. Yeah, I've seen I call it Formula Bacon. That's all I have to say about pig races. Formula Bacon, pretty good. Because they're like potbelly pigs, like mini pigs. They run really fast and eat food. It's a good time. The pigs are always happy, regardless of who wins. Very wholesome. Titus hunger for sports. I know quite a. You know, Marbula 1 truly peaked when they got a bunch of Formula 1 casters to take part. Like, truly, that was the peak of Marbula 1. Speaking of Formula 1, is there any other Formula 1 sickos in chat? Because, yo, we're almost there. The next season's almost upon us. That is a lot of random crap. Man, you good there. There's two. Sometimes they get stuck on top of each other and they just run in place for a little bit, and it just kind of amuses me. It's like I can't be mad at them because they just look so dumb. It's like I probably should be mad at them, but I'm just not. All right, well, we got to get all this stuff into here. I was hoping nothing in here actually gets lost to rot, because that would be bad. Stock manager, dwarven. Metal ingot. Let's just bump that up to 30. Looks like we've got some of them dwarven digging bars. Oh. We've also got these dwarven weapons. Let's summon some duders to help me. Go do the thing. Little ghost friends. Also, how was dinner, Elfie? I hope it was good. You know, all I know, really, Malicious Moxie in YouTube chat, is that I don't mind goblins at all. Goblins are great. Some of the ones on Tumblr got a little annoying, but generally goblins are fine. If I made a cream-based stew with kale and spicy sausage. Ooh. I'm just starting to get hungry. And I'm also just realizing I haven't eaten lunch. That's not good. Should probably try and do that. Although, it is a little late for lunch now. I mean, it is 7 o'clock. It's been 12 hours since I've eaten last. Whoops. But yeah, I am getting to that time of day where I should try eating something. I've been told it's important for human existence. My body refuses to believe this statement, though. I love the way these little log cabins look, though. Sure. I mean, I've screamed at it multiple times today. Because every time I look at it, I see that it's plugged in and it's using a micro USB. And yeah, no, that upsets me greatly. Like, it's offensive to my people and me. I had a D&D character who was a goblin and he used the catchphrase, no goblino man. I hate that, but good for them, I suppose. Well, I appear to be out of food. Man, I had like 300 turnips. Where'd they all go? I know for a fact I have rye seeds. Goblino coded terms. Uh-huh. Wait, are they trying to claim that they're not a goblin even though they're clearly a goblin? So we're like running out of food real bad. Hey, Elfie, do you have any tips with keeping up with food around this point in the game? Because I'm overfishing. Although we just finally got through the overfishing problem and there's now fish again. But like, I got pretty big farm fields and I managed to eat all my turnips every year. I'm sure there's probably a tech that I should go unlock, like better farming or something. Like up here. Like maybe baking? These goblins seem like the kind of goblins that would cry when they stub their toes, so wah, sounds right. Frantically expanding is your current strat, but it can't last forever. Ah. All right, well, let's go for baking, because then we'll be able to do windmills, and windmills look cool in all video games, so... yeah, we'll do that. We'll do baking. I also feel like we need to figure out how to get to the other side over here. Whoa. What happens when I tell them to explore on the wrong side of the river? Like, hypothetically. I'm presuming they won't try to swim across, but like, what if they did though? Can gobos swim? Most certainly not. Well, in very shallow water for short distances, sure. Russ, thank you very much for the raid. What's up, dudes? What are you guys up to today? You guys don't know Russ. He plays a lot of Space Station 13 and sometimes other things. Kind of like me with Dwarf Fortress, but the sometimes other things part. What you been up to? Camp full of goblins. Yeah, this game's pretty cool. It's very, very populous-y, and I'm currently running out of food. Although, thankfully I have some food, just not enough. But, yeah, this is a game about goblins getting scurvy, mostly. You're playing Eve? Oh, gosh. Did they at least pay you a salary at this point? I hope you were having fun with Eve. Yeah, no, this game's great. I recommend it. If you like a good town builder and you also like to be able to cast spells such as, I don't know. I realized that if you make a tornado, uh-oh, we're under attack. Hold up. I realized that if you make a tornado, oh, we got attacked by birds. Hallelujah. That's lovely. And they already killed them all, which is even better because the game was on high speed. The reason that's lovely and the reason I'm happy that they killed them all is now we get free food out of it. And thankfully nobody of value died. Although, we do have to pick up and eat all those birds. But there's magic spells such as set thing on fire, which is a very good spell, right? Like everybody needs to know how to set thing on fire. Then the other thing that you can do once you set thing on fire is, oh, I don't know the magic power. I was going to say you can change the wind and blow a tornado at it and then blow it in another direction. Because, like, who doesn't love that? Now the goblins are going to try and put the fire out like a bunch of silly goblins. You pay the salaries? Oh, well, hey, at least you're paying people. It means you're better than a lot of CEOs. Thankfully, the wind's blowing away from me right now and not towards me. Yeah, also, I think if you summon the tornado, let's get them to stop putting out the fires. Let's let the fire get nice and big. If you tell them to, if you summon a tornado and the wind's blowing in the wrong direction, that will definitely go in the wrong direction too. It's also lovely. Putting out a fire. No, you're not. You're standing there like a dum-dum. Their brains seem to have short-circuited a bit because I told them to not put out the giant fire that's in my front lawn. But I want those stumps gone, okay? But if you're interested in trying this game, it has a very generous demo. It's got the first 4 years of gameplay. It's not a, this isn't like a, what do you call it, a Next Fest nonsense thingy. It's just a demo that you can go try. If you're interested. That doesn't go away. Like demos should. You sacrifice once a year, and sacrificing things to your god or gods makes the spirits happy so things don't go horribly wrong as quickly. If I don't sacrifice enough fish, then the forests will get mad at me, and then my stuff will catch fire. Oh, also, water is a spell, too. So you can just be like... Oh, even better. Here's my wind. Oh, I don't have the points for it. God damn it. I mean, I could do this. This will be fun. What could go wrong? Of course, the game saved right when I did that. You know, fun things like that. And it seems like it's lunchtime for the goblins. Get over here and consume. You've earned it, goblins. Is Bobby still eating by himself down here? Milla's still eating by herself. Oh, no. What a sad days. Yeah, they move so fast even like on the default speed. Like, it's kind of ridiculous how quickly they go. It's such a nice change of pace after so many town builders just being so goddamn slow. It's nice to play a town builder where I don't feel like I need them to be going slow. Goblins got the zoomies. Yeah, they're just running around high on sugar all the time. Or thistle, maybe more accurately. Currently up to 328 culture points. And to level up the tree, I need 680. Oh boy. Pretty convinced we're not going to get there. Let's just bump them numbers up. I'm not going to bump them numbers up because I don't want to. I thought that there was something else. Speaking of something else. Okay, so you guys just take Spear Thrower. What are you taking? Bone Spear? I love how wooden plank is a selectable weapon. That's great. Let's give you a Dwarven Spear. And I'd say Dwarven Shield, but I don't have the option for that yet. Thistle Nectar Addicted Gobblers. Sure, certainly, yes. A bit of Settlers and Dungeon Keeper. The kind of combos that I get from this game, Vegeta and YouTube chat, is a little bit of Settlers, a little bit of Populace, and a little bit of Anno. That's really what I get from this. Have I ever played Banished? I wish I liked Banished, but yes, I played it. I played Banished, kind of figured out the build order, I guess, and then never played it again. I played about 15 hours of Banished and had my fill and was like, yep, no, this game's neat. It's cool. It's interesting. I'm glad it exists. It's okay. It's kind of how I feel about Banished. I really like that Banished helped usher in another good era of town builders, because town builders were largely gone, especially in the indie space, until Banished came out. So I'm glad Banished exists, but personally, it never really, outside of that initial like chunk of time I spent playing it, I never really found it to be super interesting. There just wasn't really enough going on. I know a lot of people love the mod community around that game, but I never really got into it. I never played the guild games. And I'll tell you this, having recently gone back and played Foundation, I think I hate Foundation. I think I really dislike Foundation. which is a shame because that game looks awesome. I love the aesthetic vibes of that game, but mechanically that game is so fucking boring. Like it's really a good little toy box if it's your first town builder, but actually like trying to play that game, I find very difficult. Especially as an adult who knows too much about how video games work now. Although, the Guild, there's a game that Splattercat keeps talking about that's an indie successor to the Guild. Now I'm blanking on the name of it. I've always wanted to try those games, the Guild. They always seemed mildly interesting. It's kind of like what you'd want something like Fable to be without being Fable. Okay, well, we've got everything we need. We're halfway through to the next level. Culture points for what we need. Make another potter. We appear to be under attack by something. Lovely. Strong stench of decay. Ah, zombies. Lovely. Is the fire still going that I set? Yeah, it still is. God, fires burn forever in this game. These are the zombies incoming. Holy shit, there's a lot of them. Oh no, I mean the dev for Banished got the right idea, you know? He made a game and he sold what, 3 million copies or whatever it was in like a year and a half. Worked on the mod support for oh geez, like the better part of a year. And then just vanished off into the ether and is sipping cocktails and living quietly. Like that's the way to do it, man. That is the way to do it. Get your bag and get the hell out. Here comes my goblins. Goblins tend to have the advantage over the zombies as long as they are, you know, not getting ganged up on. I love the way they look with their little shields. There they go. Going through the stench of decay. You okay there, guys? So I guess that fire exposes Fog of War. That's kind of cool. Also, it's midsummer, meaning it's bonfire season. In case things start burning that aren't supposed to be burning. Yeah, looks like next year we will get more bonfires. Call us now, 1-800-GOBLINS, yeah. Because they refuse to port it. I've never played a Fable game. Also, my storehouse here is on fire. Just thought I'd let you know. Thankfully, I do have this magical power, which is very useful, which is water appear. They also have the same spell in Minecraft, if you didn't know. There's something about that that's really funny. Oh, the water's still going. It's filling up all little puddles. I re-added them not too long ago. The firefighters. Stuff keeps falling into my river. I think it's food season. Yes, it is. Does fire expose or does brush obstruct? Brush doesn't obstruct. You can build these specific little towers to locate or remove the fog of war, and once removed, I don't think it comes back. It might, but I haven't seen it come back. The fog of war. There's still water here. So all these items are stuck. Which is kind of funny. I'm trying to figure out what that thunking sound is. I feel like if I can... Oh, I can't. We have 3 points, not 4. I'm just going to try and summon a bunch of spirits to help, but currently we seem to be a bit overworked. 'Tis lunchtime, though. They're eating fish over there. Dinner's ready. Get over here, goblins. I think they already ate. All right, that's it. I'm demolishing this. This is a problem. Well, I did this once. Thankfully, nothing's stopping me from doing it again. Awkward. What's this game all about? It's a little god game town builder with a similar amount of history as Dwarf Fortress. It was originally an open source ASCII game. Oh, that's what the thunking sound is. Well, that's not good. Huh. Well, that... Okay, hold on. Counterpoint. How about we have more firefighters? Like maybe 20 of them. Good news is my walls haven't started burning down yet. The whole society of... Yeah, I mean, we can found a union now. We've got so many goddamn firefighters. I was just hearing, like, the thunking sound of, like, buildings falling over. I'm like, what's going on? What's making that sound? Look now, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. My town, apparently. Sounds like how you get a lot of fires. How about we pay them to sit around in between the fires? So they're incentivized to not set things on fire. Like, they're not paid per fire put out. You know, this is the most concerned I've been about fires in a video game since Far Cry 2. Like, fire in this game is friggin' scary. It'll never catch on. Well, then we shouldn't do it then. Probably bad idea. You're probably right. It's going down as property values. That's presuming. I'm not convinced that these goblins have an economy. Like, I don't think they have money. So I don't know if, I don't think they even have a concept of property values. Of course, I could be completely off base there, but it certainly seems that way. Also, I got some more research that I can do. Baking. That gives me rye flour seed mill. It gives me a hand mill and a baking pit. I like pits where I can get baked, so let's do that. Hand mill. It's called a bakery game, not a baking pit. I don't trust it to not randomly catch fire, but... Yep, looks like they named it a baking pit instead of a bakery. I'm also going to move that. I'll put it over here. I don't trust it to not catch fire. I'm going to be stressed about that one for a minute. So you make rye bread, supposedly. You make rye flour. What do I have for rye currently even? I have no rye. And I'm presuming ground seeds are ready for composting. Okay. Well, I'll just say, make me 10 of this. Make me 10 of this. Thanks, game. I need a thresher to get rye seeds. Uh-huh. Still the best game in that series? There's an argument to be made for Far Cry 1. But it's the only game in that series that I finished. I didn't finish Far Cry 1. I bought Far Cry 3 and kind of stopped 2/3 of the way through. I didn't play 4, 5, or 6. So I can't really speak to the other ones. I just know what other people have said. And I wouldn't hesitate to agree with them in regards of what other people have said about it. So you just need branches. It's pretty clear and pretty clean. Summon some spirits. Go do work for me. My servants. Hello, Stone. All the goblins in their dark camps. Yes. The goblin glamping session has been great. Aside from the part where I burnt half my town down not too long ago. It's got nothing to do with the fact that I fired all of my my firemen. They're still gainfully employed, I swear. I couldn't figure out why there was constantly building collapsing sounds happening, and then I panned over and just half my town was on fire. I'm like, oh, well, that's bad. Well, shit. I mean, it's fine. We've mostly solved it so far. The annoying thing is they've decided that this is deep water for some reason. But welcome back, Stone. Let's just plunk another one of these suckers down somewhere. As they continue to massively overfish. Far Cry 2 had a great mechanic with the fire spread in every game. Decided fire spread was too extreme, they burn out quickly. Then instead, you know, it's funny because like they actually nerfed the fire spread excessively in Far Cry because it used to just blow up based on the wind in the initial version. And then when they released the game, they actually more or less eliminated its ability to completely engulf the map in flames because that wasn't fun, according to them. Also, apparently there was earlier builds of that game that had more types of animals. I would have really liked to see Ubisoft, you know, I would have liked to see Ubisoft make more games like that, but there's a post that I've seen online, which I think is pretty true, which is essentially, man, I love Stalker 2. It's like the sequel that Far Cry never got. Because that's kind of honestly why I think I like Stalker is because, like, I found Stalker after I played Far Cry 2. But, like, the Stalker 2 to me just kind of feels like the sequel that Far Cry 2 never got in a lot of ways. You should try Far Cry 2. Although I wonder how well it runs these days. Bobtron. Wonder if it plays properly on PCs. I liked Stalker 2. Yeah. Chunks of it that I played anyway. I mean, it's definitely like a cyberpunk situation where, you know, once they finish the early access, it'll be great. That's a joke. I know it's not an early access. But, yeah, no, I liked what I've played of Stalker 2. I haven't finished it, but I liked it. The stuff that I've done so far in that game. And I will continue to periodically play it. Got some very stuck goblins over there. But I'm a patient gamer, so, you know, when I run into problems in a game, I go, well, all right, I will take a break and come back when they work on it. And they've patched that game like fucking crazy since the initial release stuff. So, why? Gastomania. I mean, I liked Call of Pripyat, and I liked the first one. I never played Clear Sky. So, it very much feels like more Call of Pripyat in a lot of ways because of the structure of it. I think the progression they've done to the world is pretty good. The gunplay feels great. So, yeah, I like Stalker. These modders will at some point. I mean, if you've looked at their patch notes, you might bite your tongue a little, but sure. Well, I mean, crazy people who like jamming weapons in video games, we've got our day in the sun now. There's plenty of games that do that. World feels dead? Yeah, because the AI life was broken. Like, wasn't fully implemented. But anyway, I'm not here to argue with you about Stalker. In my genuine opinion, that game launched in a horrible state. I completely agree with you there. But I personally think it's a better game than the original games. I like the writing more. I like the world design more. I like the mission design more. Just about everything I like more. I would argue that loot has always been insanely uninteresting in Stalker. Because the good loot you get is from fighting other people, not from just finding stuff. But I don't know. I'm not streaming Stalker. You can go play Stalker if you want to play Stalker. And I'll go play Stalker on my own time because nobody watches me play Stalker when I stream Stalker. And everybody just tells me and informs me why Stalker is bad and why I shouldn't be enjoying the video game that I'm enjoying. Which is the same reason that when I most likely end up buying Avowed, because I really want to play that from what I've seen, I won't stream that either, because I don't like being told by my audience why a game is bad and why I shouldn't like it, if I am enjoying it. Which is the reason I stopped streaming Stalker, was I was getting tired of people telling me that it's bad and I shouldn't be enjoying it. Go play Stalker. Stalker? Sheesh. I think the problem that Stalker runs into is that it's got a modding community that loves it. And there's a pattern with games, and that is audience get used to playing mod. There's a problem with games that have very active modding audiences. And this is a blessing and a curse. Equal parts. The blessing is that you have an audience that mods your game. And so thus you have basically fans for life. People will continue playing your games forever. The problem is whenever you release a new entry to a series, everybody fucking hates it. Why is that? Well, it's because they have unrealistic expectations from mods that were made by thousands of people significantly bigger than the size of the team that made the game originally. So, on one hand, it's great when games are super moddable. But my God, I feel bad for any developer who's, trying to make their game super moddable. Yeah, I mean, they put out that one patch in December that had, what? It was like 1,100 changes and fixes? Including getting the world stuff somewhat implemented and functional. So I don't know. People were weirdly apologetic and nice to Cyberpunk. But at least Stalker was honest about what it was when it released. Cyberpunk wasn't until it released. Following Stalker's development all the way right up to the release of it, they were honest about what that game was. How replayable is this game? You only play games that you can put 500 hours into. I don't know. I'm not even going to answer that question then. Go play the demo and you tell me. If you only want to play games that you can get 500 hours out of, well, then I can't help you, mate. This is not going to be 500 hours, probably. But anyways, I'm stuck in a loop. I've been streaming for 11 hours. My tummy just rumbled. Chat rooms. It's early winter year 11. We started on year 8. We actually made some decent progress. I'm going to save this, and we will return to the Goblin Camp another day. I'm just rambling, Gastomania. Don't take me too literally. Alrighty, chat rooms. Twitch chat, YouTube chat. YouTube chat, I'm shutting you folks down now. Thanks to everybody who stuck around. So, which is why I ask LDM, why even bother asking? Because you already know the answer to that question. If you require 500 hours of gameplay out of every game that you play, don't even ask. Because you probably already know the answer. Anyways, YouTube chat. I'm shutting you guys down now. Take care of yourselves. I will see you Tuesday. I won't be on this weekend. But keep an eye on the YouTube channel for stuff to pop up, because things will from time to time.